Welcome to another Top 5 recap. This time we've got on deck the Top 5 Storm Drafts of 2023. I hope you enjoy these, and if you like them, let me know in the comments what other recaps you'd love to see. Alrighty, we've got a full squad for today's Cube Draft video. It's a team Cube Draft, 4-on-4. I'm teaming up with Sandy Dog, Timmy Taplands, and Falcon Eye. Battling against Ely Cassis, Master Plum, Hank the Obese, and Echo Baronin Andreas. Alright, what do we got here? This is a 4-on-4, we'll be playing 3 rounds, and it's the best format in Magic. Vintage Cube, also the best format in terms of tournament structure. Teams is amazing. Alright, we have Polluted Delta. Polluted Delta is solid. Actually, I do want to try something as we run in here. I'm going to move, you can see the sausage being made here slightly. I'm going to move my camera here because I would like to make it a little easier to see all the cards down there. Is that what I want to do? Let's see. Well, let's make this pick first. It's basically Polluted Delta versus Parallax Wave versus Grim Monolith versus Path to Exile. Honestly, I think I'm just going to take Polluted Delta. I like the other cards, but I feel like I've drafted mid-range white a lot, and I want to try something different. Oh, getting past a Tinker. Okay, kind of makes me wish I took ye old Grim Monolith, but here this is what we're gonna try actually. We'll make do anyway. Do I want to take Tinker is kind of the question here. So Tinker lets me sack an artifact to get any artifact out of my deck. If I didn't take Tinker, I would probably take Turok Dreadcantor. This really has been great, and or Skull Clamp. Either of those are very, very good. But you know what? I'm kind of interested. What happens if I do take Tinker? The addition of Portal to Phyrexia has really gone a long way. So let's see what we can do there. Now there's a Windswept Teeth, which even though it's not really my colors at all, it's still pretty good. There's also a red-blue Talisman, and given that I just took Tinker, I've got to take the Talisman here. So we'll take Talisman over Windswept Teeth. Nothing else here is really all that impressive, honestly. The other thing about taking Tinker, by the way, is when you're playing 8-player draft, I think that these kinds of the busted strategies get a lot better. Here we've got a Blood Crypt, which is interesting because it makes my Polluted Delta into a blue-black-red land. It's not bad. There's Indatha Triome, which adds green and white, but I'd rather add red, especially since I have a Talisman. I could easily be Grixis. Also, Grixis is a classic Tinker color. There's an Emery, which might wheel, and honestly, I think Emery is pretty hard to use. Like, you just have to have a lot of artifacts. Let's just take the Blood Crypt and see where we go from here. All right, there's a Tidehollow Sculler. I do love that card. There's Thieving Skydiver, also a very good card. There's Relic, but that's a little early to be taking Relic. There's Liliana the Last Hope, which I've only found to be okay. There's some matchups where it's great, but overall, I think it's just okay. There's a lot of matchups where it doesn't do that much. Otawar is decent, but I think I just take Skydiver. It's a strong blue card. Would be good against me. There's also Through the Breach, but I don't think that that's going to work out. All right, so far we have passed some of the white cards. Definitely passed a couple green cards, but nothing like spectacular. Don't have a good Tinker target yet, but have a Talisman. Also, Thieving Skydiver is an actual Tinker enabler. You get to steal a cheap artifact and then tinker it away. That is something that could certainly come up. So I like this start. And our mana's already pretty good. Oh, this is a tough pick. Wow. There's Tolarian Academy, which is great. There's Time Spiral, which is fantastic. And there's Mana Leak, which is also fantastic. There's also Treasure Cruise, Mole Drifter, Dothy Voidwalker. This is a classic. Do you take Time Spiral or do you take Mana Leak? Mana Leak is so good. When you draw Mana Leak, it's just incredible. But Time Spiral is very good in like a busted deck. You know what? I'm going to try taking the Time Spiral. It might not work, but I think I want to try to go a little more broken. We'll see if this ends up working well. I think that there is a decent shot here. Oh, wow, this is also tough because there's a Talisman, which is good with Tinker. There's Metalworker, which honestly I think Metalworker kind of sucks. I'm not going to take Metalworker. And there's High Tide, but given that I just took the Time Spiral, I'm just going to take High Tide. That's such a potent combination. There's also a Spire Bluff Canal, but don't care too much about that. The other thing to think of is, and this is some metagaming, which is totally legit in team drafts. I mean, you've seen what happens when I'm sitting near Sandy Dog and he's on the opposing team, right? I go white a lot more often. I'm getting passed to by Master Plum and Timmy Taplands, who are two of the newest members of the Discord. And it's not to say they're not good. They've had good records the last couple cubes and all that. But I think they're less likely to draft Storm, as evidenced by getting a 5th pick or 6th pick Time Spiral. And 7th pick High Ted's not really relevant because no one takes that card. But I think this is a good seat to potentially draft Storm. Oh, okay, now I'll probably just take Negate. Tinker for Torrential Gearhulk I don't think is a real thing. First of all, it only flashes back instants, not instants and sorceries, which confuses YouTube commentators. If you're watching this video now, you have no excuse. Why didn't you flash back Night's Whisper? The other thing is Negate is a good disruptive card. Makes me feel better about passing the Mana Leak. So I like where I'm at. And we'll see what we got next. Okay. Ugin is actually a pretty good play if you go like High Tide into Time Spiral into Ugin. That's actually a real win condition. But there's also Unlicensed Hearse, which gives me something to tinker away. And is not a terrible card to begin with. I probably, I was going to say I probably should take the Hearse, but it's just going to be kind of bad in the deck. Let's just take Ugin and have a good reward. Ooh, Impulse is perfect in this kind of deck. Look at the top 4 cards and put one in your hand. All right. And now there's Goblin Welder versus Dig Through Time. I don't really like Goblin Welder, and we're not going that hard into the Tinker stuff. Let's just take Dig Through Time. I think we might have a good mono blue deck. All right, passing. Basically, do I take Spell Queller because I might play it? I think so. I'm passing 2 decent green cards, so it doesn't really help to take a green card. I guess I'll take Breach. There's no reason not to take Breach as a spec. Otherwise, I would take Rex Sage as a hate draft, but this deck could easily pick up an Emrakul, and that would be a decent win condition. All right, well, the Tinker plan hasn't worked out so far. There's plenty of draft left, but picking up... Where did this Treasure Cruise come from? I guess I missed a pick. Weird. I must have lagged or something. Well, I don't really want Treasure Cruise and Dig, but I have to imagine Treasure Cruise is the best card there. There's also a Seething Song here, which works with a lot of my stuff, so... Even though the Tinker aspect hasn't really come through, I'm pretty glad I took the Time Spiral. Oh, I'm going to take Portal to Phyrexia now. So this is a 9-drop. When it ETBs, so when you Tinker for it, they sack 3 creatures. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you could put a creature from any graveyard into play on your side. Plus, I got to wheel one of these 3 cheap artifacts, right? Because someone's going to take Tar Pit, Plateau, Elf, Ravine is 4, Ashiok's 5, Pestermite 6, Augur, Channeler, and 3 artifacts. Yeah, I'll be pretty sad if I don't get one of those artifacts back. All right, what do we got next? Cheap artifacts is all I want, but I'll just take Strip Mine. Strip Mine's a busted card. Don't mind taking it. It's like really that or Snuff Out, which is also really good. But also, this is colorless. There's no reason to pass Master Plum a Strip Mine if I don't need to. And I certainly don't need to. No blue cards in that pack, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I don't think I'm going to get Snuff Out back, though I do think that card is a bit underrated right now. Okay, so the Spell Queller is currently not in. I am on the lookout for Through the Breach combos, especially with this Seething Song. Honestly, the Seething Song might be good just because I've got Ugin and Portal to Phyrexia, and just Seething Songing those out is fine. Dig is also a lot better than Cruise, and I'm not likely to play either, so I'm hiding all those. Oh, wow. There's Turnabout, which I'm going to have to hope wheels. There's Mystical Tutor, which goes and gets Tinker, Time Spiral, or High Tide. There's also Brain Freeze. There's also Bribery. And Toxic Deluge, for that matter. I'm going to take Mystical Tutor. The reason I want to take this one is having more redundant ways to either Tinker or set up High Tide Time Spiral is very good. I'll probably wheel Turnabout, and I'm looking like a good mono blue deck. I don't need the Brain Freeze when I have Ugin and Portal to Phyrexia that much. I just have win conditions, and Bribery is a good card, but I think Mystical is going to make this deck a lot more consistent. Wow, no artifacts, but I'll take Jace. Jace is a good low drop. It's pretty good with High Tide or Impulse. Can be good with if they make you discard a Time Spiral or something. Passing up on like a Splinter Twin, yeah, that's not a big deal. I have Thieving Skydiver in the 3 slot because I hope not to cast it for 2 mana. I still would like more cheap artifacts. I'm hoping to wheel 1, and I'm hoping that I get a few more decent blue cards or artifacts this pack. These packs, it feels like Hank, there's a good chance Hank is not passing or is playing a lot of blue. All right, well, here we go. I just have to take Talisman of Indulgence here. It's definitely better than Talisman of Unity. Passing Zealous Conscripts and Twin back to back, but that's okay. And Pestermite, honestly. There's a Temporal Mastery too, which is a card I do like. And a Mindslaver, which might wheel. No one really plays this card, but I've got to take Talisman here. It just works really well with what I've got. Also, despite the fact that I have all blue cards so far, literally just no non-blue cards, I have a red-black and a red-blue Talisman and a blue-black and a red-black land, so that's a really good start. Oh, this is a tough pick, because on the one hand, Preordain's great. Makes your deck more consistent, smooths out your draws, just really good at finding what you need. The other hand, Saheeli Sublime Artificer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you make a 1/1 artifact that you can tinker away, and it makes an artifact you control a copy of another artifact you control. I've actually been really impressed with Saheeli. I just have a hard time taking it over Preordain when I'm trying to set up all these 2-card combos. Okay, now there's Brainstorm, but there's also Show and Tell. There's also Time Warp and Palinchron. I could wheel Palinchron, honestly. No one really takes that card. And there's going to be 1 card left. Yeah, I mean, that's not actually crazy. Orcish Lumberjack would be maybe the other card that would be left. Brainstorm would be good here. It's also really good with Tinker because it lets you put your artifact back. Show and Tell is also really good with Portal to Phyrexia. I might just take the Brainstorm and decent chance of wheeling Palinchron or Show and Tell. I might not, but I've got such good high end. I feel like just making my deck more consistent is great. Well, here I'm probably going to take Echo of Eons. It's a Time Twister that you can flash back. Works really well with Lion's Eye Diamond. I don't have much in the way of discard. I do have Jace though. And I just took 2 cantrips, so Consider goes down a little in the pick order. I do think Echo is very good. Okay, well, I almost didn't wheel it. I didn't wheel blue-black or blue-white Talisman, but I wheeled Everflowing Chalice. That's good enough. The Tar Pit's still there, oddly enough, but I really like this deck. This deck is looking very sweet. I don't think I'm going to play Sylvan Library or Leovold. I don't think I'm going to play Enlightened Tutor. Yeah, getting the expensive artifacts is whatever. So I'll take Arc Trail, pass 2 green cards, 2 white cards, and a green, blue, black card. Arc Trail is a decent sideboard card or potentially a main deck card. So I have 17 playables without playing any other colors. That is pretty nice. At this point, I wouldn't even play the Blood Crypt. I'd probably play Pluto Delta to shuffle off Brainstorm. All right, Turnabout did wheel, like I thought. We're in good shape to do this thing. So the cards on my list, obviously I would love to open Black Lotus or Time Walk, you know, something broken. But even in the non-broken cards, in the category of cards I could get past, Lion's Eye Diamond is a card I could definitely get past. I wouldn't mind picking up like another big artifact. I would like 1 more big artifact and a couple more cheap artifacts, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I'm looking for. I guess I'll take Burgi, though I don't think I'm that likely to. Oh, also, if I end up picking up an Eldrazi, Emrakul to Aeon's Torn, I can get the Through the Breach in. I really like that. So I'll take Emrakul pretty highly here. So remember, last pick, we might get Show and Tell or Palinchron back, and I'd be happier with Show and Tell, but happy with either. Oh, a Talisman and a Temporal Mastery. Oh, this is hard. The 4th Talisman still has to be the best, right, with this Tinker? Yeah, I just have to take it. As much as I like Temporal Mastery. All right, last pick. It was the Abrupt Decay. That's okay. I thought that might be the case, but you know, so it goes. Okay, well, I guess Emrakul to Aeon's Torn that is. Passing an Orcish Bowmasters, which is a very good card, and honestly would be pretty good in this deck. Is it possible that I should just take Orcish Bowmasters? It's kind of crazy, but let's see. So the Emrakul probably won't wheel. What's going to go? Raphellos, Watery Grave, Llanowar Elf, Forthier Lingus. Krasis, Scarab God. Yeah, I don't think the Emrakul will wheel. It is possible, but not likely. Bowmasters, if I can set up Bowmasters Time Spiral or Bowmasters Echo of Eons, that's really strong. And it's just a great card. Yeah. Also, taking Bowmasters denies the other team of Bowmasters, whereas passing Emrakul, it's not that likely they'll be able to use it. All right, there's a Palace Jailer, but I'm going to take Mana Drain. This is such a good Mana Drain deck. There's also Wormcoil, which may wheel, though probably not, and another Talisman and a Probe. But, I mean, this is just the Mana Drain deck to end all Mana Drain decks. Here we have Coalition Relics, Sensei's Top, and Mishra's Bauble as cheap artifacts. We have Daze, which is solid. Ballista is another cheap artifact, and a Shelldock. This looks like a really good Shelldock deck, so let's just take that. And we have tons of playables, so I think we can do that. I'm feeling pretty good on my artifact count. Oh, Underworld Breach. If we'd taken the Brain Freeze, I'd be a lot more interested in Breach. I don't need the Prismatic Vista that much. I've got Polluted Delta already and a Black Talisman. Thirst for Discovery looks pretty good in this deck. Karn is also interesting, and there's Consecrated Sphinx. It's also Yogg-Will, but I'm not really a Yogg-Will deck. This deck doesn't really make use of Yogg-Will very well. I mean, I have tons of playables here. Should I just take another fetch land? Just minimizing the amount of swamps I have to play seems like it'd be pretty good. Oh, wow. Remand and Ponder and Ulamog and Urza. And Lightning Bolt, for that matter. These packs have been really, really juicy. I would like another big artifact if I can find one. Let's just pick 5. I have 3 more picks plus the Wormcoil in my wheel. But I do also have Brainstorm to put back Portal to Phyrexia if I need to, and Time Twisters to reshuffle it. Do I just take Urza here? Urza is really strong. I have a bunch of cantrips. It's basically Urza or Remand, and I'm just going to not worry about the Eldrazi. The problem is, Through the Breaching Ulamog is so much worse than Through the Breaching Emrakul, in my experience. Let's just take Urza. Urza is pretty busted. When you just cast Urza, it's just really good by itself. I like when there's a busted mono blue deck. Blood Crypt, probably not in right now, unless I want to side in Arc Trail or something. But I want to get it to where I can play like 2 swamps and the rest islands, so that my high tide's great. Oh, there we go. There's Blightsteel, Sphinx, and Battlesphere, and Time Twister. The Bowmasters makes me want to take Time Twister. Let's see, how many cards are in this pack? 3, 6, 10. So there'll be 2 cards left. I mean, will one of the 2 cards be Iona? Probably. But will the other one be Sphinx or Blightsteel, which are both pretty comparable when it comes to Tinker? I also think so. Do I want a 3rd Time Twister? It just makes such a good Bowmasters deck. Yeah, I'm going to take the Time Twister. All right. Oh, Mox Diamond? And Treachery and Retrofitter? I'm going to take Mox Diamond. With all these Time Twisters, Mox Diamond's absurd. Okay. That's pretty good. And that's pick 7, so we even have one more pick here. Oh, a Narset? I'm so glad I took all the Time Twisters. Narset Bowmasters isn't a combo, but Narset with all these Time Twisters most certainly is. Okay. This is 29. I need to cut some cards. I can probably cut this Dig Through Time. I'm going to be Time Twistering my graveyard away every game. And this is 4 lands, so this is 12. It'd be 16 lands and a Mox Diamond, so I only need to cut like 1 more card. I think this deck is awesome. It's basically just going to cast a bunch of Time Twisters and at some point get a Bowmaster into play. All right, Baral's also a card I want in the deck. I think more than the 5th cheap artifact. Or the 6th, actually. I have 5 cheap artifacts already. All right, Emrakul didn't wheel, but I didn't think it was going to, honestly. Okay, well, there's another Talisman if I want it. That's pretty reasonable. I have so much. I also have like Brainstorm, Mystical Tutor, Preordain, Impulse. A lot of ways to Narset. A lot of ways to find what I need, too, which is really nice. And with the Tinker for Portal thing, if I draw the Portal, I have a bunch of Time Twisters to get it back, and I have a Brainstorm. I can even like Mystical Tutor for Brainstorm if I'm in a hard spot. The one thing I wouldn't mind is that pack with 2 cards left, if I could get another thing back. Will I play Empty the Warrens in this deck? I could maybe at this point take out the Skydiver and just sideboard it. Empty the Warrens. I'll have the red sources pretty free. I'm going to cast a bunch of spells. I guess I don't care about passing all those green cards. Let's just take the Empty the Warrens and see. Because at some point I can just go like Mox Diamond. Like I just cast a Time Twister with Baral out so it's cheaper. Turnabout and just empty the Warrens for like 10 goblins or something. That does seem plausible. The one thing this deck would have liked to see is a Lion's Eye Diamond that it doesn't have. All right, Consecrated Sphinx is pretty reasonable. I don't think we're Galvanic iterating. Let's just take Consecrated Sphinx. I guess I could take Murktide Regent. I could also take Mystical Tutor. Whenever instant or sorcery card leaves your graveyard, so this actually works with all the Time Twisters. I don't think I'm going to play Mishra's Factory. I have enough artifacts. All right, 2 cards left. Any Sphinx of the Steel Winds or Blightsteels? Probably not Battlesphere, but all right, Blightsteel came back. That's what I thought was going to happen, and I'm not going to play the Sphinx, but I will play the Blightsteel at this point. Oh, and a last pick talisman. Okay, well, I guess I took some of those talismans a little higher than I needed to. Let's get to deck building. This deck's got some interesting decisions. Alrighty, so I ended up cutting Echo of Eons and 2 talismans, just because I have 4 talismans effectively, plus a Mox Diamond and a lot of card draw. I think that's enough. And I wanted to play 16 lands with Shelldock and Strip Mine. Playing just the 2 swamps with Delta, Vista, Mox Diamond, and a talisman. Sadly, only one of these talismans was black. I got a bunch of non-blue, non-black talismans. And didn't end up playing Treasure Cruise or Dig. But I also have some good sideboard cards in Murktide, Consecrated Sphinx, and Skydiver. My teammates' decks look pretty good. We'll talk about those later. But right now, I'm playing Ely Cassis. And yeah, I'll keep this hand. This hand does need to find Mystical or Time Twister, something like that, but I've got some outs to do that with this Preordain. Impulse and Orcish Bowmasters. Yeah, I will take those both, actually. And pass. I'm not sure about playing the Mox Diamond. If he plays a Black Source and Inquisitions me, I guess I'm glad I kept Bowmasters in that direction. Then yes, the Mox Diamond could be a liability, but I don't even know if he would take Mox Diamond with a discard spell. I think he's more likely to take Impulse at this point. Tarmogoyf. Tarmogizzle. Okay. It's kind of awkward that if I Bowmasters, if I Mox Diamond to play the Bowmasters, the Tarmogoyf gets bigger. I think I just pass with Impulse up. Don't think I want to do that. Actually, I should have just impulsed. Now that I think about it, if I draw a Mystical Tutor, then I would have much rather had the impulse. I do take an extra point of damage, though, so maybe that wouldn't have been good. I don't know. What is this? Oh, to the face. Okay. I'm at 15. And then here comes Llanowar. All right, well, that I'm going to kill. Brainstorm and all islands. I guess I'll take Brainstorm. All right, just draw. Prismatic Vista's nice. All right, let's go Brainstorm. I'm going to put Portal back, I think, and I'll put one of the fetches back. And then I'm going to go Fetch Land, Mox Diamond, discard Island. Hold on, I got to crack this fetch now. Talisman, get another Island. Talisman, Bowmasters, killed Elf. And pass, and now, well, just need to draw some action. I have 7 mana after High Tide. And it's a 4/5 Goyf. I think I'll chump it with the Orc Army here. And I have a Negate up. I could have also kept an Island instead of Negate. Or I guess Pluto Delta would be. But I think a Negate is going to buy me more time here. Okay. Pest Infestation, the Mox. Sure. Okay. Island, go. Okay. I guess I'm going to take 7 here. Don't love it. But if I draw Time Spiral or Time Twister, if I draw Tinker, I've got a lot of really good outs. Hopefully I can negate this. Eternal Witness, I cannot. Gonna get back Incinerate. Oh, yep, okay. All right, action, 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 action. Unfortunately now I need to block with Bowmasters. Yeah, I'm gonna probably board out Negate here. Burst Lightning, I'm just dead. Okay. Wouldn't even let me see my top card. All right, well, against aggressive red-green, I want Murktide Regent. It's also good at fighting Tarmogoyf. He has a Mox, too. I could put in Skydiver for the Mox. No, I kind of like all these things. Blightsteel's good. All right. Pest Infestation is annoying, but what can you do? So that hand, yeah, I mean, I kept a hand that was a little mana-heavy and hit Preordain and Impulse, but then I never found Mystical Tutor, Time Twister, Tinker, Time Spiral, even something like Urza. That is one of the risks of this style of deck is it is a little bit more situational than some of what we're playing against. Arc Trail is also interesting, but it's good against elves. It's not very good against Tarmogoyf. I guess I could kind of play it for free because I could cut a swamp for a Blood Crypt. Let's just see a little bit more of Ely's deck here before we decide on that. Yeah, I mean, I will keep this hand. This hand has some vulnerabilities here, but still good with Mystical. If he doesn't draw the Mox, I like the Strip Mine a lot. If he does draw the Mox, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that's going to be hard. Well, let's see what we can do here, but I'm not feeling very good about this. Turn 1 Ragavan. All right. Hit a Talisman? Sure. Why not? I guess we're not strip mining. Let's play Talisman, I guess. Could also attack with Den of the Bugbear, but I am not going to be that lucky. It's just going to play something gigantic here. Pest Infestation? Sure. All right. I mean, this deck is busted. I have outs to draw. Mana Drain is one of them. All right, let's go Shelldock Isle. Playing any of these off Shelldock is pretty weak. I honestly think Turnabout is the most likely one to be something I want. I don't know. Okay, so I need Ely to play a 4-mana spell this turn. Well, that's not a 4-mana spell, but I'm also not going to let that resolve. Unfortunately, I can't play Ugin unless I draw... No, there's actually nothing I can draw that will let me play Ugin this turn. What a shame. All right. Really needed a 4-mana spell so I could go Ugin and wipe all these off the board. Tinker would still be good. It would Portal to Phyrexia a bunch of things. I guess Tinker actually wouldn't even be game over is the sad part. All right. Polluted Delta. Well... Cast this for 3, play Strip Mine and pass. So I'm playing Strip Mine so that I threaten to Strip Mine the Den of the Bugbear. I'm not actually planning on doing so. Because next turn I can cast Ugin with all my manas. Okay, Ragavan, come in. Seasoned Pyro. Wow, his deck is good. These are just all great cards. Disappointing because I think my deck is awesome, but his draws, I mean, just double Mox Ragavan turn 1 is really hard to beat. I'll have to rally here. All right, I'm going to take a bunch of damage. You hit Urza. Oh my god, he can play the Urza, which means that Ugin wiping the board leaves a construct token, which kills me. All right. Well, shoot. Ugin, wipe the board. I'm at 6. There's a 4/4 animates Den. All right. That'll do round 1. Rough beats, but hopefully we can pull out the 2-1 here. Alrighty, time for round 2. Oh, I actually just realized I like the camera being up a little bit more, so I'm gonna move this now that we're done with the draft. All right. Ooh, let's keep this hand. This hand's pretty nice. We get to play turn 1 Land Mox Talisman. It's actually a little tricky how we want to do this. It's possible we don't even play Talisman turn 1. That's the natural play, but what I'm thinking is if I wanted to play Talisman in turn 1, what would I have to do? I'd have to go Vista or Island and discard the other one because I'm not discarding Shelldock. But if I do that, I don't have a Vista for Brainstorm. On the other hand, if I go Island, discard Vista, play Mox, play Talisman, turn 2, I Brainstorm, and then I can play the Shelldock. It's effectively a shuffle because it clears my top cards. And if I Brainstorm into like Ugin, I can actually put it under the Shelldock. Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. So I think we've got a plan here. I think my opponent is mulliganing here. So down a match, but played against great draws. And this, I mean, I think this deck is very good. We'll see if that conclusion, bears fruit over the next couple rounds. But I do have some, that kind of an issue with these kinds of decks is by definition, they're like tons of mana, some action. And if you don't draw the action, The deck can be inconsistent. Turn 1. Lotus Petal. You could have given me like 50 guesses what they were going to Lotus Petal out. I would not have gotten to Skyclave Shade. I'm not going to lie to you. Oh, I guess I actually should have played a land first. I didn't really think about days. Yeah, if I get dazed, I get dazed. I'll just discard the island, play a land, play a talisman. I kind of feel like... Oh, and that one got dazed? Okay. So they were thinking about days. I kind of feel like leaving Vista in hand is good, even though it cost me a life, because it thins my deck out for Shelldock, which is nice. All right. Draw. Let's brainstorm here. Okay, let's put back Ugin, Swamp. Play Shelldock. Shelldock the Ugin. Pass the turn. And next turn, tinker for... I actually don't know. It kind of depends on what my opponent plays. If they don't play anything, probably just going to tinker for Blightsteel here. My reasoning is if I tinker for Phyrexian Portal to Phyrexia, I kind of feel like it isn't going to do that much. It'll kill the Skyclave Shade, and then next turn they'll be able to replay the Skyclave Shade, and I won't even get anything back. So, tinker. Remand, sure. I mean, that's obviously good because it made me lose an artifact, but it's just not that big of a deal. If they play another good creature here, then I might switch my tinker target as well. Okay, that's a decent thing to do after this tinker gets countered. Nope, it didn't get countered. All right, let's just get Blightsteel. Pass the turn. I mean, I don't love Blightsteel against blue-black. If I had like a Mirror Battlesphere, I certainly would have gotten that instead. But I think that this is good. It's kind of annoying because Tinker for Blightsteel against Ely's deck would have been really good, but I never really got to set that up. Pest Infestation is also very good against me. And as you saw. Okay, do they have an answer or not? I guess we'll find out. Kind of want to hold on to the... Oh, Entomb. Interesting. What are we entombing for? Kind of want to hold on to the Polluted Delta because if I draw Bowmasters, I'll want to get a land. Sower of Temptation. Mannequin into Sower. Oh, no, Glen. Oh, so they don't have a way to get back the Sower yet. Oh, this is probably just game, actually. Let's just get Island. Turnabout you. Tap all your creatures. All right, we got one with Tinker. Playing against blue-black. Didn't see, I mean, saw Lotus Petal. Probably not enough to bring in Thieving Skydiver. Definitely want Negate. Definitely want Bowmasters. Portal of Phyrexia I still think I like. Yeah, I still think it's good enough. Don't think I want Arc Trail, Murktide. Yeah. I like where we're at. I think we're doing good. Okay. Game 2 on the draw here. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if I don't get to Time Twister, Bowmasters, anyone. I would like to assemble that combo at some point here. What do we got? Oh. This is a pretty nice little hand here. I just get to go Island, Island, leave up Impulse and Mana Drain and Negate, and then maybe Mana Drain into Tinker. Tinker is probably at its weakest in this matchup because my opponent's A got counterspells, B got Sower of Temptation, and C probably has bounce spells. Also, they don't have very many creatures for Portal, so like overall this is not the best Tinker matchup, whereas like last round was a better Tinker matchup. But I also like my deck in this kind of matchup because Narset and Bowmasters are a lot better, presumably, and Negate is good. Also, I have a little more time, and this deck's pretty powerful when it gets enough time. I hope they don't have a Skyclave Shade. No, that's not true. I kind of hope they do have a Skyclave Shade. I guess you could Entomb for Skyclave Shade? I don't know. Skyclave Shade is not a card I tend to find myself playing too often in Cube. Baleful Strix. That's a card I play quite a bit. I would have definitely taken that card if I saw it. Okay, okay. Let's just pass here. Let's see what we got. Fallen Shinobi would be brutal here. Land, attack, Fallen Shinobi. Can't counter it. It's just awesome. Imperial Seal. Well, I do love seeing Imperial Seal given my hand has 2 counterspells in it. So if they don't do anything, clearly I'm just going to cast Impulse end of turn. I wouldn't hate finding a Mox Diamond here, because then I could go land Mox and have double counter up, which could be important. If this is a cheap spell, I think that I can negate. That's probably where I'll start. We'll see. They might not play anything. And I have the follow-up play of Tinker if I really need to, depending on what goes on. Oh, okay. Play Prismatic Vista and pass the turn. Oh, I just did an Impulse. I was so busy talking about what I was going to do. But you know what? It actually worked out great for me because drawing Time Spiral was good. So I got to save the Impulse. I just needed to know a little bit more about what was happening before I cast Impulse. Yeah, that's it. Grim Monolith, sure. Okay, Thieving Skydiver is looking a little bit more appealing here. Okay, now I will in fact cast Impulse. Blightsteel, High Tide, Narset, Urza. I think I'm going to take High Tide because now I have High Tide Time Spiral. Wow, not impulsing last turn. Really smart play. Land. I'm just going to say go here. They have built up a ton of mana. There's just no reason to tap out of double counter. If they don't do anything, hopefully I just draw a land. All right, they didn't play a land last turn. Let's go Talisman, I guess. I don't really want to discard. Discarding seems like it would be a mistake. So the other thing is, even if I lose a counter war here, I'm not convinced that whatever they force through, like they play a threat, I counter it, they counter back, right? That is definitely something that can happen now that I've tapped down a little. If that does happen, my follow-up play of High Tide Time Spiral is very good, or my follow-up play of Tinker. So either one of those would be, I think, pretty strong. Okay, I'm going to cast a Chalice for 1 here. And then I'm going to pass the turn. Now I have double counter up, so I'm not playing Jace or Brawl. Plus, I can just play Brawl the turn I want to cast all my other stuff. Entomb, sure. Not fighting over that either. Is it going to be the Mirror Breaker? Skyclave Shade to reanimate? That is actually kind of funny in this situation. So they have a Sower to go get. Presumably if they're playing Entomb and Imperial Seal, Grim Monolith, like they have something bigger to get too with Entomb here. There's Iona. Okay. Snapcaster Mage. Okay. What are we snapping? Entomb? So we're down to 2 cards in hand, and Imperial Sealed for some number of these cards. There's the skipper, Skyclave Shade. You need a land to be able to play it. You have 3 cards in hand. You're going to go for the Iona Reanimate? I will say, though, the Iona Reanimate is something I can't come back from. Like, if they reanimate Iona, then my follow-up plays don't work. So that is something that actually does end the game if that happens. Cast a Skyclave Shade? Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. Or are you going to go reanimate Iona? That's what I want to know. Less fine with Iona being reanimated, I'll be honest. Sure. Hit me for 3. Also sure. I'm not cracking fetches because A, I don't mind drawing lands, and B, the cards I put on the bottom aren't cards I really want to draw here. So Shelldock's not bad. Let's go Brawl. Shelldock. Ooh. Oh, Orcish Bowmasters, they're at 24 and I'm at 25. I'm about to be at 24. Draw 23. Let's just put Ugin under here. That's fine. Pass the turn with 2 counters up, and now I can block the Snapcaster, so I'm only taking 4 this turn. And next turn, maybe I do something. Yep, take 4, I'm down to 9. I'm really down to 7 because I'm going to be cracking. I really would like to draw Bowmasters, so I think I am going to crack a fetch this turn. I think I'm still just going to get all islands, even though my only black source is a Pain Land. But with High Tide out, or with High Tide in hand, I kind of want all islands. Oh, are we doing something here? Animate Dead, Iona. All right, let's negate that. Draw with Brawl. I'm going to shuffle in response. All right. Do I discard Island or discard Jace? I think I actually discard Jace here. All right, end of turn. Draw. Crack this. Get another island. Play another island. Shelldock here. Shelldock out Ugin. All right, I think it's time for Brawl to go. I'm just gonna Ugin for 2. That'll exile the board, and then I just pass the turn. Well, no, I don't need to pass the turn. I can now actually just tinker here. Tinker away Everflowing Chalice. Actually, funnily enough, I'm just going to get this, even though I did just Ugin, because this just puts an Iona into play, and then I can Iona blue, and that looks pretty good. All right, we have won the match. Felt kind of in control that whole time. 1 round left. This has been quite the speed run. Alrighty, time for round 3 against Echo Baronin, Andreas, my old vintage Super League nemesis. We've got like Omnath mono greenish ramp deck, which feels like it's got to be pretty good for me, especially since Ely has got the Pest Infestation, which is one of the cards that is quite annoying for this deck. I imagine I go over the top enough, fast enough that I should be in good shape. Okay, well, this is a solid hand here. A Mox Diamond away from greatness. Okay, well, that's an elf to ping, so that's good. Just play a land, pass. I have the Strip Mine, so leading on island isn't particularly unsafe, and if I do draw Mox Diamond turn 2, I'd rather have Island Mox Diamond than Swamp Mox Diamond. Though I guess I could also play Prismatic Vista and not crack it. But also if I draw Swamp, I'd rather just do that. I don't know. Marginal play, whether you play Island or Prismatic Vista first. Honestly, if I didn't have Strip Mine myself, I would probably play Prismatic Vista first. But because I'm the one with the Strip Mine, it's not a big deal. All right. Team is doing okay. Tapped. No. Oh, Raphaelos? Well, okay. We'll take that one out instead. Jeez. Okay. We got elves everywhere. Ugh, what a bad draw. All right, let's get Swamp. Was really hoping to draw Action or Islands, not Blightsteel Colossus, but at least this is good here. Because the problem is next turn, if I don't draw a land, then my hand is real slow. And even with Bowmaster killing Raphaelos, Andreas is now 5 mana if he's got a land, even 4 mana if he doesn't. Though can't cast Omnath, is missing red mana. We've got a close game going with our teammate. Let's just check in real quick. Oh, it was close. It is no longer close because my teammate has the initiative, a Solitude, an Adeline. Okay, well, this is looking good. They're going to be going to game 3 soon enough. Going back to our match. Nothing's happened. Haven't missed anything. Don't you worry. We've got, let's see. Presumably Andreas has a good play to make. But we'll see what they do. Sandy here is losing, unfortunately. Well, we'll see how things go. Andreas must have some good options. Well, the thing is, when your opponent thinks for a long time, and this is an actual useful way to get a read, either they have a lot of good plays or a lot of bad plays. They have a lot of plays of similar power levels. Because if there wasn't clear best play, they would just do it most of the time. Bricking on the Blightsteel and the land drop earlier has made this hand pretty vulnerable. I really would like to just draw a land and I can just play double Talisman this turn. That would be pretty nice. Obviously, Demonic Tutor gives you such a big decision tree. Like, imagine, when you're... normally you have like, all right, I have 3 cards in hand. Which one do I play? Oh, God. I think I impulse for a land. It's pretty weak, but because the problem is if I play a Talisman, at least Shelldock is a good land. If I play a Talisman, then I still need to draw a land next turn. If I play this, I think it's pretty nice. All right, let's put Time Twister under there. I think that's better than putting Narset under. And let's attack. I don't really see a big reason not to attack. Pass the turn. The other thing about keeping Chalice in hand, which is nice. So Collision Relic is bugged. We all know this. And he's just not going to use the mana he gets off Relic. It's fine. The cool thing about not playing... Oh, did they fix the bug? Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, Daybreak Games. The cool thing about not playing Chalice is if next turn I can go... If I draw a land, I can play Urza, play Chalice for 0, and it still taps for mana, which is nice. Nissa is probably what's coming out here. Oh, no. Well, yes, this is Nissa, but it's big Nissa. 3 loyalty, going to make a 4/4. Okay. Ooh. Cast with multi-kicker for 0. And then Tinker. I'm going to get Portal to Phyrexia. And then I'm going to attack Nissa. And Tinker was a great draw. Wow, really smart of me to impulse so I get Tinker as my top card. Is going to get to blow up the portal with Nissa with the -1, but then presumably I get to kill the Nissa after that, and it killed a 4/4 and 2 things using a Chalice which didn't do anything. My play otherwise would have been so much worse. It was just like play a Talisman, play a Chalice or something. Didn't blow up the portal. Does he have a different way to blow up the portal? Because, I mean, I guess this lets you keep Nissa. I guess all I'm getting is like an elf. But getting an elf seems pretty good. Okay. Well, we'll see. Let's put, I think, Noble Hierarch. Actually, the other 2 elves don't tap for mana, which is actually pretty funny. Land would still be pretty good here. Because land would let me play Urza this turn. Also, I'm very close to Time Twistering, which I would certainly like to do. Yeah, if I draw a land, I clearly just play Urza, and I could even play Talisman off of the tapping the portal for mana. All right, I like that. Because next turn, I'm going to get to cast Time Spiral, presumably with Orcish Bowmaster still in play. I mean, we'll see about that, but seems like I have a good shot of that. All right, sack Sakura Tribe Elder. Get a mountain is my guess. Oh, swamp. Okay. And now Nissa probably wants to kill the Portal to Phyrexia here. Otherwise, I get back Sakura Tribe Elder. Oh no, we're still making dudes. All right. I'm at 19 and have some good chumpers. This does put me in danger. It's 5, 6, 7 of Craterhoof. I don't know that he has it specifically, but making creatures every turn kind of makes me think Craterhoof. And 1 mana short. Let's say he played Craterhoof +4/+4. That's 9, 16. Oh, and that can't even attack. But then this gets to untap with a -1/-1, 2 -1/-. So, yeah, wouldn't be enough. Okay. Let's get Sakura Tribe Elder back. And Charging Relic, sure. On my upkeep, sack Sakura Tribe Elder, get another island. Draw. Okay, well, let's just do the thing, right? 3, 4, 5, turnabout. Land, untap. 4, 5, 6, Time Spiral. I'm getting to Time Spiral with the Bowmasters out. All right, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Discounts. I didn't get to resolve the triggers, but that's okay. Here, I got to show my teammates. Ugh. All right, so that was game one. Consecrated Sphinx, Thieving Skydiver. Arc Trail looks amazing. All right, I got to bring in Arc Trail. So I got to bring in Blood Crypt and Mountain, cut Swamp and Island. And this is a red-white talisman. This is red-green. This is red-blue. This is red-black. All right, I guess all my talismans were red somehow, so. If given that I'm bringing in that, do I want to add a Burgee? I can play the horn. Yeah, that seems kind of weak. I also don't like Through the Breach Colossus. I don't find that generally works. Do I want to take out Negate? It's got Nissa, Demonic Tutor. Don't want to take out Blightsteel. Don't really want to take out anything. I could take out a Talisman. That seems dubious. Maybe I do just take out Negate. Yeah. I just don't have room for that many reactive cards, and Arc Trail and Negate are both reactive, so I think that that's going to be better. Maybe I just try to fight the mana dorks more than the big spells. I have Bowmaster and Arc Trail. Those both work pretty nicely. We've got Mox Diamond is like probably the best card to see on the draw, though Bowmasters is also pretty good. Happy with the Bowmaster's pick over the Emrakul. I think that actually did work out pretty well, but it's hard to tell. The main reason that I like it is I think Bowmasters plus Time Twister is pretty comparable to Emrakul Breach in the sense that if you do those things, you're probably going to win. Getting 7 1-damage triggers plus a 7/7 into a mulligan here is... All right, well, I'm not mulliganing this hand. This hand's great. Let's put a Mountain on the bottom. So those combos are comparable, but Time Twister's a lot better of a card than Emrakul or Through the Breach, and Bowmaster's a much better card than either of those. You can just cast Bowmasters and it's great, whereas the other two you don't. So that, plus the fact that I'd be passing the other team of Bowmasters that I couldn't beat, and it's just a good card in general, made me pretty happy doing it the way I did. All right, so if he plays a turn 1 Delric, I go Strip Mine, Mox, discarding Island, Bowmasters, I guess. I don't think I was supposed to keep Mountain over Mox Diamond. Even though on a mulligan, Mox Diamond's a little brutal. Like, I'm at 6 cards and I have to go to effectively 5 to play the Mox Diamond. Getting black mana to play an early Bowmasters seems pretty strong. The one thing about Arc Trail, though, is I could also just go turn 1 Shelldock, turn 2 Strip. So let's see. Maybe I will let the Arbor Elves live for a turn. All right. Yeah, we'll put Blightsteel under the Shelldock. It makes my Tinker a little weaker, but I'm probably going to want to Tinker for Portal against a creature deck most of the time. And it's a lot better to hit when I get to 20 cards than Preordain. So this does risk giving Andreas 3 mana on turn 2. But on the other hand, if he plays another elf this turn, I get to kill it. Is this a Green Suns for... Oh, Finale for an elf. Yeah, we get to Arc Trail both these elves down. You do love it. And Strip Mine. Oh, or I could Brawl. No, let's just Strip Mine. I'm not really in a hurry here. Not like getting out of Brawl does too much for me. All right, you were going to have 5 mana on turn 3. Let's make that 2 mana instead. Let's go full land destruction. I like it. All right, land go. Land, Talisman, Brawl. All right. Well, now if we draw a Time Twister, a Tinker, a Mystical Tutor, all those things are great. Okay, hopefully this is somehow another 1 toughness creature. Or nothing. Let's just wait on the Brainstorm. I don't have a shuffle effect right now. I don't care about missing a land drop. I have enough mana in play, especially with Brawl. that I can just wait a turn or two. Oh, well, now that I drew a shuffle effect, then yes, I will brainstorm. All right, land. Play Pluto Delta. Attack. I don't think I play Portal to Phyrexia here because I want to be able to kill something. I can tinker to kill a creature. Okay. Yeah, this probably works now. I'll take it. And let's just get an island here. Play Bowmasters. Shoot Nissa. Now I get to attack Nissa down to 2. I'll get Portal to Phyrexia. Eat your land. Attack Nissa down to 2. Could have waited one more turn on Portal, but I think getting that out there is good. I don't know. I do get to get a noble or whatever next turn. I could also block with Bowmasters. Oh, no plays. And get Bowmasters back. All right, let's get noble. Any time twisters. Also, any card draw spell gets me closer to shell docking a Blightsteel here, which is pretty nice. Maybe I should have waited one turn on Portal. I definitely could see that being a better play to make. Okay. Presumably he's got no plays to make here because last turn he had access to 10 mana and didn't play anything. 23 cards. I might triple block the forest now because I can also get Orcish Bowmasters back if that's what ends up getting killed. I could have also left Blood Crypt in hand because I have the loot on Brawl, but I don't have very many counters. I have Mana Drain, that's it, because I boarded out the negate. I guess I'm glad I boarded out negate at this point. Oh, hopefully he doesn't have a big play here because he has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana without even playing a land. Yeah, Portal to Phyrexia is pretty cool. I really like this addition to Cube. Alright, didn't tap for mana, attacking with both. Block, block, block. I'll take 3. I don't need to lose my noble here. Okay. Oh, I like this exchange. And hopefully the play here isn't something massive. Doesn't have black mana. Could be playing black mana Winter Orb, sure. I don't really have a problem with that. All right, let's get Orcish Bowmasters back. And now I get to Portal to Phyrexia, ping the forest, because then I can attack Nissa with Brawl. Brawl will be a 2/4 thanks to Noble Hierarch. Forest will have a point of damage on it. So it's like I get 2 points of damage in. I could do that. That's actually probably worse than just trying to make that same triple block as last turn. So I think I'll be doing that instead. All I need to do is draw Time Twister. Preordain. I already drew my Brainstorm. I would even probably take Mystical Tutor. Time Spiral. Any of those things would be excelente. Urza. Yeah, I can name some good cards. That I certainly can. All right, let's just ping the Nissa because I want to make blocks here. All right, action. This one I will leave in hand and pass the turn. I'm at 10. I might chump with the Nissa or the Noble this turn. It's kind of nice having Noble out when there's a Winter Orb out, but I also don't want to take too much damage. All right. Do you attack is kind of the question. I guess you can attack and just not kill the Bowmasters is also another option. Block, block, block. I take 3 down to 7, I guess. Yeah, I killed the Brawl this time. That makes sense. End of turn. Yeah, I'll get Brawl back. All right. Any action? Any action. Narset would also count. I've already used both my fetches, right? Oh no, I haven't used Prismatic Vista. I shuffled that in. Even Prismatic Vista would be okay because that gets my Blightsteel out of turn faster. So, oh, Preordained, there we go. That's probably enough. Oh, 2 more lands. That's a lot of lands. Into another land, okay. I don't really want to play a big Prismatic. Oh, I guess I should have tapped the Mox anyway. I don't really want to play a big Everflowing Chalice because of the Winter Orb. Let's just do that. Pass the turn at 7. Well, getting to put in Surprise Blightsteel is pretty nice. Block, 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 block. Well, hopefully Blightsteel's good enough to win the game. It's even going to get exalted. It's going to be a 12-12. Well, neither of us played lands for a million turns. We finished with a 2-1. Honestly, I'm even a little disappointed to go 2-1 with this deck. I think this deck's pretty good, though I guess these draws maybe didn't show it. Just the potential for such fast combos, and I think a pretty consistent deck overall with the cantrips. Ended up working out pretty well. Let's hope my team wins. We'll check in on them now. Alrighty, good news. My team went 7-5. I went 2-1. Sandy Dog went 2-1. Timmy went 2-1, and Falcon I went 1-2. That's 7 wins out of 12. That's a victory. Yeah, this deck was great. I mean, I would take this in every team draft. Obviously, I like drafting different decks. I wouldn't want to play the same deck over and over. Power level wise, I would expect this deck to go 2-1 or 3-0 a lot of the time. It's just the combination of Mana Drain, Mox, Mystical Tutor for Tinker, Time Twister, Time Spiral, alongside Turnabout and High Tide. It just got the mana generation. It's got Preordained, Brainstorm, Mystical to make it, and Jace to make it more consistent. Impulse as well. And it's got Orcish Bowmasters plus Draw 7s, Tinker into these things, or High Tide into Ugin. It's even got like the Shell Dock. So very good deck. And I was really happy to get to draft like a kind of broken blue deck, which you don't get to draft very often in these. But that's part of the reason the 8-player drafts have a slightly different metagame than the 6-player drafts. Well, as always, thanks for hanging out. We had a really fun draft today. I really enjoyed this deck. And Ely did end up going 3-0 with his Red-Green Beats deck. That deck was sick. So certainly no shame in losing to that. But unfortunately for him, the rest of his team did not deliver. The 3-0 ship is always not where you want to be. Alrighty, that'll do it for today. Tomorrow, another sweet draft on the horizon. Will I be casting Time Spirals or will I be casting, Sylvan Libraries? Only one way to find out. Head on back here. Alrighty, welcome to another Vintage Cube Draft. I'm once again equipped with ponchos, joined by BK, Andrew Beckstrom, one of the co-hosts of the now defunct podcast Constructed Resources. And we've got a Vintage Cube pack here. What do we got? We got Library of Alexandria, good card.
True.
Verdant Catacombs, also good card.
True.
Nothing else even close, I don't think. Unless you really wanted to draft mono red or mono white. Even if you're drafting both those decks, Library is probably better in that deck. I think I'm going to take Library. I don't know. Are you at Library above fetches right now?
Yeah, I think so. I when we did the top 50 thing last season, they were very close to each other. Okay. We're very quiet, hard to hear. Do people agree with that?
This is the same volume we had last time, and it didn't seem like it. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to take Library. Audio's great. Okay. All right, let's just take Library. Oh, it's open. Good news. Good news. It's open.
It is open.
We got Brain Freeze passed here, and it's a really good signal. So we are able to...
a very good signal.
We're able to just hop right in here, and what else would we pick? I guess if you were White Weenie, you'd take it onto Vanguard, take the guards, yeah.
The signal was Brain Freeze was opened by the person to our right, and you and I are not the other... are both here, so it can't have been picked.
Yes. What else do we got here? We've got a Mana Leak.
Yeah.
And a Volcanic Island. And so at one point I would say Volcanic Island be the pick over Mana Leak, but I think with Triomes now, I'm back on Mana Leak at this point. What about you?
I'm down with that. There's also Regrowth and Wishclaw Talisman as cards we might wheel.
Or Zern Orb.
Or Chain to Vapor.
or Zernorb though.
Yeah.
Hey, what up, NH Sig? Welcome back. All right, let's take the Mana Leak. It's a good disruptive element. Ooh, this one's tough. Do you like Thoughtseize or do you like Turnabout?
I like Thoughtseize a lot.
Yeah, Thoughtseize is pretty good. Thoughtseize also lets you play the library game really nicely.
Yep.
Library turn 1, turn 2, land, library, Thoughtseize. Disrupt them while keeping up the card flow. Turnabout probably won't wheel. This pack is really bad.
It's a very.
There's just no playables in this pack, but
it's
that's
got
okay.
a stink well.
That it does. Ooh, I do like Chromox a lot. I also like Deluge. Not the biggest Venser fan in decks like this. It's fine. You'd play it a lot of the time, but
yeah,
it's not critical. Is Miscalc a lot worse than Mana Leak? I'd rather just have Mana Leak, yeah. You just want your counterspell to work more often than you want it to cycle it.
True.
I'm kind of interested in Chromox here, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty nice with library.
Yeah, Chromox. This has so far been pretty good library deck. Oh, it's open. It's open. Lion's Eye Diamond. I mean, the signals are just adding up. We're like a detective. We're piling up the clues. A pair of tireless trackers here.
Can you crack LED with library trigger on the stack? I guess you can.
Yeah, you can. You can only activate this if you have 7 cards. You'd really better hope that one card you're getting is good, though.
Better be.
Whoa, Polluted Delta, 7th pick.
It's pretty light. Thieving Skydiver is also nice. So is Chart Course.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, Polluted Delta.
It's true.
Whoa, brain freeze! Don't get in the sideboard there. Or that's not where you're gonna end up. Don't worry. I mean, we've got a really good start to like a low curve Storm deck. I love when you start with all the cheap cards. And this is true of any draft, actually. Like, you know, whether you're drafting March of the Machine or Cube or whatever. If you start with all cheap cards, you then have the freedom to take a couple expensive ones if you need them. If you start with all expensive cards, then you're in a lot of more trouble.
Wow, this is an interesting pick.
We've got Tinker with 2 cheap artifacts if we get a Bolus of Citadel. We've also got Badlands, which is perfect with Polluted Delta. I think I'm on Badlands here.
Okay, I think I'm on Tinker, but that's legit.
Okay.
It's just, you have Chromox.
All right, you get one veto. You want to use it here?
Yeah.
All right, BK's using his veto. We're gonna.
It's so high upside.
We're gonna take the Tinker. Raugrin Triumph Wield. So did Miscalc though.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking Crucible.
Yeah.
I like the addition of Agent of Treachery. I don't use it that often, but I like it being there.
Yeah.
All right, let's just take Miscalc. We're a really good disruptive Storm deck here. I mean, we've got Thoughtseize, Mana Leak, Miscalc. They all play really nicely at stopping your opponent from doing whatever it is they're trying to get up to.
We got a lot. So cards we're looking for right now that we sometimes wouldn't be is we're very interested in Bolus the Citadel and Sensei's Divining Top. Aether Flex Reservoir would go up a little bit in our pick order. Any artifact, really.
Marshall says Joe Mazzulla uses his challenge in the first quarter.
Oh my gosh. Can I do a little mini NBA rant?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so their competition committee is
this is the 76ers?
No, for the NBA.
Oh.
Is considering a rules proposal that if you
I'm going to take Spire Bluff, I think.
Sure, yeah.
Over Manamorphose.
That if your first challenge is successful in a game, you get a second one, which is awful because challenges in the NBA are really bad. They don't seem to have any ability to process them quickly. So if you ever watch, it's just like, oh, it's really close, I can't tell, and then they spend 2 minutes just stopping the game on them.
Yeah, that sounds like a be pretty annoying. What up, Chris? 66 minutes.
It's kind of like slow play in Magic. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Let me just fix. Yeah, I don't. You can't define it, but you know it when you see it.
So Regrowth didn't come back, but Wishclaw did.
So did Zernorb.
True.
We have Tinker now. Does that change your opinion on Zernorb?
Well, you can tinker away Wishclaw Talisman.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I like Wishclaw here.
Yeah.
Wishclaw's fine. You can go get whatever it is you need. If you win on the same turn as your Wishclaw, it's like a slow, bad Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
Are we Denver fans? I mean, I guess I root for Denver overall, but I'm not like a huge Denver fan.
I'm not.
I'll take Sphinx here. This is a Tinker target. I don't like Tinker for Sphinx very much, but out of the sideboard against Mono Red specifically, which is also one of your worst matchups, I do think...
it's also really good against green.
Yeah, it can be good.
Well, it can.
Just no one plays green, though.
That's true.
I mean, when's the last time you played against like a mono green deck? Like once out of every 3 drafts or something, maybe?
It is a lot less common than it used to be.
Yeah. Do you think Time Vault would be a good or bad cube inclusion? So Ryan Spain, though, who's actually now curating the cube, running the cube, managing it from Daybreak, he had an interesting proposal, and by proposal I mean he can just do it if he wants, but he was talking about it, which is to have packages of cards that rotate in and out of the cube. So stuff like the Power 9 and like cards for White Weenie are just always staying in the cube, but something like Time Vault plus Voltaic Key plus Kiora's Follower, Tezzeret. Maybe this package of 6 cards is in the cube for a season and then not in the next season.
Yeah.
And I think that's not an unreasonable thing to do. I mean, it certainly doesn't sound like it would be bad.
So Time Vault was in the Vintage Cube, I guess Emery maybe, or you have a decent amount of artifacts. You could just take Venser.
Yeah. Emery, I just haven't found Emery to be very good. That's the problem.
No, but you do have a decent start for it.
Yeah.
It was in the cube like 7 years ago. It was pretty boring. The way it would play out is there would be like cards like Ral Zarek and Kiora's Follower in the cube. It's pretty bad. I guess we're either first picking like Collective Brutality or Spellseeker.
Wow. I think I'm going to take Spellseeker.
Sure. And then you would just like, and there were a bunch of ways to tutor for Time Vault, and it was just kind of boring.
Also, it either did nothing or won the game, and either, like, I don't know, there wasn't a lot of play to it,
No.
Wow, these packs are just horrendous. Mana-wise, well, we could take Battle Ball as a Tinker target. I like that one a little bit more than the Sphinx. Coalition Relic supports it, but sacking Tinker to Coalition Relic is not great.
Takes a while.
I think Breach is interesting because there's a lot of different ways to combine with it, and you can play games with Breach that don't just end the game. Of course, Breach Brain Freeze does tend to end the game.
Yeah.
But don't think Breeding Pool is a good pick here. No. There's not that many green cards you ever want, so.
Yeah. We know we're already not getting regrowth.
Right. Fast Bond is like one of the few ones then. Yep. Fast and Flames I think is pretty bad. You could probably take that one out. I don't know. Teferi, Battlesphere, or Coalition Relic seem like the picks here.
What do you think about it? Yeah. What do you think of Animate Dead?
Yeah, you could take Animate Dead, but it doesn't seem that good.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in for Teferi. I really like Teferi. Maybe we'll get
it. It is very nice if you can support it.
Yeah. The mana isn't always there, but there's the Aetherflux Reservoir. There's also an Abrade. I mean, we are still gearing up to be just like a pretty nice controlling deck. Abrade, Thoughtseize, Mana Leak, just kill a bunch of stuff and maybe not even play Brain Freeze. Maybe we're a Tinker deck instead. There's also Walking Ballista. I don't think I want to take Baral here.
No, there's a chance it'll wheel. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of in for just Abrade.
Sure.
Treasure Cruise, I think, is not that good. I haven't been super impressed. Oh, wow. Flooded Strand and Echo of Eons. Echo's really good with Lion's Eye Diamond.
It is very strong.
Flooded Strand would help cast Teferi and presumably black and red cards at some point here.
Yeah.
But is there any chance Echo wheels?
There's a chance. There's no blue cards in the pack.
Yeah, and these packs are a little thin on playables. What do you like here?
I would take Echo.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
We came to game.
We certainly did. Well, we could take Sacred Foundry now.
Yeah.
That'll help us cast our spells. I don't think Teferi 5 is all that impressive.
No, there's also Bob, which is good with Chrome Mox.
Bob is good with Chrome Mox. Less good in a Tinker deck, though.
True.
So, do that. Well, Mystical Tutor can go pick up Echo or Tinker.
Yeah, Spar's Headquarters does a little bit for us,
but not a lot. It turns Delta into a white land.
Yeah.
That's about it. And there's also Brazen Borrower. I do like Brazen Borrower, but could be better still as just Mystical Tutor. Probably just Duress now, right? I mean, there's Everflowing Chalice if we do end up.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't think you can justify it without having a little more action.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just go with Duress. Duress seems good. Oh, another close pick. What do you like here?
It's really tough. Tundra and Baleful Strix. I don't think our mana's gonna get there on Teferi, but
Here, I turned us up a little bit.
I would just take Baleful Strix, I think.
Baleful Strix is very good with this plan.
Yeah.
And then maybe we'll pick up...
You get Hallowed Fountain for free.
Hallowed Fountain, because we're not really too concerned with Golos, and I don't think
No.
Dig Through Time's a big deal.
I agree.
All right, let's do Hallowed Fountain. Hey, we got the Breeding Pool back. Oh, we should just take the Battle Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Battle Ball's good. Oh, also, Baleful Strix is great with Tinker, too, yeah.
Yep.
Treasure Cruise. I still don't really know if Aetherflux Reservoir is doing anything for us.
If you get Citadel, you will want to have it.
It's true.
And you will get Citadel if it's open in pack 3.
There is, yes, Displacer Kit and Teferi is a thing, but it's not actually that good with Chrome. Oh, no, I guess it still works with Chrome Box.
I would take the Res.
Yeah. I don't like the sack lands that much anyway.
Bad.
Oh, hey, what up, Mole?
Memory Jar, Goblin Electromancer, Godless Shrine.
So Godless Shrine would make it so basically we're already actually doing really good on white sources. Let's just take Memory Jar. If we're actually the Tinker deck, like having a draw 7 to Tinker 4 is good. Oh, Teferi's interesting too. Okay.
Old Beep Beep.
Last pick, Metalworker.
Yeah, Baral didn't come back.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's not crazy to think that we might end up metalworking here. We've got 6 artifacts now, and a bunch of them are chunky. 7 artifacts. Yeah. Not counting the metalworker itself. I'm kind of just in for Time Twister now.
Sure.
Maybe Wheel Orzhov Signet. It actually looks like it might end up getting played here. Yeah. So currently we can't fetch the Sacred Foundry. Oh, Mox Ruby? Lotus Petal? There's some good cards. There's also Archon and Gristlebrand, but I think we just take Mox Ruby here. This looks great.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes me a little more inclined to play the red cards. Actually, I don't even have any red cards. I have red card. Oh, another role player pick. We can take a Preordain, which is a totally fine card. Bloodstained Mire is currently red, black, white. It's not blue mana yet. There's also Watery Grave, but that would just be a straight black-blue pick. Also Grim Monolith.
You're going to wheel something out of this pack.
Probably.
I mean,
there's also Time
play
Warp,
almost
Night's Whisper.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd play 8 cards out of this pack.
Right.
We're not cutting black. We have a Baleful Strix. That card's going to be amazing in this deck. Also, Thoughtseize is such a good card.
I think Preordain's
just a great card.
It's really great.
And then maybe we'll wheel one of the mana artifacts or Watery Grave or Night's Whisper. Probably not the Bloodstained.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to go wrong with Preordain. There's a Xander's Lounge.
Yeah.
There's also a Snapcaster. This looks like a solid Snapcaster deck. Thoughtseize, Duress, Preordain, Abrade, Mana Leak.
Yeah. Oh, Snapcaster seems pretty good.
Not really a paradoxical outcome deck.
There's so many good cards like Citadel and Breach that we haven't
seen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're running out of time to see it. We have 4 packs left after this.
There's
the Citadel. All right, well, we got to take that. I do love Force of Will and Trinket Mage, but if we don't take... It's just too risky to not take Citadel here, I think.
Yeah.
And then... So now there's a Tendrils. We already have the Brain Freeze, though Tendrils specifically is quite good with Citadel. Because it just buys you a bunch more life. There's also a Fetch.
Yeah. I think there's Tendrils might come back. I think I would take a Fetch.
And then it's going to be Arid Mesa of the Fetches, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think Tendrils is that likely to come back, but I don't think it's a huge loss if it doesn't. Been impressed with Saheeli. Are you Saheeliing here, or do you just want Mishra's Bauble? Certainly can't
leaning towards Bauble.
Can't really justify any of the other stuff, I don't think.
No. You're already going to have to cut a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
Well, I think that won't be that hard to do. But yeah.
And so we're
we
not
did not
getting
get breach.
We're not breaching. No breach, boys. But we could just take an Expressive Iteration or an Azorius Signet. Signet doesn't actually sound too bad here.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're playing tons of red mana. Right now we have 3 red sources. Yeah, that makes... And we have Preordain.
Yeah, your only red card is a Braid.
Yeah, we might not even play the red. Oh. Just take another Signet here, probably.
Is Third Path Iconoclast kind of gassy with Citadel?
Because it just gives you 10. A 10 ball.
You look like you need more ways to, actually... I guess you could tinker for a fatty,
You also have Brain Freeze.
Well, when that doesn't work.
Oh, if that didn't work. Yeah.
I guess you don't have any cards that pay you off for artifacts. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I don't like Doretti either. Ooh, Rafine's Tower seems like it's a pretty nice pickup.
Yeah, you're just an Esper deck.
Okay. Time Warp is nice too. Time Warp makes the Citadel turn. Oh, we have Aetherflux Reservoir. That's also a way to win.
True.
I think we're fine on winning.
Yeah, I wish we had top.
Yeah, we never saw top, I don't think.
No, we never saw it.
Okay, so we need to cut some cards here. We can probably just cut this Abrade.
Yeah.
Because then we can cut Sacred Foundry. And Arid Mace is just a blue-white duel, but we have a tri-land, 2 tri-lands basically. And 2, yeah, our mana's pretty good. Wishclaw is looking mediocre here. My main concern with Wishclaw is they won't win in the same turn. Could this be an outcome deck? 4 0-drops? Well,
maybe.
It's not a winner orb deck.
I don't think they're going to
so
have enough room, but maybe.
Goblin Welder is so unbelievably bad. I wish it was good. We didn't wheel the Tendrils. I didn't think we were going to, but I didn't think it was a big deal, especially with the Aetherflux. Cabal Ritual is not actually a 0, but I don't think we're going to play it here.
Yeah, you don't have to play Wishclaw.
Good. All right, so cutting these lands, cutting the is Lion's Eye Diamond good? I guess with Echo of Eons it probably is.
Yeah.
We can cut one of the big things. Probably cut the Sphinx.
Oh, interesting.
I think I like Battle Ball more.
I mean, the argument for Sphinx is that if your Bolus is citadeling,
the life gain is better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could also cut Jar. I'm just not a big Jar fan.
Yeah.
And also we could probably cut Metalworker, right?
Yeah.
We're going to end up with 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 9 artifacts, but only like 2 of them or 10 artifacts, but only 2 of them are really good at getting cast. So this would be 15 land plus the 2 Moxes, which I think is fine. And
why is Battle Ball better in this deck than Sphinx?
When you play it and they have a removal spell, it seems like the Battle Ball does more.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, we could try it. I like it. We'll try Sphinx because that way either the Sphinx works and we win, or it would be worse as Sphinx and better as Battlesphere. And then let's just say someone will make hay from that. Yeah, I think when we Citadel, assuming we have enough life to do some things, we can eventually get a Reservoir out or Brain Freeze them or Time Twister and just start like kind of going off. I actually think the Reservoir is really good in this deck.
Yeah, it is.
All right, this looks great. And our mana, I think, is actually going to be really good.
Yeah, you're pretty good. I mean, you have very little of white and black, so
we have 3 tri-lands and then a Mox.
Oh, and then you have 2 Signets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, perfect mana.
You have to play. Well, you don't have to play a Plains. And
no,
you probably shouldn't.
I don't think I should, right? I only have 1 card.
Well, you're going to be hard up for every black source you can get.
Yeah, this leaves me with 10 blue plus Chromox and a Signet, and 7 black plus Signet and Chromox.
Yeah.
That should be fine.
It's fine.
Hey, what up, MK2MO? 1 year. Welcome back. All right. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Okay. This deck's got an actual decent shot of controlling the game with Duress, Thoughtseize, Mana Leak, Miscalc, Snapcaster, Venser, Baleful Strix, Teferi. Like, that's not an embarrassing set of cards to like stop your opponent.
No.
So against Control, I actually think we're really well set up. All these cheap counters and discard. Yep. And against aggro, we're on the Sphinx plan. Yeah. No, that actually sounds pretty good. It's not the best Time Twister Echo deck I've ever seen, but it's not the worst of those either.
No, I mean you have two Mox.
Yeah, I mean LED is nice. Like
LED Echo's great, and even like Mishra's Bauble Time Twister is nice. You kind of off a card.
Land Bauble LED Echo is like kind of a nice little start. It's like an ancestral if you're on the play. Would I consider this a half-baked storm list? No, this is a good storm list.
Yeah, it's good. Also, if we can just generate some mana, and if we play a longer game, you get to like 6 mana, and you play go 2/0s, Brain Freeze, Snapcaster, Brain Freeze. I mean, what you do is you go Snapcaster, Brain Freeze on the stack. That's 3 storm, and then you're almost there if they got 20 cards in their deck.
Yeah, we've got Mystical Tutor to find Tinker, Spellseeker to find Mystical Tutor, bunch of ways to find Brain Freeze. Mystical Tutor is also great with Bolus's Citadel. You can, just put whatever spell on top and cast it with the Citadel right away. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So let's see. I have high hopes for this. All right.
Yeah, you should keep on the play with libraries. Great.
Yeah.
Kind of dampen some of the enthusiasm about Time Twister.
But. Sure, but if this hand gets really good if I draw one of the Moxes. Hey, what up, Salsa Shark? Yeah, the problem, Chris, is that Goblin Welder is really bad.
It's difficult to make everything happen.
You need a 1/1 to survive. You need to have an artifact in play, and you need to have a good artifact in the yard. And it's just that's a lot of moving pieces, and the downside is you have a 1/1 that does nothing, and you probably put cards in your deck that aren't that good.
That too, yeah.
Oh, I love seeing Rafine's Tower. Less a Mox. But against when I'm librarying, seeing Rafine's Tower is kind of the land I want to see. Okay, let's draw. Oh, okay. Interesting. If I draw a Mox, I could potentially go Island Tutor for Tinker, but otherwise, no, I'm just going to play Rafine's Tower, I think.
Yeah.
I don't really see a scenario where I Mystical Tutor for anything here.
Oh, yeah. You might want to just Mystical Tutor for Thoughtseize.
No, just to slow them down.
Yeah, I think. What do you think? No, you're off it.
No.
Oh, well, you could duress them.
Yeah, it seems better just to duress them, honestly. I guess I should play my land first. Yeah, in case they have miscalculation or no days. It honestly doesn't matter that much, but boom boom Kusayan with the 10 months. Welcome back. Mm-hmm. We
probably wanted to play Basic Swamp. If you just run Thoughtseize, you probably would play it.
That's true. I wanted to leave up Tutor, but I guess I could have just done the other way. Yeah, do it the other way.
Oh, does it?
Also, all creatures.
This is quite a hand.
Okay.
Revoker cannot name Library of Alexandria.
No, it cannot. They're really far from doing anything. I guess they could Tide Hollow Skull.
Yeah, I mean they're okay.
Okay, they drew the Sculler or the land for Sculler.
Well, it's good you didn't go down to 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, they're still really far. They have an 8-drop, an 8-drop, and a 6-drop, and 4 lands in hand.
Yeah, I would not cast Eureka right now.
They took the Mystical Tutor, sure, and they're gonna revoke her. What are they gonna revoke her?
The house, baby.
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's up, Rain? Good afternoon. Yep, they revokered the house. This is... I'm just gonna lose it when they draw Tolarian Academy next turn.
Oh wow, that would be impressive.
Well, I can't duress them.
No. We could do some spell seeking.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, this cuts their clock in half.
True.
So, what are we even spell seeking for? We could get a counter spell. They're presumably not casting anything next turn. I don't want a Thoughtseize. I think just getting the Mana Leak will be good. I mean, I don't think getting Preordained makes sense. Also, getting this is great because getting Mana Leak with Snapcaster, they have a 1-turn window to play something. Otherwise, we lock out their.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say getting Mana Leak is gassy out of our deck because we have Bolus's Citadel.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
You should upkeep your library.
Why?
Draw, step, tap your library.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think of that. I think they're probably going to upkeep.
There's a good chance they would see that angle, but...
Yeah. Well, they did draw a good 4-drop the turn before they were never going to get to play another spell. But It's just not that big of a deal. I guess I should just play an untapped land. There's no reason to play a tapped land. Also, I don't
get
even
a
really...
black source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I should play the blue source. So it's harder for them to tap down me off manually.
Yeah, no, that's true. Good point.
Arid Mesa doesn't do anything here. So let's just pass.
Is it dead?
Yeah. We just have these 2 lands to get, which I think is okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't really make me want plains. Okay. Okay. Well,
if they attack with Scholar, I think you should ambush Viper it.
Because if they tap it down, I then get to play Citadel?
Yeah.
No. I can't imagine they're going to be doing too much more attacking with Scullers, given they have an opposition.
They did last turn.
That they did, but they also know my hand from Sculler, or at least they know Citadel and Time Twister, and they know Mana Leak because I tutored for it. Oh.
Okay.
Well, that I'm really happy about. Ambush Viper. Hey, what's up, Druid? Welcome back. Yeah, the first Raincoat stream was a good one. This one's shaping up nicely too. Can I mystical for anything that I want to draw pre-Citadel? Can't really think of much. If I draw Chrome Mox too, that way I'll then be able to mystical for a Time Warp if I want or something. Hey, what's up, Samuel?
That's true.
Yeah, we would be hyped for Burger Night if it was happening. This is where I'd put my Burger Night if I had one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is opening the door for them to resolve a Worm Coil engine if they play a land. I don't know if you realize that.
I did. Remember, your thing's been revoked. Wow, that's a good start.
That is that is a really good start. Okay, so another trick. You got to hold down Control when you play Baleful Strix in case your top card's an instant. It was not. Oh, look at Rebate. Boom. And I have already played a land, so we are unfortunately done here. I'm going to play the Ruby because I think at Storm Count 4 it's worth playing it. I don't know, maybe I play it next turn. It doesn't matter really.
No, it's not going to matter.
And I guess we can attack. Yeah, no.
It's very hard for our deck to get there incrementally because our 2 ways of winning the game are
Brain Freeze and Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Yeah, the only other one is Bolus and Citadel. But
hey, welcome back, Killslaw.
Watch out, next game we won't be able to win because they'll revoke our Aether Flux Reservoir.
That is true. This doesn't care about chip damage too much. When you're putting a 50 ball in the stack,
it's an amount of damage that is more relevant in the commander format.
They are going to get to slam a Worm Coil, and that they did.
Slam. If you want to slam.
Let's see. I'm even going to get to library here if I want to.
Right. I mean, they should really tap your library.
They should really just go to the next game, I think. And they get to see more cards, I suppose.
I'm not going to talk about the commander format. I don't want to get fined.
Just here so I don't get fined. That's a sports reference. Let's get this opposition out of here.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's an annoying card, and I will not acknowledge it. I don't understand it, and I will not acknowledge it, or not respond to it. I have high hopes for this game, I wouldn't imagine, but they're still battling. They're still in it. Oh, yeah.
What's up, Teferi? Teferi's another way to help us get through the top of our deck.
So is it better to Brain Freeze to see their deck? I think I'm just going to do that now. Because I don't think there's a way I can lose this game.
I like it.
And they might not concede to a non-lethal Brain Freeze. Though they probably will. I'm just kind of curious if they have Eldrazi or anything like that.
Yeah, they've got so many other expensive cards. Why not a few more?
Yeah, I mean, I assume they have a Tinker in their deck. It's kind of annoying for Sundering Titan that we have the same Urza Saga, Karn, Metalworker, Soul Ring.
That's a good card.
Toxic Deluge, Everflowing Chalice, Winter Orb. That's an annoying card too. We're very close to just... It does show in the Brain Freeze. That doesn't matter though.
No. Okay.
I don't really want to Echo Avians.
I assume you're just in game actions mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna just kill them with the Citadel, or the Reservoir is gonna get them in a second here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob in their deck is a lot, yes.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, they have a Dark Confidant in there.
I took 10 the other day from Dark Confidant, Greater Gargadon.
Jeez. That was a card. That was a combination people played like actually in Standard.
Nice.
Is it worth siding in a Braid? It's really good against their deck.
Yeah.
Because
It's not that costly for you to have red mana.
Yeah, it's just put in those over Island and
That gets you like
4 red sources, I think.
1, 2, 3,
Because I have Ruby also.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you want to cut though? The deck's kind of perfect. Is it crazy to cut Duress? They have Tinker.
On the draw, what was...
It's not going to get Soul Ring. They have so many creatures in their deck.
You could cut the rest, I guess.
Goblin Welder, the anti-big Tinker Goblin Welder. There's also a Teferi. Sphinx of the Steel Wind does not sound great, but it might be better.
You do want to have at least, if you're going to do that, you should bring in Jar.
Yeah.
You should not have nothing.
Yeah.
Besides Citadel.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe big Teferi if we go to game 3. All right. I mean, need to draw a blue, but this hand's really good if I do.
Yeah, you can Thoughtseize him and then Time Twister.
The classic. Oh, Turtle Metalworker.
Oh my.
Okay, well, this hand's gonna be good.
Oh well,
that's fine. Hey, what up, Ramsal? 55 months. Welcome back. I mean, the turn 1 Metalworker, or sorry, turn 1 Winter Orb is not like the scariest thing in the world.
yeah.
They even cracked the
you
bubble
also
on their
should.
turn.
Yeah, you should not do that.
Okay.
It would be gas, of course, if Portal was the card they drew.
Yeah, that's what I'm really hoping it is. Okay. Mana Leak is pretty good against... Ooh, that's a good one. Mana Leak is pretty good against Mishra's Workshop.
Yeah, should they errata to be like power? Oh fuck! The power just flickered.
Yeah.
Oh, I can go to Twitch chat. Are we still up?
Did we lose connection?
Wait, that's crazy. Are you still here, chat?
No, I don't think so. We can't be.
I think your Wi-Fi's down.
Yeah. All right, I think we're back. We had a little brief interruption. There's actually a storm going on here. No, I don't think so. Should I?
No. Should maybe cycle miscalc though.
I was kind of thinking of doing that.
Yeah, the power just flicked on and off, which set us back a bit because it knocked the Wi-Fi network off for a moment, but we're good now.
Winter Orb is being a little annoying here. It could use a Mox pretty badly. Let's just play that. Winter Orb definitely.
It's not
shuts
worth it
down
to
that.
play Orzhov Signet.
Well, I can still Tinker next turn.
Okay, that's true.
With Winter Orb out, it doesn't really save mana.
No,
to do
you're
that.
right. It doesn't save mana.
Oh, they played a tap land? I like it.
Yeah, I guess if you were to draw like Chromox, it'd be a lot better to have not played Orzhov Signet.
Siggy. Do I play around days here?
Oh. You could. It's not crazy. They have 5 mana going on 6. Karn is... The one thing that's a little annoying is you don't have blue, but I guess Time Warp is like already in your hand anyway. For Mystical.
Yeah.
You could also draw Bolus's Citadel.
That's probably the worst, but
If you do want to prevent that, you can Mystical.
no, I don't think so, because that doesn't play around days.
True.
No punish there.
Wow. Big punish.
Well,
do you have a kill spell?
I have an Abrade. I can Mystical for Abrade.
Yeah.
We're back in the realm of not playing around days, but that's okay.
What should they errata? They could errata Mishra's Workshop to work like Power Stones.
Errata story? I don't understand.
I just brought up right before we went down that Mishra's Workshop, like Power Stones can pay for things like mana leaks.
Oh, I see.
And miscalcs, but Mishra's Workshop can't.
I'm going to kill it now because my life total does matter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mishra's Workshop activating Urza Saga. Is that a flavor fail?
Yeah, I guess it would be. Oh, they're just getting me every turn.
They're going to name Orzhov Signet?
Yeah. Playing around days led us down a disastrous path. It did feel like it was kind of safe because I could mana leak if they played something that turn.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out.
All right, Sponzy. Wasn't it better to kill Winter Orb?
No. I don't think so. I need to draw a land at some point here.
Yeah, you can go to Denver Central Games.
Oh, that's actually a really good land to draw.
Wait.
Oh, I have a mana leak. I gotta play it.
No, we're not playing around. We are playing around days?
I mean, at this point, I'm not going to. I don't think I can afford to when I'm getting attacked for 3 a turn. When I was getting
right. Orzhov Signet is revoked. Excuse me. Sorry.
When I was getting hit for 1 a turn, I was...
It would be very nice if there was like an animation, if they just blue texted Orzhov Signet.
Like can't tap or something.
Abilities can't be activated.
I would like to draw a land here, so I will play a land to play around days. That I will do. If I draw one. Alright, well, whatever. Okay, I didn't have it, I guess. Land. Bubble. Oh, really gonna brazen borrower me?
Ugh.
Okay. That's pretty gross. I guess I don't need to do this now, but I will. Well, I played around 1 card, and then they had like a bunch more cards that all kind of punished me. So that was not...
Yeah. And we had seen their hand too.
Yes, that is the other thing.
What if we were just doing this all in the dark? Would be one thing.
Well, that's the other thing is like them having any one of those cards wouldn't have been so bad, but they had 3 cards in a row to really punish us.
Yeah.
I don't know what I can draw here that would really get me out of it.
Yeah, I wish we untapped a black land.
Let's see. Does Time Twister do anything? It really can't.
Well, it can because it puts Citadel back in your deck for Tinker. Now, obviously, it gasses them up with a ton of mana.
They're drawing a Lodestone Golem next turn? Whatever. I mean, what am I going to do? I don't think that it's really likely that I win here, but now with the Winter Orb, the Winter Orb's actually getting me way too good. No, I'm just done here. Okay.
All
right. Still don't really want Duress. They have so many creatures. Do I want Teferi, Hero of Dominaria?
Yeah, probably.
It's also possible I just don't want Brain Freeze.
Yeah, okay.
Then I can put in Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. Do I want a Plains? No, I probably don't need a Plains. I even have a Sacred Foundry in there. Yes. Okay, that's a good one. Hopefully they don't lead on some crazy Soul Ring opener again.
Welder is really good against Winter Orb. Your thoughts?
It is. The challenge is getting an artifact in their graveyard, which I'm not always going to be able to do. I don't have a lot of removal.
It's true.
Okay, so turn 2 Azorius Signet or leave up Mana Leak, depending on kind of what they do on turn 1, into a Teferi. I guess if I don't draw a land... Ooh, okay.
Their deck is nice.
They have some fast mana. Okay, they didn't have a Soul Ring. And they know that I drew... I think I'm just going to play Azorius Signet.
Yeah.
If you had a land... Oh, they're going to daze me? Sure. If I don't draw lands here, it's going to be pretty annoying.
Yeah.
If I... Yeah, if I draw any land, cast Teferi, which is nice. Okay. I think I still just get Island. Yeah, I have a lot of blue sources here. I'm just going to play Teferi.
Yeah.
They just have all permanents in their deck. There's not much that a Teferi can't bounce. Obviously... Oh, is this the classic? They have Brazen Borrower, and now they're going to have to, like, play it in response. I'm going to bounce it. I'm just plussing this. And then now... There's not that much they can play on their turn that Teferi doesn't just send right back to hand.
It will struggle to send Phyrexian Revoker back, yeah. Happy long weekend, folks. Oh, it is Memorial Day weekend.
That it is. Mana Leak down. They don't have Revoker to go with it, though. Or do they?
I like when you jinx yourself.
Oh, they did have the Brazen Borrower.
That's funny.
Any preordains?
Yeah, I think you gotta hit land drops.
Yeah. Huh. What are your thoughts on Time Twister here?
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't either, actually. I'm gonna play Teferi.
And you're not gonna tick down.
I was just gonna +1 it.
Yeah.
Well, if I +1 and they attack it. No, why don't I take it down? Why don't I, like, what's...
Because next turn, because you take it up to 5, it goes to 3, you bounce something,
And it dies?
and then you get to play Time Twister, and it makes life harder for their Brazen... Well, Brazen Bar, it doesn't really matter. But
Alright, alright, we'll try your play. I guess I know I'm drawing Time Twister off it. I also have, if I want, the option of just not ticking it down next turn.
Yes.
They get a...
Well, what might happen is you might, if you draw a land, you'll go Time Warp.
Well, I know I'm not drawing a land, unless I...
Well, if you
Yeah.
take it down.
Yeah. They didn't play anything? Okay, now I don't...
You could snap Preordain
Yeah,
now.
now I'm just going to do that, I think.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They just time locked themselves. Unless they have Shark Typhoon, which we haven't seen so far.
Yeah. We did see a lot of their deck in game 1.
Yes. Preordain. Do I just keep them both on top?
The 6th land that doesn't cast Citadel doesn't sound great.
Yeah, I guess I'm not bouncing Sculler this turn to keep Mana Leak up, so let's just do this. And just +1. And then they do potentially have a kill Snapcaster attack Teferi line if they have a removal spell. Yeah, they didn't have Shark Typhoon.
Hey, Jorbs.
Hey, what up, Jorbs? You named a soldier after me in XCOM, but it died to a drone? Yeah, that's fair. That's a heroic end, no doubt.
They finally learned their lesson.
Yeah. Okay. One upside to drawing a land is it makes the Time Warp better, but I guess now I can Time Warp. Okay, here's a weird play. +1 to Fairy Land Pass. You like it?
Yeah.
You like it? Okay, I knew you'd like it. It's going to get Teferi hit down to 1, but what we're going to get to do is end of turn Time Warp, and then untap and cast Time Twister with a lot of value on the table.
Yeah, I mean, getting to have all of your mana after your Time Twister is pretty sick.
Yeah, and with a Teferi in play, so you know they're not casting anything after the Time Twister. Oh, they didn't even have anything here? Yeah, this looks pretty good. Oh, and I have a library, too.
You do have a library.
Okay. Ooh, end step Time Twister?
Oh my goodness.
That, I like it.
Really nice if you draw land.
Yeah, that would have been really unlucky, honestly, that I didn't. Should I attack with this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it in your deck.
Yeah. Dude, Teferi does some good stuff. Not often that you see the end step Time Twister.
No.
Oh, there's
Time
another time
warp's back.
stretch. Yes. Now we're cruising. Teferi. Yeah. I have a lot of cards in hand. What do I want to do with this turn? I guess Library of Alexandria. I have 3, 6, 7, 9 mana. I could play Aetherflux and Time Warp this turn.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
We might be taking another Time Warp turn with this Snapcaster soon.
Right. I don't think they're going to block. You might want to make your attack. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter.
I don't really know that attacking does much, but...
Yeah, value.
I'm not going to play the Bauble yet.
Hold on. Do you have your own unstep set?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You didn't.
Just so we're
Just
clear.
things that aren't true.
Just so we're clear, yes. This has been a lot of end-step casting.
I like that you lied in that spot when your mouse is literally broadcasted to lots of people.
Well, see, the thing is... Hey, what up, Royal Al? All right, and now... Oh, I could Venser... I'm 1 mana short even with the big Teferi.
Because that costs, 11 mana?
Yeah. I guess I don't really want to use the time route.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could just, pass or whatever. And just, you can also Spellseeker for another counterspell.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, let's do this. I could look at their top card. I have 7 cards. I guess I could actually look at my top card. Though... Because they will get to attack and kill the Teferi, though.
You have a Braid.
Yeah, that's true. I can braid the Brazen Bar. Braid the Brazen Bar, have up Venser. I guess I'm going to untap 2 lands, so I could also have up a counterspell. Yeah, that's probably...
I'm sure you can find a way to draw multiple cards with Library with Big Teferi.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to. Because if I use a Braid and Venser and Spellseeker, I'm not going to have enough mana to also play a counterspell. There's a mana leak under the Sculler right now. Or 1 short of ulting Teferi, unfortunately.
Well, next turn, if you Time Warp...
We can go straight to it.
Yeah.
In that case, can I play... I guess I can play Spellseeker because I'll use a Braid and have Venser.
Yeah.
So, in that case, I could just Library first.
I guess you could get Thoughtseize. Is Thoughtseize better? You can only get Miscalc.
Oh, if I go Spellseeker, Thoughtseize, land, Venser, a Braid. Yeah, I can do all of that.
Okay.
All right, we're just not librarying then. That's fine. Seek some spells. Thoughtseize. Well, I could Thoughtseize on their draw step.
True.
That's probably better. Well, let's leave.
Well, you could do yourself.
Yeah, because I do.
Wait,
Have
is there? Oh, you have Hallowed
I have
Fountain.
Hallowed Fountain. Yeah, so let's crack this for Hallowed Fountain. Untapped. And then pass the turn. Yeah, I'm not going to attack now, I don't think. Okay. And then pass. If only Hell had found Rotundra, yes. Draw step, thought sees you. How does this deck win? There's so many ways.
What?
Including Aetherflux Reservoir.
You guys were so unreal last night.
It was great. Okay. What is their hand? Daze, Counterspell, Tinker, Teshar, Winter Orb.
Oh, Sundering Titan's in hand. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
What else did we see?
I mean, I could just take the Tinker on the end of turn, Venser the Winter Orb.
Yeah, that sounds good.
There's just no reason to. And then I'm definitely killing the Brazen Borrower because they have Daze and Counterspell.
Yeah. Wormcoil. Not worried about that one.
Wormcoil we're less worried about, yeah. This little Teferi has just really ruled the day here. Yeah, end of turn, and then now...
So they're going to like hardcast Sundering Titan here?
Maybe. They know about miscalculation in my deck, so they might be scared of that. But they also probably think that Venser's not enough to win them the game here, which I don't think... Or, sorry, Winter Orb is not enough to win them the game here. So I don't know. Okay.
Oh, you get to follow up the Teferi Ultimate with Echo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh! How will we win the game?
I think we've got a path to victory here. Yeah, Andre, that last cube video that went
Well,
up
if you
was
tick
really
down Teferi, how are you going to do this? They have Counterspell in their hand.
good. Oh, my Teferi goes away, huh? Dang, I guess we're going to have to find other ways to win.
Well, I guess you start by plussing.
The big Teferi.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I can't draw that right away without using this, and then they'll have Counterspell up. I could also Echo of Eons, and if I hit Time Warp, I'll still get to play it. Because I can Mystical Tutor, but it's not actually doing much. Let's Echo of Eons. How could that go wrong?
Well, why don't you just, like, pass?
Oh.
What happens if you just pass? They play Sundering Titan. It's not that big of a deal.
They kill 1, 2, 3, 4 lands.
You could play Azorius Signet.
But then they attack this Teferi, right? To make it so I can't ult anymore.
I mean, you could Mystical Tutor for Citadel.
Oh, I could end step Wheel if they don't play Winter Orb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Because they can't play Winter Orb and Titan unless they draw Mishra's Workshop.
Echo of Eonsing them. They have a lot of disruption.
Yeah, let's +1. Let's play an Azorius Signet. Oh, I guess I could have tapped Graffine's.
You should probably play an untap land.
I already played a land, I think. Oh no, I didn't. All right. And
The lying.
that wasn't.
No, I know.
Come on. Okay.
Yes, we can go Mystical Tutor in response Echo of Eons.
Yeah. Why not bounce Strictless with Teferi minus?
I mean,
Doesn't seem like a good play.
it seems like we're like letting them make.
Okay.
Why is that a play?
They can put a Brazen Borrower into play by playing a Historic spell.
I suppose.
Okay. Do this. So here comes Winter Orb. Yeah, I guess they're going to do some Teferi attackings here. But now if they don't attack the big Teferi... They didn't attack the Teferi?
Whoa!
Okay. I guess I'm just not going to do anything.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem ideal for them. Yeah, well. Emblem. Oh, we even drew an LED. Oh, dang, that was it. Oh, we never got to see the 7 Teferi triggers going on this deck. All right. Round 2. Ooh. Look at this. What do you think? We could go library Echo Go.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Plus, by doing this, it makes it more likely that they get wheeled into a terrible hand.
Oh yeah. It's happened.
No land, turn 1.
I've had this happen a lot where I would want to imprint Baleful Strix on Chrome Box.
Yeah, I cannot imprint either of those cards, unfortunately. Turn 1 Library Lotus Time Twister is pretty nice. I kind of Gemstone Caverns, except... Well, kind of. I mean, I still just played my land for the turn. But more, I just got a free library. I started with a Leyline of Library and 7 cards in hand.
Yeah.
It's not often you get to activate Library on the play. Grief? Right. What are they going to take here?
It's a good question.
Mana Leak? Maybe? And then they pitched a Baleful Strix. I mean, they're not going to take Citadel and probably not going to take Chrome Mox. Yes, the cost was I do now not have a deck with Echo in it. Yeah, yes, they get to pitch Strix to Grief, but we can't put it on Chrome Mox because it says non-artifact. So, yeah, they took me out. All right. And do they have a Reanimate? That'd be sick if they did.
I think it's a possibility we would time twist them into a nut 7.
Yeah. If they just have like a Duress or a Thoughtseize, that's not a big deal because I still have Library going. Oh!
Oh!
Cabal Therapy! Got him.
Almost takes us off library.
Yeah, but when you almost take someone off Library, it's really not the same as taking someone off Library.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Alright. What do they name? Azorius Signet? Sure. Over Baleful Strix. I guess they don't want to ramp me.
I mean, it's not really ramp when you've already drawn like 4 non-black sources.
True. True enough. Oh, they didn't have the hymn to really put the dagger in. All right. 7. I'm just gonna play Orzhov Signet here.
Yeah, sounds great.
Oh, they're getting punished for not taking the Citadel. I could actually cast it next turn. I drew a black Signet and 2 swamps. I probably won't cast Citadel into open blue mana, but if they tap out, I certainly will. Oh, I guess they can flash Cabal Therapy back on Citadel. Actually, they kind of have to, don't they?
I mean,
any spell would have let me cast it, and they don't even know that I've missed so far.
So if they do that, we just have to like win with Snapcast or Brain Freeze.
I mean, we have Time Twister too.
Oh, we have actual Time Twister. I forgot.
Yeah.
No, the library pendulum has swung back.
Oh yeah. It's on Leyline of Ancestral Recall here. I actually would be losing this game kind of bad. I've just drawn all lands so far. I kind of just want to go land go now.
Just have up Snapcaster Mana
Yeah.
Lake. Yeah, I mean, you're obviously pulling farther ahead. And if they don't do anything, you could just cycle Rafine's Tower.
Probably will. I'm going to counter this. I don't care what it is. Shieldred or something. Mind Twist for 3. Yawgmoth. Alright. Definitely countering that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just going to 2-for-1 them every turn of the game. Mine and theirs. All right. Let's draw some action. That doesn't really count as action too much. Ooh, that does. Kind of wouldn't mind a big Teferi. Well, I don't want that. Wow.
Okay, Big Teferi is not in our deck.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like,
Oh.
like looking at this game, like it would be kind of nice.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sure it's coming in.
Oops.
Oh, okay.
Meant to attack, but you know, these things happen.
They do happen.
They could take me off library with a hymn now, if they have such a thing. Reanimating Grief will not quite do it. They could also Necromancy Yawgmoth. Oh, Graveyard Trespasser. Ooh, Citadel's out of here.
Gone forever from this.
No more Citadels. Oh no, they got their own Grief.
It drains you.
Okay. I have 8 cards. Let's Thought Seize them, I guess. Yeah, our draws have been miserable. We have so many of them. I'm going to take the Chupacabra. I think? Yeah. Because they play a Meat Hook for 2, and that's not a big deal.
They just do it for 1.
Or 1, yeah, sure. But Chupacabra can kill Sphinx if I tinker for it.
Ah. That's a good point.
Kind of not into that.
Sure.
I don't know. I could Time Twister with, 5 mana floating? Is that good?
I mean, probably do it next turn. You can, play
Yeah.
another land. You can cycle Rafine's Tower.
I'm going to cycle Rafine's Tower here.
Sure.
Maybe I'll draw something. Oh, I can just cast that.
Yeah.
No, I just pass because I want to make them use the thing. They have 1 card, why Time Twister? Well, yeah,
That's why we didn't do it.
That's what we're discussing. We ultimately decided not to do it, but it is still certainly worth discussing.
Part of it is that Graveyard Trespasser is gonna eat up. I lost with the Nuts Breach deck this morning, the one I sent you, because of Graveyard Trespasser.
Oh, it ate a Brain Freeze or something?
It made it. It made it very. I had like a DT Breach deck, and it made it hard for me to have enough cards to be able to go like DT Breach, DT Brain Freeze, and play everything.
So if I just cast 3, 6, I guess I just don't library this turn. Yeah.
Well, you can library if you Chrome Mox Teferi.
Yeah, that sounds worse than
I agree.
just casting Sphinx. And I'll still have library up next turn anyway.
True.
The Orzhov Signet doing some work here.
Yes.
All right, they're probably going to kill my thing. Now I'm looking at Time Twister maybe, depending on how it works out. Because Teferi Time Twister is a nice little combo,
Yeah.
as we saw last game. I mean, they won't necessarily be able to kill this, except if they don't have an Animate or an Infernal Grasp, I'd be kind of surprised.
Yes.
But they did Grief their Graveyard Trespasser their Grief right away.
They were excited.
It's just a kind of weird play to make. Yeah, I don't mind that the Citadel has not been exiled yet.
No.
They could also maybe Phantasmal Image the Sphinx, but I wouldn't mind that so much.
Oh yeah, we can do our Teferi Time Twister nonsense maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I was reading chat. Sorry. It is shocking that is what they got.
I mean,
given the whole,
Sphinx of the Steel Wheel.
Yeah.
They pre-grieved, yeah. Later, Andre. Yeah, if they take Time Twister, I am actually out of recursion because my Echo's gone too. But A, I can kill them with Sphinx. B, at some point, a mini Brain Freeze might be good,
Yeah, you do have Vents or Brain Freeze, so you might get to a place where you can do that. They took Time Twister.
Yeah, I mean, they did take me off library. I guess that's a thing you could do.
Well, you can put yourself back on library.
Yeah, with bouncing the Siggy.
Yeah, you can do it.
Probably.
Nice.
Draws me a lot of cards.
Do you want to get Reservoir down?
Oh.
Oh, no, wait. That doesn't work.
Yeah, not if I'm librarying.
That does play, though.
Oh, do I want to just do a Brain Freeze this turn? Let's see.
Do you not have a counterspell you can just go get?
That's probably better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's... You hate to admit it, but...
I don't know why you hate to admit it.
I mean, it's not a really good counterspell. It's a miscalculation.
They don't have that many lands.
Yeah.
They have 4 lands.
Yeah, I guess that is probably good enough. Oh, Watery Grave. If their last card's a 3-mana spell... Is that game? Are they going to Necromancy the Chupacabra? They had an Answer to Sphinx all rolled up. They were clearing the path for it. Oh, Swift End. Okay.
So you have to find Fencer and Brain Freeze?
No, I just need to find Brain Freeze, I think.
24 cards.
Well, I don't necessarily need to... kill them with it. I mean, it depends on how
cycle
fast.
Miscalc?
Yeah, I'm going to. I guess I should just cycle it now. Okay. I think that's...
I think Spellseeker is better.
Yeah.
You can Fencer Spellseeker to find Brain Freeze.
Yeah. Are they going to grind us out? I don't think so, but they are putting up a pretty good fight.
Yeah.
As far as things go. I guess I'm just going to play a land library here first. Aetherflux Reservoir seems expensive enough that I could maybe just cast it.
Yeah, I think so.
Because this also might keep me alive. Also, I don't want that thing to flip, so yeah.
Yeah.
This is crazy that they've managed to get all my win conditions except one into the graveyard.
They have taken a pretty risky route of playing this game. But maybe they had the thing in the Murderous Rider in hand. This isn't the worst.
Yeah, that's fine.
Brain Freeze, is it at the bottom?
No, it's just somewhere in my deck.
Oh, I thought we saw it with Preordain. Am I wrong?
We shuffled with we spell secret for Miscalc.
Getting Custodial Lich is not the worst thing
because they're drawing 2 cards a turn now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I draw Brain Freeze, I'm not going to pass the turn and let it get discarded if they top deck, I don't think. Because with Aetherflux out, if I cast 5 spells into Brain Freeze, that probably runs out the clock on the Custodial Lich. If I had to guess. Alright, let's see, huh? I have a Hallowed Fountain. It's probably worth thinning by 1, right? Yeah, I would say so.
Can Tinker get anything? You can get Mox Ruby.
Let's see. If I draw Time Warp, I get another turn here. Okay, so I can Brain Freeze them for 15 cards down to 7. No, that's still probably not good enough, right?
Yeah. As it stands, 7, 9,
take 10.
11.
This is 4, 6, 10, 10, right? 6, 10, 12.
Oh, you're dead, yeah.
No, I just have to cast something.
You're dead. It's over. Yeah, that's the cheapest one. Yeah, this takes quite a bit of off the clock.
Is it worth going for it here?
Well, you could Tinker for Bauble, which I think you should do because you have Venser in your deck.
Because Venser just does the thing by itself.
Yeah.
And then this also puts me pretty far away from dying.
So you also have Time Warp,
yeah. I could Bauble.
I guess I would Bauble to see, because, like...
Yeah, I mean, if they have a discard spell...
They might have picked one up, but okay.
Swamp, yeah. Alright, as long as the card they drew end of their turn wasn't a discard spell, or a way to deal 5 damage, it should be good.
Yeah.
That should actually also get it done, because now I can No,
Why?
Because I can mystical for Time Warp, and then I know I'm drawing like that.
Oh, then you know you'll hit Venser?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Because you get to draw multiples a turn. Yeah. Funny game.
This is a weird game. I guess one of the things that these Storm decks can do is they don't have like a wealth of win conditions. So I exiled my first Time Twister to Time Twister turn 1.
You do not gain copies. It's just when you cast a spell.
Do I want to upkeep Mystical? Because if I just draw Venser this turn, I could just do it, right?
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
Oh, I could have also just drawn for turn and Mystical.
I thought that's what...
Yeah.
Or I thought you were going to use Library in your upkeep or something. I didn't think you were going to do this as your first action, but whatever.
Yeah. All right. Draw. Okay. So now I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that should be way more than enough. And I have an 8 mana, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you have a lot of mana because you could theoretically crack LED with the Venser trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're storming.
If they have an Eldrazi here,
It would be funny,
it would be funny.
but there's nothing you could do about that.
No.
Not by a long shot. Yeah, theoretically, if you needed the storm, you...
I could have cast one more, yeah.
Yeah. Or could you?
Oh no, I guess I only have 4 mana.
You only have 4 mana, yeah. Same targets.
They can't have one. Oh no, they could have a Shallow Grave Eldrazi deck, technically.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Bloodghast.
Their deck looked a little small for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. Oh, Dothy Voidwalker. Alright, they have some decent stuff going on, I guess.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely want to have our braid.
Yeah.
Jadar.
Wow. That was a surprisingly close game given the circumstances.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, that was the game where we turn 1 echoed Big Teferi.
Oh yeah, Big Teferi. And I think Battle Balls. Well, they have the Meat Hook Massacre for the Battle Ball.
Yeah.
But they also...
But you might want that over Sphinx because Sphinx lines up so poorly against Custodial Lich.
And Chupacabra and Liliana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta do it this way. Plus, maybe they take out the Meat Hook. Who knows?
They probably should.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Make sure you bring in your lance. I'll move Steve's back.
I need to cut one more card. I like all the stuff I've got. Cut Miscalc? No. I need to cut one card. Can I cut a land on the draw? Is that crazy?
You cut out a 14?
Well, really 16 if you count the Moxes. I mean, I don't think I want to cut Aetherflux, do I? Seems like it'd be pretty good. Maybe I cut Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is a good card, though.
You could cut Time Warp.
Yeah. I guess Time Warp is not that good against discard, like when you don't have much else going on.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Love having Battle Ball and Reservoir in my opener, but I'm going to keep it.
Yeah, no, you should keep.
Hey, Adam and Void. I'm glad you liked the video. Yeah, it was a good one. All of our sideboard cards. Yep.
We could play PO in this deck. It wouldn't be the best PO deck, but it would be an okay PO deck, but...
It's pretty bad against discard.
We're not exactly long on or short on playables.
Yeah.
Like, the worst cards in our deck are things like Aetherflux Reservoir, which is kind of important for how some of the deck functions.
Okay, not a worst card to draw here.
Yeah, they did mulligan.
Yeah, which makes me a little less inclined to want it.
Oh, that was close. I was worried that was going to be the Dothy Voidwalker. Well, I guess actually it'd be better for us if it was Dothy Voidwalker.
Yeah, just to braid it.
Yeah.
Echo Viance was a bad draw.
It is the Storm Boys.
Oh, yeah.
A bad Phyrexian Obliterator deck. They wish they had Phyrexian Obliterator in their deck, but it's not in the cube.
Yeah. Nice. We can hit some land drops.
Yeah.
I mean, Aetherflux Reservoir could counter Bloodghast kind of nicely if I'd get to that point.
True.
If they attack with Mutavault, I'm braiding that thing.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, they must have a land-heavy hand.
Can you use Destroy Target Artifact?
Yeah, Ancient Grudge it.
It has all the types!
It's true. They're going to play a Jadar, that they open the... Oh, they got me with the Baleful Strix. I'm playing Reservoir here.
Yeah.
They probably can't get this off the board, and this is going to make it a lot harder for them to kill me.
I don't think we saw anything. They're not the Brazen Borrower.
Also, Mana Leak face up is just not that good, especially against... Oh, they're going to Cabal Therapy my Mana Leak, and then Bloodghast Cabal Therapy my Time Twister. Watch.
I mean, this is one of the better spots I've ever seen for Cabal Therapy.
I mean, they kind of have to do that, right? Like, any spell they get, I could just Mana Leak if they don't cast it this turn.
Right.
So, both games, Cabal Therapy was decent. Like, it was good.
Yeah, I mean, Cabal Therapy's...
Oh, they're not doing that. They're doing something else.
Okay, whatever. Cabal Therapy gets a lot better when you know what your opponent's hand is.
Yeah. I'm just going to Time Twister here.
Yeah.
If I don't draw anything.
I would like to know what you could draw that where you would not cast Time Twister.
Little Teferi or something? Oh, I will play Signet first, though. I know it reduces my mana, but +1 storm count, +1 mana overall. This is where Reservoir actually really shines here. Just gaining me random large amounts of life as we do all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, if you draw like a 0... Wow, you didn't draw a land?
I guess I'm going to play the Mox.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to Mystical, but we'll see.
Maybe that was bad. It gains 3. You're not that far from killing with Snapcaster.
It's true.
So if you drew another 0 next turn, you go 0/0, Snapcaster, Brain Freeze, that's 12, and then the next one is 15. Yeah, that would have been enough. Okay, well, doesn't. Rather moot point with Dothy Voidwalker in the picture.
Yeah, I also didn't really want my Mox to get duressed, but I guess at this point. I could Mystical Tutor for a Braid if I want to get rid of the Voidwalker.
But you could Mystical Tutor for Tinker.
Could also do that.
Which I imagine you're going to do.
With a Bolus of Citadel in play, that sounds like a pretty good plan. Or, sorry, Aetherflux Reservoir.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Very nice.
I'm going to get that Voidwalker out of here. Yeah, Citadel Aetherflux is the combo.
Very nice at Spellseekers in May.
Yeah. I didn't miscalc the Spellseeker. I haven't even played a land yet. Oh yeah, this is gonna be pretty tough for them. Oh, I'm gonna get Preordain, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, and it's a fetch land.
That is nice.
Ooh.
Hello.
Can you venture itself a bunch?
Well, you can only play it if it's on the top of your deck.
Yeah, that's...
If it was a creature with ETB like Time Ebb,
Yeah, then you
that would play. They are dead.
They're like super dead here.
Let's get a reservoir kill for the kids.
Okay.
What? You didn't say no?
Nah, we don't need it.
We don't need it.
It's free real estate.
It's gonna be really awkward if you lose this game.
How would that happen?
They have an Eldrazi in their deck, and you just don't have
enough.
enough.
Reservoir them. I already have enough.
Oh, you already have enough?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was hoping you were one shot. No, I'm just kidding. I will always root for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's go to 3.
All right. Boom. 2-0.
We keep siding in the same cards, but I think the way our deck is built for game 1 makes sense.
Well, we played against two kind of fair decks, like artifact deck and a mono black deck.
Yeah.
Those are two decks where a Braid is good.
And Teferi Hero of Dominaria is good.
Yeah. Against like mono red, I don't even think I'd side in red for a Braid. That I wouldn't be that excited to unless I knew they had Eidolon or something. And I certainly wouldn't be siding into Fairy.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah. I did veto the Tinker.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to you. The Tinker made the deck.
It was a lot
As
better
it
than
turned out.
What was it? It was Badlands.
Yeah. Had we found Breach, that would have been a different story, but we didn't find the Breach, so having a powerful thing to do without Breach is pretty nice.
On the play with 2 zeros.
Oh. Kind of in a little pickle with this Mishra's Bauble, you know what I'm saying?
I would play the Bauble. I would not play the LED.
Well, I'm going to play the Bauble, but the question is, if I crack it, I could find a Mox or a Signet.
I would probably crack it.
Yeah.
You can also find a counter spell.
Yeah, there's too much upside. Chrome Mox, ugh. I don't like seeing that. Can I just draw my Mox?
No.
All right, we're probably going to run the Snapcaster out here.
Ambush Viper.
I mean, we'll see what they do, but we're probably going to want a Time Twister next turn. Oh, never mind. That's
Let's slow the proverbial horses.
yeah. Let's slow things down. Oh, yeah. If they want to counter this, they can counter it. Oh, kind of like the free Time Twister.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to give it another turn. Oh, they have a Chrome Mox in hand, though.
Well, the problem is you can't actually do
yeah.
the echo window.
No, I can't.
Up.
I can't do that.
Okay.
Interesting. I think I'm just going to Snapcaster Preordain next turn. I mean, we'll see if they tap out for something that's all right. Well, I'm gonna Time Twister one way or another, I guess. They probably take the Echo, right?
Yeah, you should definitely take echo in this spot because then you can't discard it.
It'd be such gas if they took the Brain Freeze, so I could just kind of reserve it.
Yes.
Elite Spellbinder. Their island is annoying me. See, their island really made it so I didn't want to just fire things off, but then they played a creature on these 2 turns, so...
Classic blue-white Cheons.
Yeah, it's pretty inconsiderate, honestly.
Though I basically never put Containment Priest in my starting deck.
It's, I think, dead a little too often. They took Lion's Eye Diamond.
Okay. It's a play you are legally allowed to make.
Chrome Mox and Oust. They have 3 cards. What do you... End of turn Snapcaster, untap Time Twister?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean... Ooh.
Or too fancy.
Don't mind that. Also plays around Mana Tithe. Okay, I guess we just pass.
Yeah, you can do some fanciness next turn.
Yeah. Hey, Seth Bling, what's up, man? Been a bit. Hope things are good. We're storming off here.
I don't think we're going to get through 3 drafts.
No.
Wandering Emperor.
Oh, they're playing that game. Okay. I think I'm just going to kick things off with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Guess I play my island first. Not a big reason not to, I don't think.
What's going on in that hand?
Yeah, what do we got? Mystic Confluence, Fencer, Gideon Allen, Zendikar, Soul Herder. And I mean, I assume I take Mystic Confluence.
Yeah, it seems like it.
They're actually kind of clocking me here.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm not going to play the Reservoir this turn because that doesn't really make sense. So what I think I'm going to do is Library, then play Signet.
And play LED.
Yeah, I get to play LED for free too. Seriously insane hand? No, I wouldn't go that far. It's a hand of the blue-white cards we kind of expected to see.
You are... The Soul Herder Venser combo here is not going to be pleasant.
It's not, but I don't know. I could have taken Mystic Venture over Mystic Confluence maybe. They didn't bounce a land?
Yeah, maybe we needed to. This is going to be gross. But Soul Herder Spellbinder is also pretty gross.
Yeah.
The one advantage of Soul Herder Elite Spellbinder is it unlocks the ability for you to play cards with LED.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll see what they do. Hopefully they're a coward and they Spellbinder. Oh, damn. So I can't Mystical for Time Warp now.
Yeah. Yeah, how could we possibly win this game?
I mean, we could draw Time Warp. Oh, Chrome Mox actually lets us do that too. Oh, but I'd have to exile Brain Freeze.
Can you gain enough life? They can hit you for 5.
Like 7, 9, 12. I mean, I can play Reservoir, gain 2, gain 3, gain 4. It requires playing an empty Chrome Mox, but maybe that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to take Venser actually, I think. Well, I don't know.
It would have been bad either way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think taking Venser would have been better.
I guess... No, this deck is great. This is a good deck. It's not like one of the best decks I've ever had, but I would classify this more as a good, like it is both a fun and good deck, but I don't think this is just like a goofy deck. It's a good one. So if I go I guess I have to go Reservoir and I have to leave Mystical up, I think. Yeah. What are we Mysticaling for?
Time Warp?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, they're drawing planes. Oh, I could get Echo of Eons.
Yeah, that probably is better.
I think that's going to be better, actually. And I still don't think I imprint here. No, I don't think I do. I think that the odds that it's going to be a lot easier to string together a Brain Freeze win than a Reservoir win, I think. If they flicker Elite Spellbinder, because this is my hand now, I'm going to have to crack LED, which isn't the end of the world.
I would be surprised if Reservoir doesn't get bounced. We'll see.
Oh, me too. But
yeah.
They know if they know we're time twisting, they might also not attack with Colonnade because they have a 2-turn win.
Yeah.
Oh no, they can. They can leave up a Lion Sash, so I can't do that. But I'll just have to cast Echo with all my mana. Yeah, I'm just kind of screwed everywhere.
It's a tough game.
It's rough out there. They even had the Lion Sash for the last little twist of the knife. Okay, they just ventured. Good. I think that was actually the weaker play. I'm not worried about them just doing. The issue we were talking about was if they flickered Elite Spellbinder, I couldn't discard on their turn. Otherwise, they would Lion Sash me. Okay. Do I play Aetherflux Reservoir first?
If you play Aetherflux Reservoir first and you find Tinker for Citadel,
it's kind of hard to. I'd have to find my Mox Ruby too.
yeah, but I don't know. It might be the only way you can win.
Yeah.
Well, you could maybe find LED if you leave up Library. Because then you could go like Mystical, LED.
Sure. Do I fetch going down to 1?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Oh, they get to Lion Sash.
I mean, yeah, they have to kind of foul it here. You do have a lot of attractive cards to hit, but they do have to foul it.
Yeah, I guess the Lion Sash combined with all the other stuff made it so we just really couldn't win this game. Well, that's not true. We have the Aetherflux in play.
Yeah, no.
There's a ridiculous combination of cards that allows us to Aetherflux them out here.
They kind of have to hit the wrong things, but yeah.
I mean, my 2 win conditions are right on the top there. What if they leave their mana up for counterspells? Did you consider that?
What? What counter? They don't have a counterspell.
No, like after the Echo.
They had LED.
Okay.
Which, very close. I mean, sort of close. You don't really have any plays. Oh yeah, you can do that.
I'm going to draw my card. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we're going to have to side in a Braid and Teferi.
Yep. Sphinx is bad.
Yeah. Is Battle Ball good?
Not really.
I'm just going to try to tinker into
Yeah, I think it's fine. You could just say you're going to tinker for either Citadel or Reservoir every time.
Yeah. And then do I cut... Duress probably is fine, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Mystic Confluence
Definitely,
and stuff.
it's fine. Excuse me.
I'm going to take out Time Warp again, I think.
Sure.
Expensive card against counterspells and Vencers and stuff. In an average Reanimator deck, which is the best target? I think that Archon of Cruelty is the overall best.
So
Atrox is good too.
Yeah. The one thing that's pulled back on Archon is the fact that Glorious is in the cube.
True.
So I think Atraxa might be the best, but it's very close.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that Thoughtseizing Soul Herder would have been the pick. Oh man, did they?
Thoughtseize Soul Herder, then they go Venser and
have Confluence up.
And they have Confluence up. I don't know.
Yeah,
I would like to resolve a spell at some point in the game, you know?
I just realized if we didn't trade for a Containment Priest, our Soul Herder wouldn't do anything. Like, we didn't know any of that at the time, but...
Wait, what?
Containment Priest stops Soul Herder.
Oh, wow. They really should not have Containment Priest in their deck.
I'm going to play the Reservoir first here, I think. Okay. Land would be pretty nice. I would just play Teferi. Yeah. Because I can just Teferi +1 it and play Snapcaster. I guess I don't really need to play LED here. I could play... No, this is fine. I'm just going to wait on the Snapcaster just so they don't know that it can block the Lion Sash.
They don't even know.
Random question. What did I get the mods for dinner last week? Mully got Mexican food. He got quesadilla with spicy sour cream. I don't know what that... I've never seen that before. Some chips and guac. Ark got... What did Ark get? Oh, Ark got Cuban food. And Squirrel got Japanese food. That was what fed the mods. Get over here, Lion
I also,
Sash.
if you haven't been on Luis's Twitter in the last day, he made some really good food last night.
Wasn't bad. All right, what do they got? Chrome Mox into Giver of Runes into Pumps.
Whoa, why?
What?
Are you playing house?
Yeah. I wanted to see what I was going to draw first, and it actually worked out great because now
that
I
was
play
a
a
bad
land.
play.
I'm going to play this in case they have days.
Sure.
It was a really good play, actually.
Yeah, okay. It was a great play.
Just worked out super well, honestly. if we're being honest. Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna play that land. Literal counterspell, huh? The old student of warfare counterspell combination.
yeah, right. That is funny.
Sure. That doesn't really matter. Okay. So now the Teferi goes down, and we get to LED here into Twister. All right. Ended up Twistering as my last card, which is also a way that you can do it. Oh. It's probably worth venturing something, right? What about Ancestral Colonnade? Kind of like that.
Sure.
Because with a Etherflux in play, it feels like I don't need to worry about my life total all that much. Mm-hmm.
How far above the rim are we playing right now?
I would say the rim's in sight, but any Tinker thoughts?
Yeah, I mean you should go get the house.
All right. What am I pitching? Probably Thoughtseize.
I would think. Mystical Tutor's kind of.
Is there a reason not to bounce the Mox? Yeah. So the problem is, if I bounce the Mox and they have Mox in their deck, it's going to be so much better. They just drew a fresh hand of 7. Bouncing the Mox would be really bad.
Yeah.
I guess this is actually my worst thing. Okay, there's the Citadel. Ooh. Bailey Boy. Alright.
It is funny that it's always Baleful Strix. Manly Artwork.
Well, hopefully their way of dealing with Citadel's bouncing it, because I could just recast it. Also, I'm at millions of life.
You should have an upkeep stop set.
Oh, yeah. I alternate between having stop set or not, you know?
I've noticed.
It's just efficient.
That's how I do it too, but then as soon as I get something in play, like a Citadel, I'll just, or have a Mystical Tutor in hand, I'll set it. Instead of hoping I remember on their end step.
I'm not even going to... Wait, I don't even need this. Because if I have a Citadel in play, I'm just going to draw it.
It's true.
And if they kill the Citadel, I'll just set the stop again. I do have auto yields on, but, you know, I have enough time probably.
Woo, does it again.
Well, definitely blocking there.
Put the Giver of Runes.
Sure. I have an Abrade. At the ready. Oh, they're going to make a Citadel? Okay.
That's fun.
I guess we'll see. Oh, no. You're going to bounce my Citadel? Okay, that's... I feel like less effective. Okay.
They're so dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna get brain freeze here. Oh. Polluted Delta? Oh. Look at that, holding control.
Yeah, it was very well, very nice.
Really just good play.
Uh-huh. Should brain freeze them? Or, yeah, I guess the rest first.
I mean, they're super dead here. Yeah, they scooped to that. Okay.
All right, one to go for the trophy.
All right. Can I just get a turn one time twister? Land, Mox, LED, Echo.
Ooh.
Or turn one Tinker?
Yeah, you could turn one Tinker. It would be cool to get a turn one kill.
Yeah, this deck could get a turn one kill. I feel like we deserve it too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Did
point.
you consider that? I don't know if you considered that we possibly deserve it.
Sometimes I don't see all the angles. It's tough because it's good to see all the angles.
There's a lot of angles. We'll see all of
Very cowardly time warp in the sideboard. What? Why is it cowardly to have time warp in the sideboard? Didn't know we were cowards.
To Fairy Hero of Dominaria did some good work that game.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the best if they have like Student of Warfares in their deck.
No. How does a turn one kill work with this deck? You go turn one, Island, Mox, Ruby, Chrome Mox, Tinker into Bolas the Citadel, and then from there you could either get a kill if you can successfully string enough cards to either make Brain Freeze or Aetherflux Reservoir lethal.
I was hoping they wouldn't have a creature. Oh, suspend Cloudskate. Okay.
That'll be...
We'll see how that goes.
Could not get a gosh darn 0.
Yeah. I think I discard. Can I discard Rafine's Tower? Is that bad?
It's weird to discard Rafine's Tower, but I guess. Yeah, sure. I don't care.
Or Island.
Yeah, I think it's Island.
Yeah, just discard Island. Hey, what's up, Dylan?
Just getting rid of extra black sources could matter.
Turn one library is not just GG against an opponent who has like assertive cards in their deck, unfortunately. I will probably miscalc anything they play here.
The slow blade does penetrate the shield. That's a good point.
Gotta hand it to him. Well, Riftwing's a little annoying, but we do have a good answer to their first two other plays. Yeah, it's Dylan. I used Dylan's... oh, no.
Oh, whoa. Look at this Joker.
What is this? Wasteland and don't wasteland the library.
Yeah.
But I used Dylan's decks in the In the cube article I did, because he had a Twitter thread of trophy decks, and that was useful.
Oh, nice.
Well, the problem was when I looked at our history, it was just all Breach, Time Spiral, Helm of Awakening, Dream Halls decks. So Dylan actually drafted some Sane decks. So that was useful.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's see if they go for it. Are they a hero? Are they going to wasteland the Spire Bluff Canal?
That would be a hero play.
Kind of a crazy play.
Oh my goodness. Every turn just not killing library.
And every turn me having a nice counterspell. Yeah, I'm just drawing a card. Ooh, that's not horrible.
Yeah, I was going to say Spellseeker for Mystical Tutor. You should Spellseeker, right?
I'm thinking about what would I get? A Thoughtseize, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Or Preordain.
Oh, Preordain's probably better.
It's pretty good. Yeah, obviously, if you want to win, you should like draft White Plume Adventure and draft White a lot because you might open White Plume Adventure in a subsequent pack.
Okay. Now are they bouncing Spire Bluff Canal?
Yeah, this cube season also forced me against my will to finally learn what the initiative does, and it was strong. It was stronger than I thought it was. Or than I would have guessed. Just based off of hearing people talk about it in Legacy and Pauper and Vintage. If you asked me how good it was, I would have underrated it compared to how good I think it is now. Weather is still not good in Denver. It's storming all the time here.
Yeah, just all storms all the time. Look, they didn't kill a library. They bounced an island and wastelanded the Spire Bluff Canal.
Crazy. I mean, you did go get Preordain, I guess.
Well, I'm also, if they don't play anything, I'm just going to have a Braid. And then, oh my god, if they play Soul Herder here, it's going to be quite annoying.
The Spellbinder is elite, but it is not hurting souls.
Yeah, that's less bad. I mean, it's still good. Their draw was very good.
Yes.
Riftwing into Blade Splicer into Glen into Wasteland Spellbinder. I mean, that's a...
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. If I do well at the regional championship, it qualifies me for the Pro Tour where I can get to play with the ring mechanic.
Lucky.
Yeah, that is some serious
All right.
incentive.
I just need to draw Mox. Any Mox would be amazing. Yeah, they just went for the full-on aggro play. I guess I go Island Library just right now.
Yeah, sure. Bottomless. Don't like having to lose all this life, but what can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, next turn we can get Citadel into play.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we had a land drop. If we could draw zeros, so we could have a land drop. I mean, we've seen there's 22 cards left in our deck. We have 4 zeros to draw into. Okay, well, this is not. I mean, this could be bad, but
it is not leaving up counterspell.
yeah, that is.
Oh.
Well. Oh.
Yeah, they were gonna do that.
Chromox.
Gotta hand it to them. They played to their outs here.
Yeah.
I'm at 13. And they played the Colonnade. Damn, they just had the perfect draw.
Damn.
I think we were a 0 away from winning. Or at least being in a position.
A very good spot, yeah. 7-11 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. We don't even have that many options. Our turn.
Just have to play Signet, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, do we want a library or play Sacred Foundry? I feel like...
Well, the problem with playing Sacred Foundry is...
We kind of need
it's so hard to tinker in this spot. God, it would be kind of gassy if we could tinker for Sphinx.
And just, pray.
I mean, if you went to 2 next turn, Sphinx wouldn't even save you. I don't know how we can get out of this.
No, this is what the blue-white deck's trying to do. They had a picture-perfect rolled-up draw.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think a 0 would have had us in the game, but their draw was good enough that it wouldn't have been like we would win. But the way this kind of thing works is if we had a 0 and able to like abrade that, we would have taken like so much less damage overall. Well, good. They didn't have a land, which means they have some sort of interactive.
I know. All right. I mean, you can still draw 0.
I need to draw a lot of 0s, or I could have drawn that earlier. Okay, so I'd love to see that.
That's got to do it for our outs.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Technically, if they don't have a land, they don't have lethal.
That's some technical stuff. We're not that close to Snapcaster killing with Brain Freeze, but I guess it's more likely we can win if we... You do have outs. If you don't die and you can draw 2 0s, then you can go Brain Freeze, Snapcaster, Brain Freeze. And I think that's enough. But all they have to do is remove Baleful Strix or draw a land. Or, yeah. Oh, we got to see if we're going to get there, though.
Okay, sure. All right, well, sometimes you get whammied, and that was still a pretty sweet draft. We even lost power due to a literal storm in the middle, so
yeah,
there is that.
That stuff happens.
But there you go. Still at 20 trophies. What's the trophy race at? Oh, you're falling behind.
It's not looking good for your boy, but yeah. I think I might need to throw in the towel. I do need to like play Pioneer at some point. So
there we have it. Thanks for hanging out with the Storm Boys here. We did our best, and we almost got there. It was some good matches. That mono black deck really took us to every last card we had. That was pretty sweet too. Alrighty, welcome to a Vintage Cube draft. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm LSV, and we're drafting some Vintage Cube today. The finest format in Magic, in my not so humble opinion. And I have better news. It's open. The deck is open. We have determined that we're getting past a Brain Freeze. Well, by the whims and fate of Magic Online. So I am going to first pick Brain Freeze. I actually think first picking Brain Freeze is not a crazy thing to do. If you get Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach, you just end up with a great deck. And I love that combination. Plus, I love drafting Storm. You could take Fracture Identity. You could take Raphaelos, I guess. But and we're going to wheel that Helm of Awakening, by the way. But honestly, I think Fracture Identity has gotten quite a bit worse. Just all the expensive cards have generally gotten worse. Most cards that cost 4 or 5 mana that were good in Cube, let's say 3 years ago or more, Fracture Identity is definitely one of those. Treachery, Bribery, Consecrated Sphinx, all that sort of thing. Even things like Sneak Attack and Kiki Jiki have gotten worse. Cards like Lelia, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Minsk and Boo, White Plume Adventure for as long as that sticks around. I'm hoping it's not long. All those cards have made the old standbys less good, but Brain Freeze has gotten a lot better thanks to Underworld Breach. And here we've got a Time Twister. Love it. Time Twister is a great card. I'm really high on Time Twister these days. I actually think a lot of the changes that have been made to the cube over the past, this last iteration especially, have really helped Storm. Dream Halls is a huge addition. The Helm of Awakening that I think is going to table, also very good. We got Turnabout back. That was gone for a couple of seasons. So I'm liking Storm right now. Not that I didn't to begin with. Here I'm going to take Ponder. I do like Vampiric Tutor as well. And if I knew a little more about where we were going to be, I might pick Tutor. But staying mono blue is really nice. Ponder's really reliable. It's just always so good. Helps you find things. Plus, if you're really good at pondering, it's like a Vampiric Tutor anyway. And Dak Vaden's a great card as well. Yeah, I'm not too worried about what I'm passing here. All right, same kind of goes for Preordain. Just makes your deck a lot more consistent. Passing up on a Tundra. I do like me a Monastery Mentor. Dismember is a decent one, but Preordain is a nice easy pick there. And the cantrips have gotten progressively worse. Actually, that's not true. This is the worst. Consider is the worst of the three. Preordain, I think, is the best in general, because if you have a shuffle effect on handy, Ponder's better than Preordain. You look at more cards. But Preordain already comes with its own shuffle effect of putting the bad cards on the bottom. So I'm going to take Consider, and we might be looking at a mono blue here. I also like this archetype a lot. You need to get High Tide to go nicely with this Candelabra of Tawnos, another new addition. All right. Yeah, we're taking Candelabra here. I think that one's nice. So your goal with Candelabra really is to just get High Tide. This, in some versions, you can combine it with Tolarian Academy, and that's another way to generate lots of mana off Candelabra. I love this start. This start makes me very excited. We've got a bunch of great cantrips, a draw 7, Brain Freeze, which is a kill condition in mono blue, and not as important as it is in the Breach deck, but of course, if we see an Underworld Breach, we'll be snapping that one off too, won't we? So, pretty exciting start here. I think these decks actually tend to play out really nicely. They're fast. You can play Mana Leak, Remand, Miscalculation. As much as I like Turnabout, I think I'm going to have to take Echo of Eons. Echo of Eons I've been really impressed with. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is possible we could get a last pick Turnabout, though I think Time of Need is slightly more likely. But I've got to take Echo. You can consider it into the graveyard. It's great with Lion's Eye Diamond. It's great with Dream Halls. It's just a very, very strong card. Here, this is the first kind of miss, but I mean, it's pick 8, not a big deal. I'm probably going to take the Skydiver. I don't mind Retrofitter Foundry in some versions, and if you ended up with Tolarian Academy, Candelabra, Urza's Saga, Retrofitter would be pretty good. That is actually a little convincing. On the other hand, taking Skydiver does cut blue more. We haven't really passed any good blue cards, but I don't think Skydiver is a huge signal. Let's just take the Foundry. Maybe we'll end up there. Probably not playing any of these, but I think Demir's Signet is the most likely, more so than Solemn Simulacrum. Helm of Awakening didn't wheel. That is a shame. I'll take Scrubland. There's no real reason to hate draft Athalia. That's not a big concern. Ooh, Sensei's Divining Top. Now I'm actually kind of set up for Tolarian Academy. Monastery Mentor is also kind of nice. I think I like Mentor over Othu Druids here. It's going to be one of these two. And there's a Scrubland. I guess I'm a little more likely to want Mentor. Now I'll just take whatever, not playing any of these cards. Okay, could we get a last pick Turnabout? I don't think it's going to happen, especially if someone else took our Helm. But, we'll see. You never know. I would surprised to get a last pick Botanical Sanctum, but okay. All right, so what are we looking for here? High Tide is a big one. Dream Halls, Underworld Breach, those are all great. Of course, Power would be welcome. If we can spike a Mox or a Black Lotus or Ancestral or Time Walk, certainly would be no complaints. I'm looking at Urza Saga and Tolarian Academy both being really good here. All right, Mox Pearl, that'll do it. It works nicely with Mentor. I guess I'm glad I took that over Counterspell. Dig is another card I've gone up on because of Dream Halls specifically, but we'll take our Mox Pearl here, and we will like it. I'm not unhappy about that. We've actually got a pretty nice artifact set up here, so if we can get a Tolarian Academy 5th pick or something, that's not unreasonable. Most decks at the table aren't close to wanting Tolarian Academy, so the card has dropped a lot. I think in most people's estimations as, it takes a very specific deck to make that card good. What do we got here? There's a Force of Will, a Lotus Petal, Underground Sea, Thassa's Oracle. Don't mind trying to wheel Oracle. It's not a big concern. I think I'm going to take Force of Will. When you're like the mono blue Storm deck, Force of Will is kind of like a Time Walk. Like you get to force their critical thing. It can back up, your Time Twister or Echo or whatever big spell you have. I do like Lotus Petal, and I don't think Lotus Petal is likely to wheel, but ooh, look at that. There's a Time Spiral. Great sign getting past a Time Spiral. Even 3rd pick, Time Spiral is still just amazing. And passing up on a Mox Diamond, which I wouldn't mind, but we're looking good for mono blue Storm here. The biggest thing I'm missing now that I've got Time Spiral is High Tide. I already wanted it because of Candelabra and the fact that it's just good in mono blue, but now that we've got the Time Spiral, High Tide is, I think, our number one pick. Would I take Breach over High Tide in this deck? That's a really good question. I might take High Tide. I have 3 draw 7s already, so I have so many ways to draw cards. So really what you're looking for is mana, and High Tide is your best bet to getting a ton of mana. Well, didn't have the option. Here, not much. I guess I'll take Metamorph, and I probably won't even start it. Sometimes you can also play Eternal Witness, but I don't think... Well, maybe... No, Metamorph Candelabra can be a combo. All right. If I end up in the Tolarian Academy deck, I'll do that. All right. Nice Frantic Search pickup. It's looking like I'm the only one at the table who really wants the High Tide, so as long as it's opened, a pretty good shot at getting it. Passing up on Treachery, but that's because Frantic Search is amazing. Also, a nice little combo with Echo Vions. Here, there's Mana Flare, but that one often wheels, and even if it doesn't, I don't like splashing if I can avoid it. And Baral's quite good. Baral can also really help make things cheaper. And all these blue cards here. So let's just take Baral. And so we get to see 2 new packs here. All right, well, we're going to have all the Brainstorms, all the fetch, the cantrips here. We've got Preordain, Consider, Ponder, and now Brainstorm. That's, I think, better than taking an off-color card. So this is looking like a great start to Mono Blue Storm. I mean, we're almost missing just High Tide at this point. And here I'll take Revoker. Academy would also be a potential way to start generating a lot of mana. Urza would be pretty nice. Saheeli is another one that I've really liked. This is the new addition, but not an old card. 1 and 2 blue-red hybrid mana Saheeli that makes a 1/1 construct whenever you play a non-creature spell. Saheeli can really pop off, and I'm really hoping to do some of that as well. Also, you can copy your Candelabra if you've got like an Academy going. That can be pretty sweet. In terms of win conditions, we already have the Brain Freeze, and Mentor is a fine backup win condition, especially off of Mox Pearl. The only untap effect we're missing is we know we're not getting Turnabout, but we have Frantic Search and Time Spiral and Candelabra, so we have more than enough. I would take High Tide over a Mox, I think, right now. It would be brutal, but yeah, what are you going to do? Counterspell Wield and so did Dig Through Time? Well, I'm going to take Counterspell because that's one of the cards that makes it so you don't lose to a faster deck. You just have up Counterspell and then... Because this deck doesn't win on turn 3, though I did actually win on turn 3 with this deck, against Cedric the other day. I had turn 3 High Tide, Frantic Search, Turnabout, Time Spiral into a bunch of stuff. But generally this deck wins closer to turn 4 or 5. But having one Counterspell is often enough to keep it from being a problem. All right, we'll take the Thassa's Oracle. Won't necessarily start it. If you end up short on cards, it's fine too. I could take Inkwell in case I end up wanting to backdoor a Tinker. Not that tinkering for Inkwell is even that exciting, but this pack was boring before, still is. Oh, Seachrome Coast. I don't know if I'm actually even going to want it. Okay, the Mana Flare did wheel too. Mana Flare is like a really, really bad High Tide, but we'll see where we end up, right? I mean, we don't know. We don't know what we're going to have access to, and if I don't have a way to make my lands generate more than 1 mana, it's going to be hard for this deck to generate the mana needed to win, because that's all it's got is untapping effects. So Mana Flare is a possibility, so I'm glad I picked it up, because that saves us from disaster, even if it's not the optimal card. Like High Tide is the actual optimal card. Not that I turned down a Black Lotus, of course. I don't have any red fixing, but that's okay. Oh, there's a Time Walk. There's also a Mana Crypt, but Time Walk is amazing because it's an extra land drop for your deck that's just trying to get as many lands into play as possible. This speeds up your win very easily, and when you're going Time Walk, Time Twister, Time Spiral, you can end up stacking so many turns. So easy Time Walk, fantastic open. We might wheel City of Traders. That's a card people, I think, underrate a little bit still, and I really like City of Traders. So on our hit list, High Tide number 1, Tolarian Academy maybe number 2. If we get Academy early enough in the pack that we can draft towards it, that'd be nice, because right now we're set up for it, but I'm not going out of my way to take artifacts unless it's kind of free. I'm looking at that Revoker and Metamorph in the sideboard maybe. But if I get an Academy early enough, then that'll be a fine place to go as well. Though, not complaining about opening High Tide, not in the slightest. In terms of mana, if we don't get any fixing, Mana Flare is a little harder to play, but that's okay. All right, so we have Spellseeker, which can get Time Walk and Brain Freeze. That's a fantastic card. Also High Tide once we get there. And there's Cryptic Command. So it's between those two. My guess is we're going to want Spellseeker more. Just Spellseeker, once you have Time Walk, is really good. It's a win condition with Brain Freeze. It's a cantrip, and it's a counterspell. Yeah, it does enough. There's also a small but meaningful chance Cryptic might wheel. If Counterspell wheeled, Cryptic Command actually has a decent chance. It's not a splashable card. No one might be heavy blue enough that they want a triple blue card. It is definitely a possibility. Whoa, a third pick Mox Ruby? Okay. Don't look of Gift Mox in the mouth. Don't mind. Ledger Shredder and Chain of Vapor are also interesting additions here. Plus there's a White Plume in the back. That card's also busted. But all right. I guess I'll take, now we have Pearl, Ruby, Time Walk. This deck has some power, but I would trade a lot for a High Tide right now. We have 5 packs left. But Ruby helps with, oh, there's the High Tide. Never mind. Ruby, we don't need you to help with Mana Flare. We're done with that. High Tide that is. And this deck has started, Demir's Signet's out of here too. This deck has started to get particularly grotesque. All right, so let's take the High Tide. Nothing of note to wheel really, but we basically have a deck right now. I think I'll play Mentor off Seacrum Coast, Plains, and Pearl or something like that. And then just play the rest of my lands as islands. I don't think I want Retrofitter Foundry or Sensei's Dividing Top, though. Those don't actually do much for me. So I guess we need a couple more playables. And we still have four fresh packs to go and a possibility of wheeling some cards, too. So, Narset to go with all our draw 7s. And we have 2 Moxes to maybe turn 2 the Narset. Yeah, all right. We'll keep on keeping on. This is going to be one of the better mono blue decks I've drafted. We opened well and got past well. Not much better you can do. This deck's going to be good enough. I'll probably play the Thassa's Oracle. Because what you can do with Thassa's Oracle, of course, is brain freeze yourself, cast Thassa's Oracle, and win. It's not really necessary because if you have that brain freeze, you can often brain freeze your opponent. But when this deck's good enough, why lose to them having a random Eldrazi in their deck, Oh, the other card I would really like to see is Dream Halls. We have 3 packs left. Undoubtedly, if the card gets opened, it'll get passed to us. I think that's not too controversial. All these cantrips also mean that this deck's going to go pretty fast. All right, so we've got Palinchron for infinite mana with High Tide if you have 6 islands in play. Or just Vendilion Click, and I think I'll just take Vendilion Click. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's going to be 2 cards left after the table takes everything. Palinchron might be one of them. Worldly Tutor might be another. But V-Click, I think, is going to be good enough for this deck. It's another form of disruption. So this leaves us with Counterspell and Vendilion Click as our 2 pieces of disruption. Oh, there's a Breach. Hold on. There's a Breach and a Paradoxical Outcome. Breach is tricky because with High Tide, you want as many islands as possible. I have no blue-red lands. Breach is a really powerful card. On the other hand, there's also Paradoxical Outcome with those 3 artifacts. Plus, maybe I could just put in Sensei's Top instead. I feel like I'm not that... I'm just going to take the Breach. I don't think I'm that likely to play Paradoxical Outcome, and I think Breach could still be quite strong here. That's an interesting pack. All right, so this is our last new pack. So we know we're not getting Dream Halls or Lion's Eye Diamond. Shame, but okay. Treasure Cruise doesn't look very good here, so I think I'd rather take Consecrated Sphinx. The other option is actually to take Balance, because this deck's going to have no creatures, and it's just a 2-mana Wrath. I mean, I've got Brawl and Spellseeker and Thassa's Oracle, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, actually, I think I will take Balance. There's some matchups where Balance could be really good. Trinket Mage getting Candelabra, Pearl, Ruby, that's probably better than City of Traders, especially since I don't think... Weird that Mind Twist is still there, too. I still want as many islands as possible. The Cryptic did wheel. Fantastic. Saheeli wheeled as well. Okay, I think Saheeli's actually going to be really good here. I'll take the Electromancer, though I don't really plan on playing it. These are all nonsense. So I think I actually might not play the white cards because I don't really need a win condition all that much. And, I didn't wheel whatever it is that I was thinking about wheeling there. I don't know about this Underworld Breach. Let's take a look at what this deck would look like without Breach. This is 24. But that's also basically with 18 lands, because 16 islands and two Moxes. If I wanted to play Breach, because I do have Frantic Search as well. Frantic Search Breach digs pretty deep. Brain Freeze myself. Play some Moxes out of the graveyard. Yeah. I could get away with maybe 2 mountains, and then I would play like something like 14 islands. But I'd have to cut a card at that point. On the other hand... I could also probably cut Thassa's Oracle. Because look, if they have an Eldrazi and I'm doing the Brain Freeze for a bunch, play my whole deck thing, I've got Saheeli Time Walk, and that's enough of a win condition. You just make a bunch of tokens and then Time Walk. I think the Breach is worth running. Barely, but I think it's worth running. Oh yeah, Paradoxical Outcome didn't come back. That was one, but that ended up being fine. In Trinket Mage, yeah, I think getting red mana or a Candelabra both seems good enough to me. And I think playing effectively 18 lands is fine. There's no card I really want. I could play Mana Flare as a backup in case I don't draw the High Tide, but I've got so many cantrips and I have Spellseeker, I feel like I don't need to do that. Okay, so let's see. So 14 and 2, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because I'm not going to need Breach till fairly late. I honestly could see 15 and 1, but I think 14 and 2 is probably fine. I mean, it's a cost when you draw a mountain and you wanted an island in play because you have High Tide, but I think this deck is quite good. This has to be among the near the top of the mono blue storm decks I've drafted. Really, the only thing this deck is missing, if it had a Lion's Eye Diamond, this deck would be unbeatable because then I'd have the whole Breach combo in addition to all this. Dream Halls would also be pretty nice, but just wait till we go Saheeli, make a bunch of tokens, copy Candelabra. I mean, that's just gonna be great. Yeah, I'll keep this hand. So in general, with Moxes in your opening hand, I don't play them the turn you're going to use them until you know what your opponent's playing. Because yes, you could have them discard it, but if they Inquisition me, they're not going to take the Mox probably. They're going to take Counterspell most likely. And there's a lot of like Thieving Skydiver, Dak Faden, Reclamation Sage, Loran. There's a lot more reasons to keep Moxes that you don't need in hand as opposed to on the board. But it depends who you're playing against. Ooh, this could be one of our hard matchups. Oh, that was actually a punishment for not playing the Mox, funnily enough. Yeah, I'm going to put this one on top. That's fine. And then we're just going to cast some Moxes here. We're not going to have a counterspell up for turn 2. Maybe they're going to get us with Thalia. But this sets us up really nicely for stuff interesting. I might just give them a card here. Yeah. And then now I play all my Moxes. And now I'm going to go Narset and minus. Pick up a Force of Will. Okay. Well, if I need to force, I need to force. Also got 3 lands off the top. I'm probably just going to hope that I draw 7 next turn. I was hoping to find a draw 7 with the Narset. They are going to get to attack it now. But that's okay. And then hope their play isn't very good. Usher of the Fallen. I think that's okay. Because I'm already conceding that Narset's going down here. So, because I'm just going to use it on my turn. Unless I draw a Time Twister here. That would be nice. All right, let's just do this. Let's pick up the High Tide. Play a land and pass. And then now my game plan is I can take a couple hits here. I'm at 20. This does 3. Not a big deal. I'm going to counterspell and pay the 1 for Esper Sentinel, whatever they play this turn. Assuming they play 1 card per turn. And then next turn, probably Force of Will, pay the 1 for Esper Sentinel. And then by then, I'll have maybe drawn enough cards to have High Tide, Frantic Surge, cast a draw 7, go from there. Okay, yeah, we're counterspelling here. They probably wanted to play that before attacking, but I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because it got countered. Oh, there's a Time Twister. Let's just go now then. I don't really think there's a huge reason to wait. Let's go High Tide. They can draw their card. It doesn't matter. Because now I can Frantic Search and discard the Force of Will. Let's discard Force of Will, Brain Freeze. Untap 3 land. Oh, this is going to be nice. Look at this. We get to go Saheeli. I think I'll leave the Ruby untapped for now. And then play Time Twister with... Get a token. We've got High Tide going. There's Echo of Eons. So I could cast Echo of Eons, but it would tap me out. I don't think I want to do that. Trinket Mage gets Candelabra, which... Let's go... So I can go Trinket Mage, play Candelabra, untap 1 island, make a token into Candelabra. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Let's do this. Candelabra... Here's where having like 1 more mana floating would have been pretty nice, but that's okay. Play this. Untap a land. And then now, so target artifact you control Comes a copy of another target artifacts. Let's make another Candelabra. And then Candelabra for 2. And then now what I could do is I could cast a Narset, or I could just leave up Counterspell. And I feel like leaving up Counterspell seems like it's going to be a lot better. So now we just pass. We didn't win that turn, but look at our board position. They don't have any attacks. We've got a Saheeli and a Candelabra out. We don't have High Tide going anymore, so this isn't like a Mega Mana Engine next turn. But if they only have 1 spell this turn, then we're going to be in great shape. If they have 2 spells, I don't care about that. That's fine. I mean, we could have countered it, but that would first of all draw them a card off Esper Sentinel. Second of all, I don't really care about them having a Selfless Spirit in play. They can attack one of my Planeswalkers for 2. And draw. They're going to upkeep, try to kill Saheeli. Yeah, that I will counterspell. And I think I pay the mana. It's just no reason to let them have an extra card because I'm not doing anything this turn. All right, let's go Brainstorm. Put back these 2. Land. And I don't have a counter spell up right now. I could -2 Saheeli to get a counter up by copying a Mox using Candelabra to untap an island. But I don't think I need to do that. Let's just cast Narset. And then I'm just gonna minus Narset. Oh, 4 lands. Okay. Well, 4 lands that we didn't draw. So now they have a turn to do something here, but what can they do? They can attack one of my Planeswalkers down to 1. They could maybe burn one of my Planeswalkers down. Next turn, I'm going to get to maybe cast Consider, or if they don't actually put something on the board that pressures me through all these tokens, I could just sit back on Cryptic and continue spinning wheels. Like Saheeli actually does a really good job of locking up the ground. Loran, okay, it's going to kill my Candelabra. Not a big deal. I have a lot more where that came from. In that, if I cast a draw 7, I'll have a lot of mana. And they probably had to hit Narset here, since Narset's -2 is way more dangerous at the moment. They have 4 cards in hand. I might just cast Echo while Narset's around, because that way they don't get to draw off Narset, off the Echo of Eons. Let's see what we draw for our turn here. Underworld Breach, interesting. Does that do much for me? I feel like it does not. So the question is now, do I cast Consider before casting Echo of Eons? Well, I have 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. So if I Echo, I'll have 2 left. 3 if you count Saheeli, because I can turn a Servo into a Mox. I think it's probably worth casting Consider. I also get a token out of the deal. Not paying for that. That also actually, it's funny, the Esper Sentinel makes it so they don't draw anything off the draw 7. Time Walk, well, I guess I'm really glad I did that, aren't I? Let's go Time Walk. And now I think what we do is we actually do a mini Breach. This is part of the reason I like Breach in this deck, is I'm going to go Breach, and then cast Time Walk, exiling, let's see, Consider, Counterspell, Brainstorm. And so now I have an extra turn lined up. I don't even need to use it again. Oh, I could even start attacking. I wasn't really thinking about it, but honestly, I think I'm just going to be able to win by attacking. I have an extra turn lined up. I can just tap all their creatures, attack them for 11, and then do it again next turn, because I have an extra turn. Sure, why not? Here I will pay, though. No reason to give them any extra cards. Saheeli, Sublime Artificer, really pulling her weight here. And hitting for 11. Ooh, they're gonna Containment Priest and block one of the tokens or the Trinket Mage. I guess it doesn't matter much either way. Spellseeker for, I guess, High Tide. Not that it matters, because we just attack them now. Because we stacked up extra turns. They block Trinket Mage. They take 10 down to 0. I could even do an additional 1 by making one of my Moxes into a servo, but I don't really need to do that, do I? All right. So playing against Boros aggro is one of the tougher matchups because they have a faster clock generally, and they have cards like Esper Sentinel and Loran and Thalia. Thalia is the only one you really, really care about. But I don't think that makes me... I should probably side in balance. I should probably take out Breach, take out the 2 mountains, because Mentor is also good against them. All right, so we're going to put in Seachrome Coast, put in 2 planes. Here I might actually want to put in 3 planes because it's a lot more important to cast these things when you're on time. So let's put in Mentor and Balance, and then now... we need to cut one now, even though it's all fantastic. I don't really want to cut Baral. Looked like they had a lot of creatures that Baral blocks pretty effectively. I don't think cutting a cantrip sounds great. I could cut a Trinket Mage because I have a lot of 3-drops now. Yeah, that seems fine. The ideal balance play is when you have like Mox, Candelabra, Planeswalker, you just dump all those and then you just cast Balance. Though, funnily enough, Saheeli is not really a combo with Balance since you'll make a token when you cast the Balance, and that's not ideal. So, we'll see what ends up happening here. But they're going to bring in any artifact removal that they haven't already played main deck. If they have something like an Eidolon of the Great Revel, which... they may not have played because it was double red, that kind of stuff. So you do have to watch out for that. We have a Balance to get rid of creature-based hate pieces. Have Cryptic Command, Force of Will, and Counterspell. Like, part of the reason this deck is actually really good, or part of the reason it is so good, because I think obviously very good, is having access to Force of Will and Counterspell and Cryptic means it's even got a decent amount of interaction. It's not just goldfishing here. I wonder if I'm at one too many... still have 12 islands. That's a lot of islands. I don't know that I need to play. I was deciding between basically, do I want the 13th island and just go down to 2 planes? I really just want to draw one of my white sources per game. But with Monastery Mentor, you kind of want to have it in your opening hand. So you can play like a turn 2 or turn 3 Mentor and start making tokens. All right. All right, I guess I'll keep this. It's not a great hand, but I think... this is all right. And I can Force of Will pitching Brain Freeze, by the way. It's not the end of the world. If they play a turn 1 Esper Sentinel, I probably would counter it. Mox Ruby, huh? Okay, that's not a terrible draw. It's better than drawing a random land. Like, it's better than drawing an island. I'm probably going to have to force this. Selfless Spirit. No, I don't have to force that. Selfless Spirit is not a fast enough clock by itself. And I can probably counter the next couple rounds of things. All right. Time Spiral is great because now we have something to build towards. Now we're looking for High Tide. We're looking for maybe another Mox, that sort of thing. I mean, mostly High Tide. Spellseeker would also work. Okay. Take 2. Oh, they have no creature, no land. Okay. Echo Vien's less good of a draw because I'm not that likely to be able to use it here. But I'll take a little more damage off this Selfless Spirit. And because of Saheeli, Mentor, and Time Walk, I don't feel particularly worried about pitching Brain Freeze if it comes down to it. Esper Sentinel, I will counterspell that. Now I'm going to play my Mox this turn. Because I've got a... oh. Now we're actually going to do something. We are going to play the Mox this turn. And Mentor is a great sideboard here. If they have a... they didn't have a burn spell either to kill it. But Mentor is going to outrace them pretty nicely. I'm going to Force of Will whatever their next play is. I might actually Force of Will pitching Echo Vions. Oh, they didn't play anything. I was thinking about even Brain Freezing, but I guess they're doing so badly right now that there's just no real reason to do anything. Let's Just pass. I don't even want to click them because their hand's all spells. Like, I'm not going to take a spell and try to draw them into a land. I'm likely going to play Vendilion Click this turn, but I even kind of want the Selfless Spirit to attack. Let's just click in response here. I'm probably not going to take anything, but I would like to see what they've got. Whew. Their hand is 3-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop, 5-drop. So I'm not going to take anything, and I'm actually going to Force of Will pitching a card to counter the Mox Pearl, which is not I wouldn't say a typical play. I'm going to pitch Echo of Eons because I think I'm just going to Brain Freeze this turn just to get another Monk token. Yeah, Vendilion Click was good there. Their hand's a little chunky, I would say. Oh, getting the beatdowns on. Okay. Yeah, they don't have any burn in hand or anything. Let's just Brain Freeze you. I guess we're Brain Freezing them for like 12 randomly. It doesn't really matter. It's probably going to get Time Spiraled anyway. I don't have Echo in my deck anymore. Otherwise, I might target myself. If we draw a land, I'm just going to cast this Time Spiral. But, I mean, if we draw Time Walk, that'd be pretty nice too. But, or Time Twister. Yeah, that also plays, I think. Because it just pumps the monks, and there's a pretty good chance I'll be able to string together enough spells here. Let me auto-yield to these so it doesn't... all right. Whoop. Pearl. Balance not looking ideal here. I mean, this was actually kind of a bad hand, but I don't think it'll matter because they don't appear to have a removal spell. So I think I'm going to High Tide for literally no effect except pumping my team. But pump my team it does. If they kill the Monastery Mentor, they take 18 still. If they Helix the Vendilion Click, oh, did they F6 and then realize that I gave them a new hand of cards? No, they were still dead. All right, and that's how you do it against what could have been one of the harder matchups. Didn't see their whole deck, but I like how Blue-White Storm does the trick. Alrighty, time for round 2 here, and oh, here we are. All right, well, we've got a turn 1 Saheeli here, because remember the Ruby can help pay for it. Value, and with Force of Will backup. Okay. Just need a Time Twister away from going pretty far. Turn 1 Ponder, sure. So yeah, I'm going to play the turn 1 Saheeli. I'm giving up a token by not having a Mox in hand, but I think that's totally okay. Kind of ridiculous start, actually, if you think about it. Boom, boom, boom. And then now, drawing the Brawl wasn't bad, actually, because I can force pitching Brawl and then leave up Counterspell. Against turn 1 Island Ponder, probably don't have to force on turn 2. Well, don't even have the option, but we'll see. I'm not going to play the Brawl here. Just going to go land go, because now I can cast Counterspell. And if I can end up in a spot where I go hard cast Counterspell, then next turn hard cast Force of Will, also works. And we're lacking a draw 7. This is true. And we drew a Mountain, which really not a huge deal, but could be bad if... oh, no, we're not. We're out. I'm out for that, for them snap pondering here. But if we draw a Cryptic Command, it's going to be kind of annoying that we drew the Mountain here. Well, there's the island. All right. Let's start getting that clock on. Then just pass with hardcast Force up. And now we're like Echo of Eons, Time Twister, Time Spiral, all fantastic draws. Cantrip's really good because they just start generating tokens and we find cards. So all we need to do is draw one of our 15 cards that say draw a card on it. Okay, so they've got something here. So we look like we're playing as some kind of teamer good stuff sort of deal. Eternal Witness. No, I don't really want that either. They keep trying to ponder and I keep stopping them. Okay, let's draw. And here's the draw 7. No, not a draw 7, but I think clicking them is going to be good. I don't care that they see this is my last card. Kind of on the just getting the beats on with our Saheelis and Brawls and clicks here. Okay. They have 5 cards in hand. What do they got? Time Twister and all garbage. And Lion's Eye Diamond. Wow, okay, their deck looks a little different than I thought. Mutavault Swamp? What in the world? I would have to see more of their deck, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's not right to have a Mutavault and a Swamp in whatever this deck is. The Swamp, totally fine. They have Verdant, they have a black card, whatever. Mutavault? That's confusing. I like how I took their Time Twister and then I cast my own. But look, there's a difference between doing it on your turn and doing it on their turn. And now we're going to Time Spiral here. Floating a blue, untap our lands. And now let's start with a Brainstorm, I think. Yeah, because I think I'm going to want to leave up Cryptic ultimately. But if I can Brainstorm into an island, I could play another cantrip. Okay. The mountain's punishing me a bit here, but I think we're still doing completely fine. Let's put Trinket Mage back. I guess I'm not casting Brain Freeze that soon, so let's go Brain Freeze, Trinket Mage, play a land, send, and then just leave up counter spells. I'll put a stop in my upkeep. There's a chance I want to consider a card off the top of my deck, though it's not even that likely. And now I have Cryptic plus Force of Will up, and I just have a 1-turn clock. So Healy just put a huge clock into play. This is 3, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Do I want to counter that? Let's see. No, I don't think I do. Because if they Trinket Mage, I have 3, 6. I just need to cast 2 spells to have lethal. No, just 1 spell, actually. Black Lotus. Oh, look at you. Lion's Eye and Black Lotus. Okay. Narset. Sure. Narset in general is a card I don't like seeing, but I'm not too worried about it right here. Narset into Brick. Into Thassa's Oracle. Counter target spell, bounce Trinket Mage. And now I have lethal because I can turn a Mox into a Servo. Sure, I'll draw. No reason to upkeep. Oh, it can become a creature, but that doesn't actually help too much because, I could turn it into a Baral or a V-Click, but obviously with them being legends, that's not great. All right, playing against the Mirror. I don't think that makes me want Thassa's Oracle all that much, or Retrofitter Foundry. Yeah, I guess I kind of like where I'm at. I already have 3 counterspells in my main deck. Having Force of Will in this matchup is huge because on the if they're doing the sort of thing where like they're Time Twistering, I'm Time Twistering, the fact that I have a free counterspell in my deck is pretty amazing. Ooh, this hand's nice. This hand just on its face is turn 1 land Mox, Time Walk, turn 2 Time Twister. Just let's restart when I have 3 things in play. They mulliganed and hopefully don't have any cheap artifacts. Okay, land. Time Walk. And, I mean, the fact that this deck has a bunch of power certainly does not hurt it. Land. Just Time Twister. I don't really see a reason to wait. And if they Force of Negation it or something, so be it. Okay, so what did we draw into? A pretty solid hand. I mean, the Underworld Breach isn't doing great right now. Oh, Shelldock's nice in this matchup. We both tear through our decks pretty fast. But I get to have Brawl plus Counterspell next turn. And that lets me discard the Echo of Eons. So that's pretty cool. So what I might end up doing, we'll see how things pan out. Spellseeker Time Walk is a nice play to keep on the lookout for. And once again, go to like Time Walk into draw 7 sort of deal. Narset's nice too. Let's ponder. I would like to find an island. I have low hopes here. Okay, I'm not getting greedy. Land. Actually, let's just attack and pass. And then next turn, maybe I might be able to set up a Narset Echo turn if my opponent taps out here. Circle, sure. We're not that close to Shell Dog going off, so this doesn't bother me. Still don't understand the Mutable in my opponent's deck. What's up with that? And I draw Saheeli here. My next card is a Mountain. I could play a Spellseeker. I mean, this actually seems kind of nice. Look, I'm just going to go Spellseeker, get Time Walk, cast Time Walk. I kind of hope they have a counterspell here, because then I could just counter it right there, but they didn't. Draw. There's a Brain Freeze. Don't really need that. Let's get Narset into play. And I don't really... no, let's Narset, because if I find Force of Will off Narset, I'll be pretty happy. Oh, would you look at that? And then obviously not attacking. And now we've kind of got the whole thing all set up. Like, if they don't cast spells, then I'll probably just play a Saheeli next turn. If they do cast a spell, I can counterspell it, discard Echo of Eons to Baral's ability. Metamorph. I don't really even care that much about it, but I think just casting counterspell is really good. Discard Echo of Eons. And now their doom is set. I guess I'd have to pitch Saheeli to Force of Will at this point if I wanted to do that. Oh, they had a Mountain. Okay. Drawing a blue card wouldn't be bad. It rarely is. Oh, there's a Time Spiral. Yeah, I guess I would still rather cast Time Spiral rather than... No. I was supposed to float mana, but I guess that's not the way Magic Online works. It's okay. I think my opponent is going to be demoralized here. I was going to go Time Twister, Time Walk. Like, it was done. We were going to draw a million cards, take 8 million turns. Like, it wasn't going to be close. And all right, a little 2-0-4-0. Let's see if we could fire off one more. Oh, is that a Constructed Resources very own Andy Gray in third? Very nice, very nice. All right, this hand is okay. We have us consider, and if I find a Mox, I'll have a turn 2 Saheeli or Vendilion Click, probably Saheeli. Force of Will, pitching one of these 3 cards. One of the expensive cards, that is. We'll see what we're playing against. I hope I don't have to use Force of Will on turn 1, but you never know. Okay. Black Cleave Cliffs, Mana Crypt? I'm just going to Force of Will the Mana Crypt. I guess I should consider first. No reason not to. Island. Put that in the graveyard. Ugh, that was not a good draw. All right, well, let's pitch Cryptic Command then, I guess. I'm just going to pitch my most expensive card. I feel like putting Island in the bin was okay because I could draw a Mox or something. Oh, wow, I just got ransacked. No real reason to play that. They can now if they have another cheap artifact, they can weld their Mana Crypt back. Brutal. Urza Saga. Okay, their deck looks cool. Boros Signet, sure. Okay. Well, Counterspell's a little late here. I feel like I'm just gonna pass. And I'm not going to click on them on draw step because with Urza Saga in play, it seems pretty likely they're not casting a big spell this turn. They're just going to use Urza Saga, though they can weld in the Mana Crypt if they want more mana. I was actually going to click myself. Lelia. Okay, that one's actually acceptable because I'll just block it with Vendilion Click. And I need to get this candelabra out of my hand. Don't really care what's in their hand at the moment. Okay. Block. And they are going to get to Saga this turn by welding with the ye old Goblin Welder here. Play Baral, leave up Counterspell, but we're on a pretty fast clock. The Goblin Welder getting Mana Crypt back is a pretty good deal. So they're going to have a 2/2. Basically, they're going to have a 4/4 in a second here. What are we looking for? I guess we're looking for a draw 7 here. I mean, casting Time Twister with Baral in play is pretty good. Oh, they didn't make another token. That's kind of scary. Sure, Baral goes down, I guess. I don't think I can afford to fight over Baral here as much as I would like to have Baral in play. Well, them not making a second token is... If this is an artifact, it's going to be really annoying, but it probably is going to be. Oh, Brain Geyser. No, all right. After all said and done, they kind of threw away all their artifacts. Like, this didn't end up that good for them. They didn't make a second Saga token, and they sacked their Lotus Petal before attacking. So if I place a Healy, it gets attacked by the Construct, because I don't want to spew off High Tide to protect it. If I keep Saheeli in hand, I get punished by drawing Time Twister or Time Spiral, but rewarded if I draw like a cantrip mostly. Okay, they're going to get the Signet into play just so they don't take Mana Crypt damage, but it really could be worse. Look, they played Lelia, Lightning Bolt, Urza's Saga, Mana Crypt, Lotus. Like, they played a ton of great cards, and at the end of it, they have a 2/2 and a 1/1 and playing one card in hand. Like, I kind of feel like... I guess I did have Force of Will, Counterspell. I had my own Disruption as well, but Vendilion Click, etc. Now punished. All right, now I guess I'll play Saheeli. 15. No, I'm just going to wait another turn. I think it's okay. I'll wait one more turn, and if I draw a cheap cantrip... Actually, I'm just going to play Saheeli. It's fine. Saheeli doesn't need a lot of loyalty to do some good work. This also makes them tap their Goblin Welder. I just drew Time Walk, so if I don't play Saheeli this turn and end up... Oh my god. Okay, sure. That's tough. They drew an Ancestral Recall. Okay, if they play an artifact here... then I guess Saheeli still doesn't die. This puts Saheeli to 1. Yeah, 1 is worse than 2, but not bad enough that I want to use up my my High Tide, I don't think. They also might not be planning on attacking with Goblin Welder. We'll see what they do. Welding into Lotus Petal. Okay. Wow, they really like sacking their Lotus Petal before attacking. Mind's Desire? Okay. Wild. We hit Candelabra. Trinket Mage. Oh, no. Okay. Well, this actually still doesn't kill Saheeli. Okay. Okay. Oh, they missed on Trinket Mage. They're playing Trinket Mage for Candelabra and Lotus Petal. So, wow, they actually got pretty unlucky there. Oh, no, they got a Lotus Bloom, but that's okay. That doesn't really matter. Okay. I kind of, despite the fact that they did cast 7 spells last turn, I think I'm actually going to win this game. Yeah. In fact, now that I've drawn Time Twister, almost definitely going to win this game. I'm just using up the High Tide so I can have a time walk after the Time Twister. Oh, yeah, it's so over. Let's brainstorm. We're not going to get a High Tide this turn, but let's put these back. And then ponder, shuffle, draw. If I find High Tide again, then it would be spectacular, but even if I don't, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape here. I guess we just have to start with Frantic Search, because otherwise we're just going to be time spiraling. There's not much else we can do here. Okay, I can discard Echo of Eons Island. So we can actually do a different thing now. Land, Narset, Echo of Eons. And they'll have the stuff they have in play plus 1 card in hand. But, oh. I mean, that worked out pretty nicely, I would say. All right, they were just off it. They saw the Echo, they saw the Narset. They didn't want to play anymore. All right. Do I want Metamorph? Because they're putting big artifacts into play. I could put Revoker in. Maybe I just take out the Breach, add 2 islands, and then just put a Revoker in and just be mono blue. I can revoke Goblin Welder. Can't revoke Urza Saga. They're playing some kind of Storm deck. Yeah, all right, I'll try that. I mean, this hand isn't completely terrible. Turn 2, counterspell. Land after that. I could probably do better. Keep this hand and put Brain Freeze on the bottom. Okay, this hand I think has a little bit more juice. See what they're up to here. Turn 1, Sabai Triumph. All right. Play Brawl. Technically, I could Cryptic on turn 2 by floating a blue, Frantic Searching, and untapping my lands. I might need to next turn. Oh, well, I'm not going to be able to. Okay. There goes the Frantic Search. They have 4 cards in hand, but they have access to up to like 5, maybe 6 mana next turn. Oh, okay. There's a Welder. They're down to 2 cards in hand now. All right, they have a 1-turn window to do something, and then Cryptic's up, and Time Spiral's coming shortly thereafter. So let's hope this isn't a big play this turn. Are they going to Weld? No. Trinket Mage, okay. Don't mind that. Are they going to get the Lotus and suspend it? Play for the long game? Be happy with that too. They could also get Candelabra. Oh, they got the Mana Crypt, of course. Oh, and they're playing it. Oh, okay. I don't know why they're playing it. Well, I'm definitely not casting Preordain now that I have Cryptic up. I guess they can weld in. Sure, they can weld in the Lotus Petal. Why not? They have 2 cards in hand? I mean, if they play a big artifact, I can't stop them because of the Welder. Well, I kind of can, actually. I can, since I have exactly Cryptic, I can counter it and bounce the Welder, and that'll at least delay it. I mean, they know I have Cryptic. Mindslaver, yeah, so. Counter spell, return target permanent to owner's hand. Well, hold on. I could do that. And then they replay the Welder and they have it because they can just sack the Petal and play it next turn. I could also counter and bounce the Mesmeric Fiend. Then they could weld in Rakdos Signet and Mesmeric Fiend me again. I don't like that. I think I'm just going to counter and draw. Wait, why am I countering it? Maybe I just don't counter it. They don't have enough. They're completely tapped out. They can make 3 mana with the Welder. All right. I'm giving myself a bit of a challenge here, but I can't stop them from Mindslavering me next turn. Nothing I can do that. I mean, I can counter it and bounce the Welder, and then they sack Petal, replay Welder, and then on the next turn they Mindslaver me. What I can do is end of turn, bounce Mesmeric Fiend, draw a card, and then I know I can Time Spiral on my turn. I mean, I guess what I could have done is I could Time Spiral. I could have countered, bounced the Welder, hoped to draw a land to Time Spiral the Mindslaver away. That is true, but I think this will be good. Because remember, all I have to hit is, I don't even have to hit a land to do this. Now that I have Frantic Search, I do have a guaranteed Time Spiral, and I get a bunch of draws for High Tide here. Also, even just drawing a land here is good, because it means my time spiral is going to generate more mana. Okay, so let's start Frantic Search. Yeah, let's preordain, because if we find High Tide, it's just so much mana. Candelabra and Revoker. No, I'm just going to put these both on the bottom. So if I ponder, I can still cast Time Spiral, so I think it's worth pondering. Any order, shuffle. So, I mean, I wasted 2 mana, but if I found High Tide in that 2 mana, then I would be kind of on easy street, so. Oh, I also have Phyrexian Revoker in my deck. I did see it in the shuffle there. Revoking a Mindslaver is also kind of cool. Ooh, I think we're gonna. I think our gambit worked out. All right, let's untap those 2. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I could go Saheeli Time Walk and just start the next turn. I could also go Time Walk Time Twister. Kind of like. Well, no, I really want to get the Saheeli into play, and I'll have a lot of mana next turn. So let's go Saheeli. Time Walk. Okay. No attacks. Draw. I even found the Revoker if I need it. Okay. Let's start by casting. No, let's start by casting Ponder, because again, if I find High Tide, it's just really, really gross amounts of mana. Narset. Okay, so I could cast Narset Time Twister, and then they would get to. They wouldn't get to Mindslaver me, because I could go Narset Time Twister, but I haven't played a land yet, and I could turn a Servo into a Mox to revoke Mindslaver. Okay, I like that. So let's go land. Narset. Turn this into a Mox Ruby. Revoker. Oh, I guess I need to Frantic Search at some point here too. Kind of. Though I don't. I guess I know my top 2 cards are. So Mindslaver. There's just no reason not to do this. I mean, I could have Narsetted first, I guess. And maybe that would have been better, because if I hit High Tide, I would generate a lot of mana. And then, oh, I hit the Time Walk anyway. This deck is absurd. I told you, having Time Walk is just not even close to being fair. All right, well, if I'm getting a Time Walk, let's go ahead and Narset here. Let's get the Ponder. Now we're deep. Now we're in Ponder's game. But, all right. And I assume I'll be able to Brain Freeze them out, I think, fairly easily this turn. I can Spellseeker for High Tide. I mean, I have a million ways to go about this, don't I? So I have used my Time Spiral. I have Time Twister in the graveyard, but Echo of Eons, that one's still in the deck. Let's start with Spellseeker then, because if we get High Tide, we could basically draw our whole deck here. Land, High Tide. Candelabra. I mean, I have double Candelabra thanks to Saheeli here. Candelabra for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then Saheeli turns Servo into Candelabra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is peak magic. You can't tell me it's not. Trinket Mage doesn't really get anything. Let's start with Ponder. Ponder. Let's shuffle, draw. Frantic Search? Sure. Discard 2 islands. So we're brain freezing them for 18 right now. No, we'll do better than that. Graveyard. Because remember, I've got an Echo of Eons at some point that I can hit here. I guess I'm about to be out of looks at stuff. Oh, never mind. There's the Echo. And let's just cast Echo of Eons. They're gonna stop us from having fun here soon, I'm afraid. But for the time being, we're gonna get to keep going. Preordain. I mean, this is we're now just looking for Time Walk here. Oh, there's a Time Twister. Let's go V-click. Click them just for the additional insult. Put Tinker on the bottom. They don't draw because of Narset. I can brain freeze them for 30. That's not quite lethal. You know what? Just to be safe, let's just cast Time Twister here. All right, let's ponder. Oh, I don't want these. Let's shuffle. Let's preordain. Bottom. And I guess I'm out of nonsense. I could bounce Narset and replay it, but that doesn't really do anything. So let's just go ahead and attack with those. And then just pass with Cryptic up here. And Counterspell. And they have a Mindslaver they can't use thanks to my Phyrexian Revoker. If they kill my Revoker, well, I can counter it. Oh, there's the Time Walk. There's the completely unnecessary Time Walk. All right, let's attack with everything. Ooh, they can block my Revoker, but it wouldn't do anything. Ooh, and that's how you trophy with Mono Blue Storm. We went there from the beginning, and we never looked back. Obviously, it helped opening a bunch of pieces of power. I'm not going to claim it didn't, but I will say we got past that Mox Ruby third pick, and I'm not questioning how that'll happen because I will take it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And of course, if you want to support the channel, you want to support more videos, just, give you a little like or subscribe here and be back. Be posting tons of awesome cube drafts. Alrighty, welcome to another Vintage Cube Draft here on my YouTube channel. There's an Orcish Bowmasters and a Mana Crypt, and I'm just going to take the Mana Crypt. We'll be getting to more team drafts soon enough here, but while the queue is up, it's pretty nice to be able to just jump in. Ooh, second pick. So had I first picked Bowmasters, I would have definitely just taken Shieldred. I still might. I think Mana Crypt and Shieldred is a great start. There's also Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze is very good. I think Brain Freeze is just an excellent card. There's just so many ways to use this card. You might not think so, and I used to think this was more of a Storm card than I do now. Part of it is there's just Unrolled Breach, right? If you just get Brain Freeze Breach, that's like 2 cards. You don't need much else in your deck, and those 2 cards really do a good job. You can also just put it in a action-heavy deck that has draw 7s and a bunch of spells that can cast in the same turn and just randomly Brain Freeze them out. And I think that there's enough of that going on in this cube that it's pretty justifiable to take Brain Freeze. There's also Ragavan. So really, I don't think any of these 3 picks is terrible. I'm going to take Brain Freeze, though. I'm a big Brain Freeze believer. And look, now I have Remand. That's a combo with Brain Freeze. You go spell, Brain Freeze, Remand the Brain Freeze, re-Brain Freeze. Perfect. It's also Verdant, Watery Grave, and Fracture Identity, all of which I think are reasonable selections, but I'm going to take me a Remand and probably followed up with a Daze. I have the start for a pretty good mono blue deck, or not that it's going to end up being mono blue, but taking all blue cards to start with is obviously great. There's also Consider, which I think is pretty reasonable because it also ups the storm count for Brain Freeze. But I think if you're heavy blue, Daze is just an awesome card. All right, so here we've got Steam Vents, Venser, and Pestermite. I think I'm going to take Steam Vents because you really want to be red in conjunction with this, and having just a blue-red duel is a great place to be. Yeah, I like this start. Could have also started Mana Crypt into Shieldred, but I do think this is pretty nice. Now we've got Vendilion Click, Baral, Magma Opus. Kind of curious if Magma Opus is the pick here. It combines well with Mizzix's Mastery and Torrential Gearhulk. Makes a treasure, which can be nice too. I kind of think I just take Opus and try to wheel Baral. I do think Vendilion Click is good, but I've really liked having Magma Opus in the Storm decks. Plus, helps with my 2-drop Tribal. Having Magma Opus, there's a lot of cards that it combines pretty nicely with, and it's a really reasonably flexible card. It's good with Dream Halls as well. Dream Halls is a card I don't mind in these decks. Oh, wow, that's a late counterspell. Yeah, I'll take that. Over to Teferi Time Raveler, City of Traders, and Shark Typhoon, but counterspell here is great. We have all blue cards, and if you can be like a very blue-heavy storm or combo deck that has just counterspell, remand, and daze, you have a pretty good matchup against a lot of things. The one place where this doesn't work out so well is against aggro, because the counters tend not to be that good against aggro, but against control or combo, Storm deck with counterspells is really good. And, oh, this is the perfect deck for Cryptic, yes. And we even have the Steam Vents, so if we do get another color, it's not even going to be that hard to play it. Because now we've got 2 combo cards and then 4 counterspells. This is a pretty sweet start. They don't always go like this. Okay, there's Spell Pierce and Factor Fiction. So I do like Factor Fiction in general, but I just picked up a 4-drop, and Spell Pierce I think is just an incredible card. It just for 1 mana interacts with so many different things. Also, we now have 5 counterspells in pack 1. This is pretty cool. I haven't drafted like this counter heavy version of a Storm deck for a while. Okay, because we have the Brain Freeze, we are excuse me? There's a Ragavan here. What? Okay. Monkey see, monkey do. I'm going to take Ragavan here over Kiki Jiki. I mean, this is looking like a nice Ragavan deck. Ragavan with Daze, Brain Free, or a Spell Pierce, and Remand. This is like, I guess I'll take a duel here that I'm probably not. Well, I don't know. I might use. Who knows? This looks like a blue-red Delver deck, honestly. Actually, I guess now that this is banned, I guess we're more like modern Murktide. We have Steam Vents, Ragavan, Counterspell, Spell Pierce. They would love to play Daze if they could. And Rafine's Tower might make the cut depending on where we end up. But, oh, and Consider came back. Modern Murktide it is. Well, blue seems pretty open, and Ragavan Wield, which I'm not even really sure how to interpret that, because it doesn't really make sense to me. I guess nobody's playing red. I'm not really going to play Goblin Guide, but I'm also not going to play Infernal Grasp, I don't think. So I'd rather take the red card. I don't know. Brawl Wield, all right. It actually looks like a pretty nice Brawl deck, because there is the ability to loot every time you counter a spell with Brawl, which doesn't come up in that many decks, but I now have 5 counter spells in my deck, so well, I just opened a Time Walk and I'm off to the races. Well, we'll take a Mock Stret. Don't complain about that one. And maybe we'll wheel a Braid. Maybe we'll wheel Pluto Delta. Who knows? Honestly, though, we might wheel Subtlety. That would be pretty cool. All right, now there's a Lion's Eye Diamond. Pretty hard to pass up Lion's Eye Diamond when you already have Brain Freeze. And especially when Misty would be good. Incinerate, Fiery Confluence would both be decent, but LED is just too important. There's also a Turnabout here that could potentially wheel. I could get greedy. I could take Misty Rainforest to try to wheel this, but honestly, my mana with 1 Steam Vents and a Magma Opus and Ragavan being the only red cards so far, I feel like my mana is pretty good. Plus, I have 3 0-mana artifacts now. Paradoxical Outcome definitely has gotten interesting. All right, so there's Dak. There's Ponder. I actually think I like Ponder more at this point. Ponder's really strong. And, Dak is good, but cantrips are better. So let's just take Ponder here. Yeah, maybe I'll wheel the deck. Oh, there is a Torrential Gearhulk and an Upheaval, and a Goldspan Dragon, and a Fiery Islet. All right, got some potentials here. This is looking like a pretty good Gearhulk deck. I have some good artifact mana. I obviously have the Magma Opus combo, and I have Cryptic Command and Counterspell to flashback with Gearhulk, plus like Remand sometimes, Consider. I don't know, these are all decent targets. Upheaval doesn't look great here. I could take Goldspan, but I don't really want to take a double red card. I think there's a chance Gearhulk wheels, so I could have been greedier, but I'm happy to just take it. Oh, and a Volcanic. All right, who needs fetches? You just take a Volcanic over Animate Dead, Oliphant, and a Wishclaw Talisman. All right, I'm going to take this Rafine's Tower out of here for now. I feel like trying to wheel the Gearhulk just wasn't necessary. All right, so this pack has Ledger Shredder, so we get our modern Murktide set right there. There's Treasure Cruise, and this deck will fill the graveyard fairly quickly, I would say. But Cruise basically always wheels, and yeah, I don't care about Zern or Solemn. I'll take Ledger Shredder. This looks like a pretty good Ledger Shredder deck. It's got a lot of zeros, and it's just a cheap threat. Like, I don't have to win this. This deck definitely doesn't have to win with combo. This is actually kind of what I was talking about, where it's going to have potentially a very lean combo kind of setup where I'm going to play Brain Freeze in this deck. I might not play Lion's Eye. It'll kind of depend on whether I get Underworld Breach or not. Of course, if I get Breach, I'm going to play it. If I get no draw sevens or no combos with it, Lion's Eye can maybe not make the cut. Oh, there's a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, it's a great Dragon's Rage Channeler deck too. But even if I just play Brain Freeze, this deck can sometimes win off just going spell, Brain Freeze, or spell, Brain Freeze, Remand, Brain Freeze. But it can also just be like a Ragavan, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ledger Shredder, Torrential Gearhulk deck that just casts a bunch of counterspells. So, like, right now the only Storm cards I would even say are like Baral and Lion's Eye Diamond. And of course Brain Freeze, but that makes sense as a kill condition. So I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. I guess I'll take the Mana Flare here because I don't really care about... I'm not going to play Leovold. You don't have to hate draft in one of these leagues. And there's a chance if pack 3 I get, like, if I wheel the Turnabout in this pack and then I get a Frantic Search, that Mana Flare could be interesting. But I like the fact that this is looking like a pretty good blue-red deck. It would be nice to wheel either a Braid or Incinerate or some other kind of interaction. Didn't really wheel much. Don't think I'm going to play Mystic Forge. I'm going to take Woodfall Primus in case I pick up Flash. That Necromancy wheeled too. That's wild. How does Ragavan wheel and Abrade not wheel? That's kind of weird. Because I think that was the Abrade pack. But I would like to pick up a red spell or two to interact, because this deck is looking enough like a blue-red kind of aggro control deck, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, like a blue-red tempo deck, that I would like some ways to interact with my opponent's permanents besides just Cryptic Command and I guess Magma Opus. But in terms of being like a versatile, sometimes I combo, sometimes I play control deck, this deck looks pretty good for that. Underworld Breach would be the card I want the most. Okay, Turnabout Wheel, but so did Fiery Confluence. I'm just going to take that. That's perfect for this sort of deck. Late Recurring Nightmare too. Someone took Incinerate over Fiery Confluence. Well, they might not be playing that much red. Well, Fiery Confluence is awesome. Unfortunately, I can't Gear Hulk it back, but it still just goes like 6 to the face, or kills 2 of your artifacts, or sweeps a bunch of creatures. It's got enough good use cases that I'm really happy with it here. And here, I think I'm going to take Through the Breach. I have Woodfall Primus already, and it's possible I could pick something else up. I have the Brain Freeze, so the Tendrils is less good, and I don't really want to play black, so I think taking Duress wouldn't really make sense. I'm pretty committed with my triple blue, double red, plus red 1-drops deck to want to just be straight up 2 colors. I'll just take Guys Create a general principle, though I don't think I'm going to play any of those cards. I guess I have a Mox Jet, which kind of pushes me towards wanting to play black. I mean, also, we have a whole nother pack here. I'll take the Raptor. I don't think I'm going to play Wish Claw, especially on the splash. I don't think I'm that likely to start the Rampaging Raptor either, but I think the Woodfall Primus Through the Breach thing is kind of real. Starting with Woodfall Primus Breach, if we see Flash, if we see Archon of Cruelty, Gristlebrand, that sort of thing, we have this. Yeah, I'll even actually, I think this is real enough that I'm actually going to take these out as a potential option, and I guess I'll let Corpse Dance is kind of the same. I don't know. All right, well, opened pretty nicely so far. Let's see if we can continue to do so. A little Time Walk to seal the deal. I don't think I would play Breach with just Primus, and I guess Gearhulk. Oh, wow, you can go Breach, Gearhulk, Flashback Breach. Get an extra 5. And there's the Time Walk. Oh, and Underworld Breach. There's also a Spellseeker and a Mystic Confluence. I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna take the Time Walk, because I just can't pass the Time Walk, and I'm gonna wheel the Underworld Breach. Let's see, 1. Someone's playing Twin. That's 2. Someone's playing Wayne. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it might not wheel, but you know what? I still think Time Walk is the card I want to take. It's just so good with like any of these cards. Just being able to find Time Walk is, oh, man, this would be such a good Breach deck. I just can't pass a time walk. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I'll probably follow it up with a Narset. Narset looks pretty great in this deck. There's Sea Thieving Skydiver as well, but I think I want Narset, Parter of Veils, and I don't think Through the Breach Inferno Titan is exactly where I want to be. Oh man, if that breach doesn't wheel, I'm going to be sad, but I can't bring myself to pass a time walk here. Look, they're both very good. I just feel like time walk, this deck's going to find it really easily. I mean, it can find the breach really easily too, but just casting time walk is very good. Plus, what percentage of the here's another way to think about it that I think is valuable. What percentage of the time do you think breach wheels there? It's not 100, but it's not 0. Time walk is 0% to wheel, of course. How much? It's not time walk versus Underworld breach. It's time walk plus a percentage of breach versus breach. Like, at what percentage would you want that? I think if I have a 33% chance, I would rather have time walk plus a third of a breach than just a breach. I don't know. Obviously, I'm kind of guessing at these things, but I think there's a chance it wheels. And I'm going to, because I have all the cards that are good with it. It's just not good in anyone else's deck. I already have the Brain Freeze and the LED. All right, I'm going to take Frantic Search. Even though I don't have the breach necessarily, Frantic Search is great. So there's Mana Leak and there's Fury. I don't think there's anything else I'd be really interested in taking. I think the problem with Fury is that this deck's not that great at casting it. It is a better card, though. Hold on. So let's take out the Primus and the Breach for the moment. I have 2, 3, 4 red cards to pitch. I do have the option to just cast it, but I kind of feel like I just take Mana Leak here. I don't know. So now there's Mizzix Mastery and a Bloodstained Mire. I'm going to take Bloodstained Mire. Mastery is one that I think will wheel, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's not the end of the world. I mean, there's even a chance it doesn't, but a third dual land is going to be so important. All right, 3 new picks, and then we get to find out what percentage of the breach comes back. Well, it's either 0 or 100. You can't get a partial breach. Oh, there's a Snapcaster. This is like the ultimate Snapcaster deck because it's got Time Walk, a million counterspells, cantrips, and a Brain Freeze. Okay. This would also be a good Civilian of Sea and Sky deck, but it's a much better Snapcaster deck. 1 Bolt would be really nice. The Fiery Confluence helps, but honestly, like 1 Firebolt, though I guess with Snapcaster, I'd rather have Chain Lightning, but also Chain Lightning's better. So, okay, so now there is miscalculation, but I have a million counters, and I think I'm going to take Time Twister here. When you have Time Walk and a bunch of fast mana, I think Time Twister is more important. Plus, this is the kind of deck that could actually deck itself. Time Twister is kind of helpful with that. Okay. 7th pick, Time Twister. See, no one's taking cards like Breach. I'm going to get the Breach back, right? I mean, this deck is on pace to be a really, really strong... I mean, it already is a strong deck. Without even getting another card, this deck would be great. Like, in fact, I even have to cut a card. Well, I don't have to. I could play 16 land 2 Moxes. And as things currently stand, I don't know if I would play Lion's Eye Diamond. It's really only good with Time Twister. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune, too. Yeah, I'll take Wheel of Fortune. Honestly, now, even if Breach doesn't wheel, it's the next pick, by the way, it's not the end of the world, because Wheel of Fortune, Brain Freeze decks them really fast. Though I still would really like the Breach. There we go. Chef's Kiss. Spellseeker's still there too, but you love it when you get rewarded. Rewarded for good play. I'm going to take the credit for that one. I'm going to say that I was able to call it, and it worked out nicely. And now honestly, I might get to take Ledger Shredder and Dragon's Rage Channeler out of my deck, because right now this is 14 land plus the 2 mana artifacts, and I don't really see a reason to go super light on land, especially with 2 draw 7s. Oh, and I have Narset, draw 7, nice. Would I play Seal of Removal in this deck? Because I don't need Plateau for any reason. There's no white card I'm going to splash, and yeah. But and I don't want to play Reprieve. I'm not going to play an off-color card. The question is, do I want Inferno Titan to just cast or Breach? I think I'd rather have Seal of Removal, though I don't think I'm likely to start either. I'll take Direfleet Daredevil. Arc Trail is at least a good sideboard card, play against Thalia or whatever. I think Baral is going to be awesome in this deck. Oh, wow. Spire Bluff Canal Wield. So did Mizzix Mastery. Wow, Mizzix Mastery is good with Time Walk and it's good with draw 7s. A 4th duel would be really nice, though. Let's just take the duel. I think this deck's so good. Bitterbean's even a playable, but Helm actually I could play too. I think this deck's so good I'd rather just take a dual land. Because right now we're at 15 land plus 2/0 drops, and I kind of want to play 16 and 2/0s just because I just don't see a reason to skimp on that. I guess Helm could be the card that I don't want. Though Helm Frantic Search with Breach just goes off right away. Helm with all these draw 7s and whatnot is good. All right, group creatures separately, sort by mana cost. I mean, this deck is beautiful. Let's see. We're one card short. I could play 15 lands plus Moxjet and Mana Crypt. I guess I do have Consider and Ponder in Ragavan. Don't want to cut a card. If I cut a card, I think it would be Helm, but I actually think Helm would be pretty good in this deck. Could also cut Brawl. Or I could cut Helm and keep Brawl. Maybe I don't need both. Okay, I kind of like that, actually. Okay, sort by color. And we just even have like 4 duels. The only bad thing is the Mox Jet instead of a different one. Now 9 and 3. That actually doesn't sound crazy. So that would be 7 red sources and 13 blue sources. I could probably go to 8 blue sources or 8 red sources and 12 blue sources. I think that's likely good. Wow, this deck is just unbelievable. I'm going to be exceedingly disappointed if this deck doesn't 3-0. Like, I'm going to even take a little snapshot here just to have a reference in case I need it. All right. But, I mean, look at this deck. This deck is just like, it has basically everything you want. It has Breach, LED, Brain Freeze. It has Time Walk, Mana Crypt, Moxjet. So it's got the best combo in the cube. I think Breach, LED, Brain Freeze is the best combo in the cube because it's a 3-card combo, but you only really need one of the cards to start it in a lot of cases. Okay, well, this hand wins on turn 2 if I draw a Brain Freeze. That's the other thing. It's a very mana light combo, and then you also get to kind of fuel itself. Where like sometimes you end up in a spot where you're just Brain Freeze myself, and if you hit the pieces, you can just play Breach and win. Okay, let's get Island would be decent at this point, but I have Daze and Spell Pierce, so I have a little bit of time, I would imagine. No, we are Spell Piercing that. Certainly not going to let Ponder resolve here for no reason. Putrid Imp? Sure. All right, draw. Okay. How far are we from going off? We're not actually that far because I can also go Breach, LED Frantic Search, and do a bunch of milling. Let's go Narset here. And minus it. Okay. 4 land. Not ideal. Now if they have a swamp, they can kill my Narset. That's fine. Problem is if I didn't minus it and they attacked it down to 1, I would just lose the ability to use Narset. All right. So now kind of have to decide if I want to go for it this turn. I guess what I can just do is just cast Frantic Search. Because if I draw Brain Freeze, then I just win. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Let's discard Mountain, Brain Freeze. Untap 3 lands. Land, Breach. This is with like Counterspell Daze backup. Not that I even need it. They could have an Eldrazi, I guess, but you know, if they do, they do. Let's Brain Freeze you, exiling these 3, and I'll do 2 on me and then 2 on you. Okay. Reanimate and Tomb. They're not wildly likely to have Eldrazi, but I guess we'll find out. I mean, we also have the ability to Fiery Confluence our opponent a bunch of times. All right, they're done. Seal of Removal, it can be okay against Reanimator. It depends what they reanimate, though. If they reanimate an Archon of Cruelty or like a Woodfall Primus, it's not like, I mean, it's okay. Or Ashen Rider, it's okay to seal it, but it's not great. If they animate an Iona, though, that's a different thing. Though, Fiery Confluence not at its best against Reanimator, so maybe I just either put in the Seal of Removal or put in a Direfleet Daredevil, because they have a lot of presumably cheap spells. I'll put the Seal in. Feels like that covers my bases reasonably well. Okay. Well, a little rough to have all mountains in one island, but I will keep it. I mean, this deck even has Daze, Counterspell, Mana Leak, Spell Pierce. Oh, the only thing this deck's missing is Force of Will. If I could trade one of the 2 mana counters for a Force of Will, this deck would be, well, it's already busted, but even more busted. Well, they also mulled to 5, by the way. So, given I have Daze and Spell Pierce, and then that'll probably get me enough time to get to the blue for Counterspell. Well, maybe I'll feel pretty good about this. And they're just doing nothing. Oh, there's a Volcanic. Perfect. Now I have Counterspell up, so I do think at some point Daze is going to be good. When your opponent mulls to 5, it's pretty hard for Daze not to hit. They bin the Chrome Host Seed Shark. Huh. Or they could have just cast. Maybe they have Reanimate. Yeah, Reanimate the Chrome Host Seed Shark. I guess I'll just Counterspell that. It feels like it just puts too much pressure on me to let that happen. There's just no real reason, especially since I don't really have a fast start here. No, I don't really need to Time Twister either. Between Spell Pierce and Daze, I can counter a follow-up Reanimate pretty easily, and then next turn I'll have Gear Hulk up, and I can go Gear Hulk counter whatever you play. Time Walk, well, that I'm going to Spell Pierce. How lucky are they to have Time Walk in their deck? What a good card. And that's how this deck, part of the reason this deck is so sick is I can just play Control. I'm going to have countered something like 4 or 5 spells this game, depending on what my opponent does. No plays? All right. Ooh. I was keeping up Gear Hulk, but I will take the opportunity to dash with Ragavan. They could have a removal spell. Like, one of the ways this could technically go wrong is if they try to kill it and then Shallow Grave the Seed Shark. All right, let's Mana Leak that. I still have Daze up. Oh, Force of Negation pitching Vendilion Click. All right. You have killed my Ragavan, I guess. But the Seed Shark goes away too. So it wasn't really that bad. That's got to have set them back a lot. Mox Diamond? Okay. It's good. Playing it's good against draw 7s. That's smart. All right, I'll keep that in hand. I'm just going to Gear Hulk their next play, which if they don't make a play for a turn or 2, I guess that's fine too. I guess I could also, no. I was thinking I could block it. If they have a Fallen Shinobi, that'd be funny. No, they did not. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I don't really need to do any of these things. It kind of feels like I should just be fine passing. I guess they're not doing anything. Oh, let's see. Spirebluff Canal. I mean, I can also probably win in the same turn pretty easily with Entomb. I'll take the opportunity to Gear Hulk. With Breach Wheel of Fortune. Counterspell your Entomb. And they can't attack with the Imp if they, don't have if they don't want to discard. Hit. Let's go Baral and then land. And I think next turn I'm going to go for it. But they don't have a big creature in their graveyard, so they're pretty far away from reanimating. Though their deck looks awesome. Time Walk, Reanimate, Entomb, Shallow Grave. Like, they have been a little short on, like, creatures. But, oh, I don't have any targets left. Funny. I didn't really consider that. All right, well, Underworld Breach. Wheel of Fortune. Now I go land. Well, I guess not land because I already played a land, but Mox, LED, and I guess I'm going to wheel again. Paying 1, exiling. Keep Spell Pierce in my graveyard. Can't Time Twister, I suppose. Suppose if they had a Brain Freeze here, that could get me. Petty Theft, my Underworld Breach. Guess there's not really a reason to let them do that. Let's counter target spell. Return target opponent's to its owner's hand. Let's do that. All right, that gets countered. I get to Baral. Discard a land. And Wheels on the stack. Do I want to do anything with Wheel on the stack? I guess I'll sack this for blue. Okay. They discard Time Warp. Oh, that was a Thief of Sanity. I thought that was a Fallen Shinobi because that'd be really funny. Let's go Narset. So the reason I'm doing Narset instead of casting a card draw spell is I guess there's no reason for me to lose to their Brain Freeze. All right, there's my Brain Freeze. That'll do enough here. Let's go Lion's Eye Diamond. Exiling 3. I want to play the Lion's Eye so I have mana up before I cast Brain Freeze. Oh. And that'll do it. Round 1. Their deck was good. I mean, they did Mold of 5 and that game, and then the other game, I guess their draw wasn't like super fast. So I did Spell Pierce of Ponder to slow them down. But their deck was very good, and I think our deck was even better. I mean, it depends. We didn't see everything they had. It's certainly possible that they had some great reanimate targets, and were just kind of, didn't really draw cards in the right order. Clearly, if they just go turn 1 Entomb, turn 2 Shallow Grave, Gristlebrand with Force Negation backup on my next play, yeah, that would be pretty good. But that worked out pretty nicely, and yeah, it seems hard to really construct a better deck than this, especially since it's even got it's got like all the power and the combos and all the counter spells. So, and a bunch of cantrips and a bunch of lands. It has 4 blue-red duels. So like the mana in the deck is also very good. All right. Let's see if I can back up all that talking about how busted this deck is. Well, look at this hand. I mean, this is the other aspect of the deck. I just get to go turn 1 Ragavan. The game just ends. If they don't have an answer to Ragavan, I win on turn 1, effectively. If they do, then we get to play a game where I have Mana Leak, Remand into Cryptic as my curve. Seems fun to me. Oh, that wasn't an elf. That wasn't an elf that can block. And I drew Mana Crypt, so now if I Ragavan like a Nissa or something, well, I guess a Nissa's double green, so I can't play that. But oh, Tameo. All right, I'll play Tameo. And +1 naming Underworld Breach. All right. Milling Gear Hulk and land. So I did give up the ability to have a counterspell up on this turn, but I think that's fine because I have Cryptic Command. And thanks to Tameo, I could pick up a land and cast Cryptic if I need to. Plus, Tameo plus wanting to try to find Underworld Breach means I'm going to win the game very quickly if they don't do something to stop the Tameo. What are they going to play here? I mean, obviously they have a Birds. They can play almost anything. They play Birds into fetch land, and they have 3 mana of, effectively all the colors, but well, they can't play Leovold anymore. That's nice. Oko. See, Oko I'm not even scared of. Is this even good? Like, what are they going to do here? Are they going to make a food, or are they going to, they're going to elk my Ragavan. That I don't think is going to get the job done. Okay, +1, name Underworld Breach. Once again, hit Islands and Ponder. Land, and then now, attack Oko. First of all, I milled 6 land, which is kind of nice. Second, now I have double counterspell up and a Planeswalker and a 3/3, so I think I'll be all right here. If I want to, I can also -3 to pick up the Torrential Gear Hulk at some point here. That could be pretty nice. Wall of Roots. Let's remand it. I also don't mind just seeing extra cards here. Oh, they didn't have an untapped land or didn't want to play it. All right. Yeah, the dog thinks this deck's great. That's what she said. Okay, I lost the flip. I'm just going to +1 and name Underworld Breach again. All right, didn't hit, but now my graveyard is especially stocked, and I'm going to play Baral. Attack Oko. And do I play a land? Yeah, that's probably fine. Especially since I might be -3ing a Time Twister next turn. The one conflict is that Baral is like you don't want to play a land. Oh, Soul Ring's pretty good. I don't think Mana Leak and Soul Ring really makes sense. I think I'd rather Mana Leak their follow-up play. And if they don't play a play that's big enough for me to Mana Leak, then that's also fine. All right, well, looks like I can Mana Leak this, and I will. But, oh yeah, it only costs 1 with Baral out. But yeah, the reason not to play the Mountain is I am going to get to loot with Baral here. I think that's fine. Oh. Yeah, let's discard Cryptic Command, because now we can cast... Wait, they made a food token instead of making their food into an elk? What? That doesn't make any sense. I guess I'm gonna +1 again, name Underworld Breach. Because if I just find it, I assume I just win. I hit Daze, Magma Opus. All right. Because now what I do here is I attack Oko, attack my opponent, and then Fiery Confluence. I'm gonna kill 1 to each creature, destroy target artifact, destroy target artifact, destroy target artifact, and boom. What? I thought I did 1 to each creature. Oh, it must have moved my other thing. Wasn't ideal. I guess I'll keep this in hand in case to discard to Baral. I still think I'm going to win, but I didn't realize Fiery Confluence switched modes on me. All right. I think I'll be okay still. They have Wall of Roots in hand. I do know that. At some point, I'm going to find Underworld Breach, I would assume. Wall of Roots I will allow at this point. Was this like a little Teferi or something? Oh, Uro? Yeah, I'm going to allow that too. Part of it is, how do I lose this game? And I think something like Endurance is like one of the only ways I could really imagine losing this game. So, I think letting that happen is fine. Next turn, if I want, I can Tamiyo into... Sure. I can Tamiyo -3 the Gearhulk because I have Magma Opus, or I guess I could just get the Opus back, but Gearhulk Opus is still better. Yeah, I'm not really under any pressure here. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune. Okay, that ought to be enough. Let's cast Wheel of Fortune. They discarded Nissa, Talisman. Oh yeah, and then I go Time Walk. And Underworld Breach is one of the last 3 cards in my deck, which is funny. I do have to worry about nothing. I have absolutely nothing to worry about, actually. Never mind. I was like, what if they have an Eldrazi? But it doesn't matter, because I'm just going to kill them with a Time Walk at this point. I have 3 cards left. I mean, I could also Time Twister if I want to, but I can just Tamiyo minus the Time Walk, cast Time Walk. So I have 2 turns lined up, and then I guess at that point I might as well play a Snapcaster. And Snapcaster, Ponder, but it doesn't matter because I'm not casting it. Attack with these. Yep, block the wall. Next turn, draw. Frantic Search. I have Spell Pierce. I guess if they had Endurance, they would have clearly used it. So I guess I can just end the game here, right? Okay, let's cast this. I have 2 cards left. Discard 2 lands. Untap these 3. Or I guess I'll cast Breach, and then I'll cast Brain Freeze on you. And start to get a look at their deck here. Oh, they have a Ulamog, but that's not the Ulamog that reshuffles. Brain Freeze. It feels like they have an Eldrazi here, and they're just gonna let me see their whole deck before. Maybe not. Finale, Oath of Druids, Craterhoof. Oh, they just. That's it. All right. I guess I have another Time Walk here, so I guess I have to Time Twister. All right, so let's just get back Time Walk, cast Time Walk, and then cast Time Twister. You know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to play Mox, exile 3 lands. I'm just going to make it so I can't really miss on the Time Twister. Lion's Eye Diamond, exile 3 lands. And then Time Twister. Exile Bloodstained Mire, Daze, and Consider. And then now I have a bunch of Time Walks floating. I have a Breach going still. I guess. Wait, I haven't even played an island. I guess I'll play a land and cast Frantic Search. I'm kind of playing with my food a little bit more than I need to here. It wasn't like intentional, but it's just kind of the way it turned out. Okay. And then Brain Freeze. Mostly that I Frantic Search down to 0 cards in deck, and then had a Time Walk floating. So I didn't want to like randomly deck myself that way. Okay, well, we've seen their whole deck. They have Soul Ring. They have Natural Order for Craterhoof, Green Suns, Ulamog, and... All right, they've had enough. Playing against a deck where Arc Trail's probably solid. Don't Spell Pierce. They have Natural Order, Green Sun's Zenith, Oko. Doesn't work super well, and they have Nissa, but it doesn't work very well against Soul Ring. Even I guess technically it could counter it. I think I could probably afford to do that. I don't think I need Seal of Removal. All right, well, I guess I have to mulligan this. It's close, but because it has a lot of very strong cards, but not good enough. Oh, okay. I'm going to put back Arc Trail here, which obviously, it would be nice to have Arc Trail to kill these birds or whatever. Oh, well, that's not great news. Okay. Soul Ring's like the opposite of what I want to see, because my plan to recover from mulliganing was like Brawl into Time Twister, Time Walk. But I guess even if they play a bunch of stuff, I don't care that much. Oath of Druids in your Noble Hierarch Wall of Roots deck is a little ambitious, I will say that. Land, Brawl, and then look at this. Next turn, I can Time Walk plus Time Twister. That's got to be a win a large percentage of the time. No, not a large percentage. A reasonable percentage of the time. Untapping with 7 new cards, plus the 8th for your draw step, plus a Brawl in play is a lot. Julie, come here. Okay. The dog, once again, getting up to shenanigans, as she does. Okay, what's their most threatening play here? Because I just don't care if they put a Hornet Queen into play. They can't kill me with a Craterhoof. A Nissa doesn't do anything. Julie. Come here, girl. There we go. Okay, what do they got? I guess like a Woodfall Primus on my land would be annoying. This looks like a Nissa to me. No, Green Suns for 5. Elder Gargaroth? Sure. This is a good start. There's a lot of decks that would be good against. Let's play the Mountain. Time Walk. Time Twister. No attacks. Draw. Take another Time Walk. Do 3 Frantic Search. Discard Ragavan Arc Trail, probably. Yeah. Untap, onto these 3. Time Walk. Play a land, and discard Magma Opus to make a treasure. Then on my next turn, I can Opus the Gear Hulk. If I don't draw anything, which... Or Gear Hulk the Opus, I suppose, is actually... So, I think on upkeep, I'm going to do that. Upkeep. Gear Hulk. What I'm going to do, because I want to tap down the Gargaroth and the Soul Ring, and I want a Magma Opus killing the Noble. So 4 damage, 1 and 3 to you. And then tap Gargaroth, tap Soul Ring. Okay, then I draw 2. Oh no. Oh no. They accidentally F6'd and now they have to discard instead of getting to play any card. That's awkward. Alright, let's see if I can hit some action. If I hit the Wheel of Fortune here, that's it? You don't want to play anymore? I don't even know if that game was over. They had 7 cards in their hand, but they were just too demoralized. And we're going to go for the little speed run. We're at 45 minutes right now, start of the video. It's pretty good for start to finish draft plus the rounds. Let's see if we can get in under an hour. That's doesn't usually happen, but we'll see. We'll see. 2040 and feeling pretty good about it. Our opponent led with turn 1 Soul Ring, and the game was not close. Turn 1 Soul Ring, turn 2 Mana Dorks, I guess, and then turn 3 Elder Gargaroth, and they never did anything else. They could have had a good turn 4. I don't know what happened if they hadn't F6'd or whatever, they passed through their turn, because I still had days, but who knows. All right, well, great hand. Counter your play into Time Twister is pretty nice. I could also, depending on what I draw, go counter your play or remand your play into counter your play into Snapcaster, remand your play into Time Twister. Like if I feel like the way things are going, I don't need to fire off the Time Twister, I will take that. Okay. Turn 1, tapped Steam Vents. I don't really want to draw lands in this situation all that much, so I guess I'll probably crack Mire on turn 2. Oh wow, Lion's Eye is also a nice little draw there. Let's see what they've got here. Do they have a play on? They don't even have a play on turn 2, huh? All right. Maybe with Ponder in deck, I did want to wait on cracking the fetch. I don't know. I could Time Twister here, but like why? I'm making land drops every turn, and the main reason to Time Twister is to cast it while you have used up more cards than your opponent. Neither of us have done anything, and I have 2 counters, plus one of the counters returns it to their hand, which is like ideal, and draws me a card. I could find Mana Crypt or anything like that. Yeah, we're remanding that. Yeah, into Cryptic. Yeah, this is just the straight up blue control sort of deal. Oh, I have a new goal. My new plan is to get to 6 mana and go Narset into Time Twister in the same turn. Easy peasy. And then they're going to play Courser of Krufix before playing a land? No, they're playing a land first. That's pretty wild. I'm going to counter draw. The reason I'm going to counter draw is that I want to actually hit land drops up to 6, so it seems kind of nice to draw a card, make it extra likely, though a little wild. I guess they're really worried about days, was why they played their land first. Well, I guess I don't even need to wait to 6, though. I can just go Narset. I'm not even going to minus it. I have Mana Leak up here. And then next turn I can Lion's Eye, Time Twister with a bunch of mana floating. And if they have a play this turn, well, it can't cost very much mana or Mana Leak's going to get it. Yeah. Workshop War Chief. Well, I don't even really care about that card, but obviously there's just no reason to let it resolve. This deck that I'm playing is a extremely annoying one. I could even like Snapcaster Cryptic, but let's just go for the dubs here. Do I want to sack LED? Yeah, sure. I kind of feel like it's worth sacking because if I draw expensive cards, then I'll be glad I sacked it. If I don't, then it's not a big deal. But the main reason not to sack it is I wouldn't have access to it with Breach, but I don't think that's a huge issue. And yeah, let's Narset. If we find Brain Freeze, obviously it's over. The Time Walk also does the trick. So let's go Time Walk. LED. I mean, we're just going to go for the gusto here. Breach. Sack this for blue. They have one card in hand, of course, since of the Nar setting. I mean, this is just disgusting. And let's exile Snapcaster, I guess. Time Walk. And then we're going to Time Twister. Are we having fun yet? I do have to exile some good cards. I guess I'll exile. Do I want to keep Lion's Eye? Yeah, I guess I'll keep Lion's Eye. And then Time Twister again. They're down to no cards now because they have already drawn their allotted card off Narset. All right, now let's go minus Narset again. I'm taking my Time Walk turn here. Frantic Search. I've already used the Time Twister and the Breach. So I guess I'll put Frantic Search into my hand. Dash Ragavan. And hit. I guess I did kind of break. Oh, Lotus Petal, nice. We take those as a little bonus, as a little treat. I'll pass. I did break Recursion here by doing that, but I have an extra Time Walk turn, so now land. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune too. All right, let's go. Hold on. I think we can do a bunch of stuff here. Let's go Frantic Search. Discarding these two. Untap 3 lands. Torrential Gear Hulk on Frantic Search. Cast Frantic Search. Discard Counterspell and Daze. Because I'm not using those this turn. Untap 3 lands. Cast Ragavan. And I think I'm going to ponder. Shuffle. Consider. Do I want a wheel here? All right, I'm actually going to put this on top and draw it, and then. So if I wheel, I go to 2 cards left, and that's still enough. I guess my Fiery Confluence is gone, and my Magma Opus. Yeah, maybe just to be safe, I don't wheel. Well, actually, I have exactly lethal actually over 2 turns if I do wheel. I don't know. It seems safer not to do that. Oh, well. No, let's not draw. I guess I kind of have to. I'm just worried that if I brain freeze them and then they have an Eldrazi, it could be bad for me. Do I have Cryptic Command left in my deck still? I do. Well, the problem is, let's see what I hit off Ragavan. Oh, Renin Realmbreaker. Okay. If I wheel, I have to try to use Brain Freeze to kill them. No, let's just +1. Play a land and pass. 7. They go to 6 to play Gargaroth, and then they have to block Gear Hulk, gain 3. and they go to 9, then they go to 3. I did kind of make this a little harder on myself than I needed to by exiling all my win conditions, but we'll see what we'll see how this turns out. And they're playing the Boseiju, sure. LED, because now I can't wheel. Let's do this. And then -7, you get an emblem, and you can play. Oh, so my new plan is to just try to emblem. All right, sure. That's fine. We'll emblem Ren and Realm Breaker. That's our win condition. And they can't draw a card off Gargs. They can just attack with it. Tireless Tracker, doesn't matter. In fact, in attacking with Gargs doesn't really accomplish much. They can put a 3/3 into play and trade for a Gear Hulk. So I know I could have Brain Freeze them for their deck. When I had 7 cards left, I could have wheeled and then Brain Freeze them. But the reason I didn't do that was if they had an Eldrazi in their deck, I would lose. I did make this game a little closer than it needed to be because it just happened that I exiled my 2 burn spells in that turn while putting Breach and Time Twister into my graveyard. But it looks like I'm going to be okay. Anyways, I guess I should have cast the Gear Hulk a turn sooner also. That actually would have been better. Mana Leak, Counterspell, Daze, Ponder, Consider, Remand. Oh, okay. Well, you got to make a 3/3. Well, I guess you could gain 3 life. Well, you can't draw a card. That I know. Actually, let's do this. This kills the Gargaroth, and they get to kill Ragavan and Baral. Killing the land doesn't do anything, so... But I think I'd rather have a Gear Hulk. Because I'll have 2 blockers left for their thing. Okay. That dies. And they are done. Draw. +1 on the island. And they're going to draw now because they can't draw later. And play a land and pass. Okay, so I guess if they draw a removal spell, there's not that many removal spells that can kill these things. They could Reclamation Sage would be like the most dangerous one. Land and then making a clue is not going to do it. What is this? Titania. Okay, we win then. All right, well, for doing as much broken stuff as we did, the fact that this was actually kind of close is funny, but that was more on me than my opponent. Putting my 1 hour dreams in shambles, though. This is gonna be easy enough. All right. Emblem. Cast Underworld Breach. Let's go Ponder. Exiling Mountain, Mana Leak, Baral. I have 4 cards left, yeah. They're at 6. No. And let's go tap all creatures your opponents control. Draw a card. Got 2 cards in hand. And then I can go Ragavan with dash, and I can attack. I don't show them the Brain Freeze, which I think is better, because even if they don't have an Eldrazi in their deck game 1, if they had it on their sideboard, they would side it in, and that would be pretty problematic. So I'd rather just kill them with damage here, and then game 2, maybe probably kill them with Brain Freeze. Fiery Confluence seems fine. Ragamon, Spell Pierce once again, playing against green decks. Spell Pierce ends up being kind of bad. Arc Trail's probably better. Yeah, seems okay. All right. Ended up being a little bit of a grind, but we also had the out in that last game. There was a few turns where I had just drawn Cryptic Command that also would have just won the game, so not too worried about it. Okay, let's see if we're playing for the perfect 6-0 here with a deck is certainly worthy of it. And I don't know that Arc Trail's that good against them. Honestly, I didn't see much in the way of mana dorks, but I also didn't see that much of their deck because I Narset Time Twistered them, so I didn't really get to see a bunch. Because the other option would be to just put in Ledger Shredder, because I think this is just going to be like a fine creature. Don't want Rampaging Raptor. I don't think Woodfall Primus Breach is what I want. Bit of Reunion. Seal of Removal doesn't seem that good. I guess it's like decent against Gargaroth. It's not that good against Titania, really. I guess it can bounce Titania lands well enough. And if they do have an Eldrazi, I mean, this deck can normally win pretty easily with Fiery Confluence or Magma Opus, but obviously I exiled those. All right, can I get at least one turn, one kill? No, but this hand's also still quite good. Turn one, I'm going to go Island, not Spire Bluff, because I want to have Days Up. Hopefully not Fast Bond here. Most 1-drops, it's not like I want them to have a 1-drop. Most of them I'm not as worried about. Oh, that one's pretty good. Still play the Island. There's just no reason not to have Days Up here. I can just play Spire Bluff on turn 2. Okay, level up the Tree Speaker, sure. Well, if I draw Arc Trail, I will kill it. Oh, Arc Trail? Any Arc Trails? Okay, I will consider finding one. Torrential Gearhulk. Yeah, I actually think that's worth keeping. It's not Arc Trail. More's the shame, but I think I just do this. I think Gearhulk's worth keeping because with Opus already in hand, that's a turn 5 Gearhulk, which is going to be pretty good. All right. All 5 colors activated here between Noble Hierarch, Swamp, and the red lands. Minsk and Boo, Timeless Heroes. Well, their time is not quite yet. Into Wrenn and 6. I could daze that, but I really don't want to be set back on lands, and they don't have any lands to get back, so I don't care either. Obviously, if they go next turn Strip Mine Minsk and Boo, that will be pretty annoying. Let's just go Island. Brawl. I can't Gearhulk next turn anyway, so I might as well go Brawl. Have Days Up for whatever that's worth. Oh, they just snap played this instead of cycling it. Not that they would cycle it this turn because they're playing Minsk and Boo this turn, but yeah, you got it. I'm going to need this. Excuse me. A little drink here. I'm going to need this Gearhulk Opus plan to be pretty good because I'm getting hit for a lot of damage. 5 down to 15, and then because of the Exalted, and then next turn maybe 8. Ooh, can I daze this? Can this be a 2-mana play? Firing off a daze would be awesome, especially since if I draw Time Walk next turn, I can go discard Opus, cast a Gearhulk. All right, I guess I will attack Minsk and Boo. I just didn't use Wrenn and 6. All right. I take it. Okay, pass the turn. Hope they play a 7-drop I can daze. So next turn, attacking was actually really important because next turn, let's say they put 3 counters on that. Next turn, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Gear Hulk, kill Minsc and Boo, tap down Boo with the Magma Opus, and then go from there. I'd have to deal with a 7/7, but I'll have a bunch of power and toughness in play. Roberto. Okay. Yeah, can't do anything about that. I take 9, I guess. Let's hope they don't hit Time Walk. They hit Island. Great. Wow, I was going to draw a lot of land. Okay. If they have a 5-drop at the end of this, that would be pretty ideal. Oh, is this a 5-drop? This looks like a 5-drop. Oh yeah, cast Daze for 1 mana. Countered. And we get to loot with Brawl, huge. This goes a long way towards a dub. All right, discard Bloodstained Mire. I have all the mana. I don't think I can afford anything else. All right, upkeep. I guess I don't even need an upkeep stop because they have that. Land, and now... Actually, I don't even think I attack here, do I? Oh, I do. Because I can attack. If I attack Minsc and Boo down to 3, then my Magma Opus can kill the Noble Hierarch as well. So that's a pretty nice little bonus. All right, so now I pass. Upkeep in response to this trigger. Let's go Torrential Gear Hulk here. And then Opus, kill Minsc and Boo, kill Noble Hierarch, tap down Boo. Let's see what I do past that. I guess I tap down Jiraga Tree Speaker is the other card I tap. So 2, 3 and 1. And then 2 target permanents, tap that, tap Tree Speaker. Okay. Pretty good. And then now they're on 4 mana this turn instead of 7. Minsc and Boo's gone. Sure, you can put some mana. And they can't attack with Boo this turn, and I have some blockers for it anyway. Oh, and Lion's Eye, because next turn, what I'm probably going to do is Time Twister, crack Lion's Eye. Why do people float mana when you're not going to use it? Like, you know you're not going to use it. You have the information. Okay. I mean, I'm not even losing on board, but I think this deck is likely enough to win with a Time Twister, especially now that I have Lion's Eye and I have a Brawl in play, so everything's cheaper, that I think it's worth Time Twistering. I could see the argument. They only have 1 card in hand of, like, sitting back on counterspell, countering a spell, drawing with Brawl, but I don't really think that that's necessary. And I have a good backup plan. I guess if I Time Twister and don't win, there's a decent chance I lose. But they ping me down to 5 with Red and 6. But also a lot of the Time Twister hands where I don't win, I just pass with a counterspell up because I'll have 4 mana left. Not even counting the 3 floating LED mana, which I might use too. And I can Time Twister into Time Walk really easily, which... 1 Time Walk isn't literally enough to win because of the Robber of the Rich as a blocker, but it's pretty close. And Time Walk plus either Magma Opus or whatever is good. The funny thing is they could have gone for it with Robber, but I don't think that would have been smart. All right, let's go land, Lion's Eye, Time Twister, paying 2, sacking for blue. Okay. Yeah, there's some cards. Let's go Ponder. Okay. I will not complain about that. All right. Time Walk. Do I want to Frantic Search this turn? I guess it's probably fine to do so. I don't really want to play Mana Crypt, actually, because I don't really have a reason to. I'm not going to discard the Mana Crypt because I don't think I have to do that either, but let's go Time Walk. Consider Graveyard. There's Brain Freeze. Narset. Oh, that one doesn't. That one's not cheaper because of Brawl. And Brain Freeze you, which is technically not enough, right? I'm gonna put them to 1 card in deck, but I think that'll be okay. Ooh, they have Leovold in their deck. Scavenging Ooze, Nova Harvest, Char, Elspeth. Oh, wild. Omnath, sure. Questing Beezy, Leyline. They had some instants they could play. Okay, and then take my turn and... Oh, I guess I didn't minus Narset. Because if I'd found a Mox or something or a cantrip, I could have played it. Not even blocking Brawl, huh? Alright. It's minus Narset. Oh. Let's take Underworld Breach, and then now we win. There's even the LED, but even Time Walk. Time Walk's enough to win, but I also could have Brain Freeze for the win if I needed to. Time Walk. And Time Walk again. Consider Days Frantic Search. Play a land. Attack you, and you have 7 cards in hand, but only 1 card in deck, and also it doesn't matter. I only wish I could play a few more games with this deck. And I'm just going to pass the turn here. Breach goes down. I have Counterspell up. And attack my opponent. Well, I didn't really think attacking was how I was going to finish this game, but you know, or this draft. But you know what? It doesn't really surprise me. Time Walk Breach means I could win in a lot of different ways, and that was just one of them. Well, that deck was perfection. We're not going to see many better than that, but it was a pleasure to see it play out. I appreciate you hanging out as I time walked my opponents into oblivion, and we wheeled the breach. One for the record books. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. The deck won't be as good, probably, but I'll certainly try. Alrighty, welcome to another Vintage Cube draft. We're in the Vintage Cube League right now, and ooh, we opened a Time Walk. You'll love to see it. Time Walk is the, I think, second best card to first pick. I think Soul Ring is still better, but it's actually close, and I actually think Time Walk's better than Black Lotus. The reason is, when you first pick Time Walk, you can draft cards like Spellseeker, Snapcaster Mage, Jace Vryn's Prodigy that just make it so much better. Also, it's great to begin with, but when you do assertive things with Time Walk, you can really just run your opponent over. And here, after first picking Time Walk, well, there's some good cards. There's Entomb, fantastic card, good for Reanimator. There's Gaia's Cradle, and I'm really higher on this than I used to be, in large part because of Retrofitter Foundry. And there's also Teferi Time Raveler. There's also Miscalculation, but I think that's a little bit weaker than the others. I think I'm just going to take Teferi. After first picking Time Walk, I just love taking something like Teferi, and that goes really well in the deck that wants to like recycle Time Walk as many times as possible. Yeah, I mean, I like Entomb, but I don't think Time Walk's even that good in Reanimator. It's such a low curve deck. Like, getting an extra land drop doesn't help, and getting an extra attack doesn't matter that much, because if you get a big creature into play with Reanimator, well, that's, you know, a victory condition right there. Okay, so this pack has Echo of Eons, which I really like. Zernorb, which is actually a pretty high pick. I think Zernorb, the Zernorb combos I think are pretty good. Crucible and Ramanop Excavator with Fastbond mainly. Also Balance. Also Urza Lord Protector, but I don't find that one to be great. This pack's actually not great for kind of what I was hoping to go, which is kind of like a blue-white control-ish deck. I could just take Echo of Eons because I just think it's generally a pretty powerful card. Really good with Lion's Eye Diamonds. Actually, Draw Sevens and Time Walk are a great combo. There's also Sacred Foundry and Chain Lightning, but I think those are weak enough. I'll just take Echo of Eons. Oh, well, there's Dream Halls. All right, let's do that because I think Dream Hall's Echo is great. Dream Halls is really good with Time Walk. I mean, I guess everything's good with Time Walk in that sense. Teferi is actually surprisingly good with Dream Halls, because if you can play Dream Halls with Teferi in play, you know they can't even play anything that turn. And despite it being a meme that I'm like, well, maybe Dream Halls will wheel, I'm just going to take it over Frantic Search here. As much as I do like Frantic Search, I think that taking Dream Halls there is what I want to do. So now, I guess I will take Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, Blue-White Dream Halls. I haven't really drafted that, but, I think it could be viable. I'm just not passing up on much. Like a Tropical Island is just not the end of the world. Okay, so this pack has a High Tide, a Displacer Kitten, a Tameo. Tameo is pretty nice with Time Walk. You get to play Tameo, get back Time Walk, and then untap and have a Planeswalker in play, which, though, the +1 on Tameo is a little dicey. Seems like it could actually work nicely here. I don't also have to go straight for combo, but, if I take Tameo, the odds that I wheel High Tide seem pretty decent. There's also Black-White Talisman, which with the 2 Teferis is appealing, but I think I'll just take Tameo here. Oh, Urza. I think Urza's amazing. And Atraxa. As much as I like Urza, you know what? We're going to take Atraxa here. Atraxa Dream Halls is actually just absurd. You combo off, you cast Dream Halls, discard any card basically to cast Atraxa because it's 4 colors. And they just go off from there. Reanimate's still in the pack too. Well, as much as I don't like passing Urza, I think in this case it's fine. Not big into most of this. I guess I'll just take Botanical Sanctum because I do want to cast this Tameo at some point. And this pack, Sail into the West, perfect. It's a draw 7. You discard your hand and draw 7 cards. So, Bant draw 7s, kind of into that. Let's see how this turns out. But also, Time Walk with 3 different Planeswalkers is pretty nice. Time Walk Planeswalkers is just a natural combo. Dream Halls, discarding something to cast Echo of Eons, then echoes in your graveyard, which is really nice. Also, Dream Halls with a draw 7, you can usually close out the game. If you draw 7 cards and then can cast them for free, pretty good. So what this deck is missing right now is ways to get Dream Halls out a little faster. I don't have that. All right, so there's another draw 7 Memory Jar, but it's not one that works that well with Dream Halls because it's colorless. You can't cast it like that. There's also Mind's Desire, which actually works kind of not well with this setup. You go Dream Halls, discard a card, play Teferi, discard a card, Mind's Desire for 3. This deck's pretty chunky. I could also take Kinnan in case I pick up Basalt Monolith, but I think I'd rather just take Mind's Desire here. I don't know. It's close with Memory Jar. I think that they're both viable here. I don't like Jar as much like I said, in the Dream Halls configuration because mana is going to be your big bottleneck with this kind of deck. Whereas Jar I like a lot more in the Artifact, Academy, Workshop deck that has just tons of mana lying around. So we're off to a pretty good start. Like I said, I haven't drafted like the Bant version of this, but I think both Teferis are pretty solid, especially with Time Walk. Could use a little acceleration, could use a little fixing. Right now, we're pretty light on interaction. We just have Teferi and I guess Teferi as interaction. Another card this deck would really love to see is Fast Bond. I also think Fast Bond's a great combo card. Fast Bond plus draw 7s is just a natural combo. Fast Bond, land, next turn sail into the west, play 3 more lands, and all of a sudden you have 7 mana out, they have 2. It all just comes down to having more mana than your opponent. That's a lot of what you're trying to do. Oh, Zernorb Wield. So we'll take that because we're already on the lookout for Fast Bond. And we haven't seen Crucible go by. I don't think we've even seen Romanov, so we'll keep those in mind. Oh, Frantic Search Wield. That's really lucky. I was wondering whether I should take Dream Halls or Frantic Search, and getting both out of that pack was a pretty nice gift. Okay. I don't think I'm going to play Suspicious Stowaway. Bazaar is actually, with enough draw 7s, this card's pretty good. When you have a ton of extra cards in hand, this just letting you dig for more is nice. I wouldn't assume I'm main decking it, though you can also discard Echo of Eons to it. Mind's Desire probably not playing either. Maybe an argument for playing Jar is that I'm not that likely to play Desire, but I think you're a little more likely to play Desire than Jar in this deck. This was some good wheels. Wheeling Zernorb and Frantic Search was pretty crazy. Well, at least the Frantic Search. That card almost always goes. So this was a really good pack 1. We got a busted card in Time Walk, our Mana Engine in Dream Halls, 2 different draw 7s, Echo and Sail into the West, and then Frantic Search to combine with Echo, plus 3 different Planeswalkers, and even a land, and Natroxa. So kind of like 3 draw 7s. Right now, I don't worry about this deck winning games once it has Dream Halls in play. What I am concerned with is how do you find Dream Halls? All right, well, Displacer Kitten is pretty nice with all these Planeswalkers. Tamiyo and Displacer Kitten can form a loop if you have Lotus Petal, Black Lotus, or Lion's Eye Diamond. You can just play let's say Lotus Petal. You play Lotus Petal with Displacer Kitten out, you blink, whatever, Tamiyo, sure. Then you sack Lotus Petal, you -3 Tamiyo to pick it back. 15th pick Urza? Come on. That's just disrespectful. Is no one playing blue somehow? Whatever, I'll still probably play Urza. Anyways, you get back Lotus Petal, play it, blink Tamiyo, sack it for mana. Now because Tamiyo's blinked, you can use it again, and you just rinse and repeat. Displacer Kitten with any Planeswalker can go pretty hard. A 0 mana artifact with Teferi and Displacer Kitten would just draws your whole deck. And if it's a Mox instead of a Zern Orb, you even get infinite mana out of the deal. So that's pretty nice. All right, well, this is shaping up to be a pretty good draft. Opening a Black Lotus after we open Time Walk, sure. I'll probably Wheel of Fortune. Probably not, but I might get Mox Opal back, though. I don't know how likely this deck is to play it. All right, well, we're slamming Black Lotus. All right, this deck, we don't have an excuse at this point. This deck has opened 2 of the top 3 cards and in the entire cube, and got a 15th pick Urza, wheeled Frantic Search. Like, we're doing pretty well for ourselves. All right, so this pack, I mean, I have that Urza now. At this point, Retrofitter Foundry is not an unreasonable take. There's also Windswept Heath, which would be pretty nice at fixing white and green mana for our splash Teferis. There's also Trinket Mage, which can go get Black Lotus or Zuran Orb. One of these is slightly better than the other. I mean, I really do like Retrofitter Urza, but I kind of feel like where this deck's at, I should just take Windswept Heath. And you know what? There's a chance Retrofitter wheels. There's also Skull Clamp, which if Retrofitter wheels, that would be really nice, but I don't think I'm supposed to take Skull Clamp here. Let's just take Windswept Heath. Okay, so now we've got Spell Seeker to go get Time Walk. That's pretty appealing. There's also Time Warp, but that's like basically a better version. There's also a Shieldred, which is a win condition with all your draw 7s. I don't know that we need to introduce another color here. Double black card nonetheless. Let's just take Spell Seeker. I think Spell Seeker is going to be great here, because we could just be white blue, or green-blue splashing some Teferis. No reason to put a double black card in, because I think if this deck casts its draw 7s, it's going to do a pretty good job winning. The Zuran Orb also not looking too great here. I mean, right now, Displacer Kitten and Zuran Orb are probably the 2 cards I'm most likely to cut. Though, actually, I don't know. Maybe I won't cut Displacer Kitten. I've got 3 Planeswalkers. I guess you could blink Atroxa, though. Don't think you need too much help when you have Atroxa out. Blinking Urza is nice. I guess even blinking Spellseeker could do some good work. Okay. Oh, well, I'm probably just going to take the Brain Freeze now, because that's a nice win condition once you've done a bunch of nonsense. Don't mind passing up Basalt Monolith, Pentad Prism, Steam Vents, yeah. Vendilion Click, any of those. Also, Spellseeker can go get Brain Freeze, which is nice. So, we've got a win condition. Also, if you need to, you could Brain Freeze yourself to mill Echo Vions. I think that's a pretty strong play as well. Basically, like, let's say they play 2 spells in their turn and you have no gas in your hand. End of their turn, you just Brain Freeze yourself for 9 and see if you can mill Echo here. Oh, it even works with Tamiyo. If you have a Tamiyo in hand or in play, then you get to Brain Freeze yourself and then -3 with Tamiyo. Oh, and that's a Lion's Eye Diamond. All right, we got both Lotuses. So Tamiyo is actually looking absurd, because now I have 2 different ways to get infinite mana with Tamiyo. I also have 2/3 of the Brain Freeze Lion's Eye Breach combo, with Black Lotus also being a part of that. And Lion's Eye Echo Vions is going to be nice. This deck is looking broken. Honestly, that's a reason that this deck doesn't need Shieldred. I feel like this deck can do busted stuff without having to put a double black card in the deck. We'll hide the Zuran Orb for now. Mind's Desire could be good. It's a win when you have the Tamiyo LED combo going, because at the last stop you can always -3 Tamiyo to get a different card. Also, just going like play a couple artifacts. Mind's Desire isn't bad. Even a Frantic Search. Like this deck's looking pretty good. Oh, there's Tolarian Academy? Okay, so that's actually kind of interesting. Do I want Tolarian Academy or Inspired Ultimatum? There's also Mishra's Workshop, but that's basically a worse Tolarian Academy in this deck, at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I think Inspired Ultimatum will come back, and even if it doesn't, I'll take the risk on Academy. Just mana generation engines are so powerful. Yes, I don't have a lot of artifacts yet, but I certainly could pick some up. And one of my problems with Inspired Ultimatum is I think this deck's going to win when Dream Halls hits the board. I'm not really worried about that. Like, I've got draw 7. Atrox is effectively a draw 7. Tameo can often kind of play the same role. Given that, I don't think I need another card that optimizes just for Dream Halls being in play. I'm not saying I wouldn't play Inspired Ultimatum, but I would rather take Academy and Hope. Though, given that I got a 6-pick Academy this pack, I kind of wish I took Retrofitter over Windswept Heath, but you know what? I have a suspicion if I got a 15th pick Urza, Retrofitter Foundry might wheel. We'll see. Oh, and there's Time Spiral, the best draw 7. All right, over a Paradoxical Outcome, yeah, sure, and some lands. Time Spiral untapping lands. Oh man, that just reminds me, we didn't wheel the High Tide. I actually would have loved High Tide in this deck. What a shame. Time Spiral with Dream Halls is beyond disgusting because not only do you get the draw 7, you get to untap all your lands, so now you can definitely cast everything else. It's good when Academy. It's also just good if you just cast it. We're getting some draw 7s in, and the fact that I opened Black Lotus didn't even go past Lion's Eye means mana is less of a bottleneck here than it could be without those. I don't think I'm going to play Mindslaver here. I think of all these cards, actually Dark Ritual is the most likely to get played. I don't think it's like super likely, but we do have all the cards you want for a Yawgmoth's Will deck, so if I do end up getting a Yawgmoth's Will, then I could definitely see playing Dark Ritual, especially since my mana is not too problematic right now. Casting Atroxa, also realistic. Let's see. So that was the first 8 picks. Let's see what we table here, because I would not be surprised if that Retrofitter comes back. That wasn't first pick, though. That was like second pick. Honestly, we really just got everything we needed. Like, sure, I'll take more cards. This deck's not complete yet, but I mean, Underworld Breach is a card I'd certainly be interested in. Yawgmoth's Will, definitely. Past that, I mean, I guess more cheap mana artifacts would help. Wheel of Fortune did wheel. So did Magma Opus. I mean, I just take more draw 7s. Like, the draw 7s are so good in this deck. All right, I guess I got to pick up some lands now. You know what? This Mind's Desire is looking a little better. All right, Snap wheeled. So did Metamorph. I think I'm more likely to snap here. I guess... Are we not getting Retrofitter back? Is that the next pack? I think it might have been the second pack, though. Well, even if we don't, I don't mind where we're at. Obviously, the Tolarian Academy might not make the cut. Snap has been a cool addition, for sure. I think that without Academy tapping for multiple mana, I'm not that likely to be snapping, but I think it's been a cool card for the cube. I really wouldn't have minded High Tide in this pack, or in this deck. So Zerda combines with Basalt Monolith or Grim Monolith to get infinite mana. Not really there. I think I might take Burgi. I don't know how likely it is I play Burgi, but it is possible. The front side adds a red whenever you cast a spell, which is going to be a decent amount of mana. Then the back side, the Horn of Harnfell, the Horn of Bounty. With some draw 7s, you can play that, and then you just have access to your whole deck right there. Oh, wow. So Steam Vents wheeled, so did Pentad Prism. I actually think Prism is going to be a little better for this deck because it fixes every color, is good with Urza and Academy. All right, no Basalt Monolith, though. I mean, with Urza, you can tap it for 3 mana. Like, you tap this for a mana, and then you also remove the 2 charge counters to do stuff, which is pretty cool. I don't think Birdie's making the cut right now. I'll play Wheel of Fortune as, like, my only red card, maybe. Really just... I guess some lands would be helpful. Sure, I'll take Cabal Ritual because I'm not going to play Night's Whisper, but again, if I get Yawgwill, this deck's looking like a disgusting Yawgwill deck. Displacer Kitten, yeah, I guess the Tameo combo probably makes it worth it already. It's good with Urza, Tameo, it's good with Big Teferi, it's good with Little Teferi. It's not... Oh, the ultimatum came back. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. I don't think I'm going to play the workshop anyway. So the Academy pick was kind of free, though. Right now, we're not playing Academy. It wouldn't be wild if we did. Can we open power just once here? Let's see. This is shaping up to be a very good deck. I guess Snap's probably not making the cut. I mean, this is 22 playables with the 3 lands right now. Fast Bond would be one of the last cards left that I would like. I mean, besides obviously more power. More power to you. Breach, Fast Bond, Yawgmoth's Will. If I get Fast Bond, I'll then want Crucible or Ramanop, but I only want those if I get all of them. Mizzix's Mastery would actually not be bad with it's good with Inspired Ultimatum, Time Spiral, Mind's Desire, any of those cards. More lands would also be decent. This deck's got a lot of playables. Maybe just an Ancestral Recall, you know? I really want to beef up this Spellseeker. I want it to have some good targets. Well, Mana Vault, I will take that. That's another fast way to get a Dream Halls into play. Narset looks good with all the draw 7s, but honestly, I don't care if they draw cards. They can draw some cards, I'll still just kill them on the same turn. They're Soul Ring. I'm going to have Black Lotus, Time Walk, and Soul Ring getting past the Soul Ring? Amazing. Sorry, Demonic Tutor. Okay. I haven't had these 3 cards in a deck before, but we'll see how this goes. You know what? I think the Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual are not making the cut. I think Academy is back on the menu. And we're just going to be basically blue playing a couple cards of all the other colors except black. That seems fine to me. I mean, this is already 22 playables. We just need to pick up some lands and we're basically good to go. I guess technically if they have an Eldrazi, can't win with Brain Freeze, but there's a lot of ways to win other than that. Let's see. I can do 5 damage with this and I can recycle it 3 times if I draw my whole deck. Yeah, that's 20 damage. All right. Wait, where's the busted card? I think here I just take Talisman because it's a 2 mana play that accelerates me, also fixes 2 of my colors. Over Thirst, Helm of Awakening might wheel. I actually don't hate Enlightened Tutor because getting Dream Halls is really important, but I'm going to take the Talisman first. Enlightened Tutor almost always wheels. All right, this pack has an Oath of Druids, which we could trim some of the creatures and try to play that, but I don't think we need to do that. Celestial Colony, but we're not really that into that. I might just take Reservoir. So Reservoir is nice as like a win condition with Tameo, the Tameo loop. If you play a lot of spells, it just kills them. But there's also Third Path Iconoclast, which looks pretty good in this deck as a way to make a bunch of tokens for Academy or Urza or both. And I think Aetherflux Reservoir is almost locked to wheel. Yeah, I actually think I will Iconoclast here. Oh, there's Underworld Breach. All right. This is a ridiculous deck. You know what? Normally I would take Vamp with all these combos, but that would be the 5th color, and I just took 2 red cards. Though, honestly, at this point, I could even look at... No, I guess cutting the Teferi's doesn't make that much sense, given I have a Windswept Teeth and a Talisman of Progress. But honestly, I think I'm just going to take Coalition Relic here. I feel like if I can cast my spells, I'm going to win so easily, and this fixes all my colors. So, yeah. I need to cut a couple cards. Honestly, do we cut like Displacer Kitten? That seems so weird. I guess I could probably cut Mind's Desire. I mean, I could play like... If I played this, it's 15 land right now. I mean, that's actually not that far off given I have Soul Ring, Mana Vault, Black Lotus, but still, let's see. I think Teferi, Hero of Dominaria is actually not looking that great. I mean, maybe at that point, Displacer Kitten gets a little bad also. There's also Inspired Ultimatum, which might not be strictly necessary here. I mean, this deck is just something else. I guess all I really want is some lands past this. I could take Kiki Jiki in case one of the twin combos wheels. Or I could just take Venser because it's just like a fine card. Don't think I'm going to play Fairy Mastermind, Splash Deluge. Hullbreaker Horror does also go infinite with 2 zeros or 1s in the case of the ones that tap for mana. But I don't think I'm that likely to want Hullbreaker Horror in my deck. I'll just take the Venser. I don't really need another win condition like taking Kiki or Hullbreaker. And so this is not playing. So this is 37. So only one new card. So I guess I know I'm not playing the Zernor Fastbond deck because I'm missing 2 pieces and there's only 1 pack left. I am pretty all in on Dream Halls, but I also have like a million draw 7s. I have 4 more draw 7s. So finding the Dream Halls doesn't seem too difficult. Surprisingly short on lands. Despite playing 4 colors, I feel like I haven't seen tons and tons of lands. All right. Suspect has a Blood Crypt, which is not a land that really helps. There's Emery, which I do have a lot of artifacts to replay. Also, it can mill for Echo Vions or Breach. There's also Skydiver, don't care about that. There's Charticourse, but I think I'd rather just take Emery. Emery with the 2 Lotuses is pretty nice. All right, Venser's probably out. Emery Displacer Kit, and you can mill your whole deck, very quickly if you want. So this is 16 land currently. I mean, this looks good enough to me. I don't think I need Darker Cabal Ritual because, again, I didn't get the Yogwell. That would have kind of prompted me to play those. And then there's Big Teferi, Venser, Mindslayer, Ultimatum. Yeah. I don't think I'm super into those. I don't mind the Iconoclast. It's also kind of a win condition with Time Walk. You play a bunch of spells and then cast Time Walk and then just attack them with a bunch of soldiers. But mainly basically, when you have Urza or Academy, and if you have both, they actually combine, every soldier taps for mana with Urza and then adds a mana with Academy. So it's like whenever you play a non-creature spell, put a haste Llanowar Elf into play is pretty good because they work right away. Yeah, I think 16 land plus a bunch of mana artifacts is fine given all the draw 7 nonsenses. Frantic Search looking pretty good at untapping Academy 2. I think Kitten with the 2 Planeswalkers is good. I don't think I want Big Teferi. Yeah, I think it's probably fine to leave that out. Oh, Narset came back. Okay, well, there's also Mizzix's Mastery. I know I'm not getting Magma Opus. I think I'd rather have Narset here. This deck's got a ton of draw 7s, and Narset just is a kind of like powered up dig through time. Another good card to displace. Oh, Sheldock came back? All right, I'll take that. I don't think I want to play Wishclaw. It's just another color. Maybe I'll just play 15 lands. How bad could that be? And then, well, let's take a look at the mana also, because we've got blue and red cards, and then 2 green cards, 1 white card. We have Pentad Prism Talisman, Coalition Relic, Lotus, and then Windswept Teeth, which is just a white-green land, actually. I ended up not picking up any duels. I don't think I want Bazaar Baghdad either. Bazaar Baghdad is a lot better when you have Fast Bond or Exploration in your deck, because in this deck, missing the land drop to use Bazaar would be pretty costly, but in one of those decks, it would not, when you have a lot of extra land drops to spare here. The Spellseeker also actually ended up kind of bad. Like, it just gets Time Walk or Brain Freeze, which is still enough to play, but not the most impressive. Yeah, actually, I'm not hitting 15 lands as an idea here. This deck can turn 1 kill. Not even that hard. Underworld Breach, Brain Freeze, and either 0 mana artifact is usually going to be a turn 1 kill. Okay, so Mystic Forge. I don't have enough artifacts for that. I don't think Turnabout's good because my lands don't generate excess mana except for in the case of Academy. I think I might want Thirst. I don't think I'm going to use Helm here. Though I don't think I'm going to play Thirst either, so who knows. It just doesn't seem like it's necessary. Third Path Iconoclast also good with Dream Halls because this can discard to cast red or green spells, or red or blue spells. Don't think I'm oathing. I'll just take Exarch. Maybe I'll get a Kiki Jiki with 2 cards left in the pack or whatever. I don't even know if I'd play Exarch Kiki in this deck. I mean, maybe I should, but... And I think Spellseeker is still good enough. Yeah, it probably is. I would have liked to pick up another cheap artifact this go around, but I don't have any complaints for sure. I mean, I first picked Mana Vault and second picked Soul Ring. I'm still just amazed that I have Time Walk, Black Lotus, and Soul Ring. What a deck. I'm not really playing any of these cards, so sure. I guess I could put in Sphinx against Mono Red. Dream Halls out the Sphinx. That seems like it would be pretty nice. So with 15 land, I have kind of like 20 mana sources plus LED and Coalition Relic, which are on the slightly more expensive side. Yeah, that should be fine. So piles by color. 3 red cards, 1 white card. Oops, did I send a sail into the west in the Shadow Realm? All right. 1 white card. So I wonder if Windswept Heath Plains, is that enough? With, yeah, probably. That's 5 sources plus Lotus. And then for green, I'll want maybe 2 forests. And then red, like 3 mountains. Let's see, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 5 islands is 8, 9. Yeah, that's not crazy. I might not be able to get away with 3 mountains and 2 forests, though. One thing that's a little awkward is because this can only get white and green, I don't really want to have that many forests and plains in my deck, but I want Windswept Heath to still have things to fetch. So I think I'm probably going to play 2, or maybe 3. 1 plains and 2 forests, maybe. Because I do have 2 pretty good green cards, and I guess I could hardcast Atroxa off Lotus or Relic or Prism. Yeah, that actually seems pretty reasonable. So if I had 2 forests, I'll have 4 green sources plus those 2, so 6 green sources plus Lion or Black Lotus. I wonder if I can get away with 2 mountains. That would be 2 red sources, 3, 4 red sources, 5. Let's see. 7, 1, 1, 1. Probably go 2, 2. So this is 11. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8 blue. Plus Talisman Prism is 9, 10. Plus Lotus is like 11. 3 red, 4 red, 5 red, 6 red. And then 2 green. Yeah. You know what? I think maybe 1 less red, 1 more blue. And I think 1 plains is fine. Okay. Is there anything I'd want to cut just to put another mountain in? Is the other question. I could cut. Cutting the Spellseeker seems not necessary. How good is Displacer Kitten? I have 3. I guess I have 3 Planeswalkers, and it goes infinite with 2 of them. Like any 0-drop with Teferi goes infinite, and Tamiya goes infinite with, well, I guess any 0-drop because I have 2. Also, Soul Ring and Mana Vault go infinite with Teferi. Like they count. That's probably good enough. Emery's probably good enough. All right. I think this is good. Wouldn't have minded another land or 2, but I really can't complain, I would say. I don't think I have any complaint equity with this deck. In fact, should I be playing Mind's Desire because this deck can just spit out 4 spells in the same turn? Probably not. I don't think I need to do that. And is Third Path Iconoclast good enough? I think so. The fact that it generates a lot of mana with both Urza and Academy is a pretty tempting reason to play it. All right, time for round 1. How good is this hand? No draw 7, no fast mana. I think I can mulligan. Seems like a crazy hand to mulligan, but this deck is just wild. All right, so now I'm going to keep this. What do I put on the bottom? I could put down Breach, but I have Breach Brain Freeze already, so I probably shouldn't do that. I guess Teferi is going to be the weakest of this particular group because it's a little easier to cast than Urza. Or Urza rather a little easier. All right, well, I'll play Shelldock. Narset, Lion's Eye. Let's go do Narset because I want Lion's Eye to be in the deck still. Field of the Dead. Not a very scary card, but it might come with Strip Mine and Wasteland if they're playing like a land strategy. So I guess we'll see what this Faithless Looting turns up. My next turn, I'm probably just playing Mana Vault and passing. Certainly doesn't seem like it's worth it to tap Mana Vault to cast Spellseeker or Frantic Search. Or I can just draw Lotus next turn and I just have a turn 2 win. They discarded Cabal, Ritual, and Forest. Okay. Oh, there's Brain Freeze. Well, the funny thing is that makes it so the Spellseeker no longer has to go get Brain Freeze. So I could try to win here. It's a little loose. I could cast Frantic Search. I'll have 1 mana floating, untap my 2 lands, Storm Count 2, and then I could Brain Freeze, Storm Count 3. And basically, if Black Lotus is in my top 11 cards, I win. But I don't think I need to do that, especially since if they play too many spells, I can just Brain Freeze myself and look that way. Blooming Marsh. Okay. Flashing back, looting here. Yeah, all right. I'm probably just going to take my turn. I wouldn't mind drawing a blue source. They discarded 2 lands. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Not going to pay. Draw Time Spiral. I really don't like it, but I think I actually do Frantic Search here. The alternative is just to do nothing. It just doesn't seem great. Okay. Well, I can discard Spellseeker because there's no spells left to get. Do I discard Urza or Time Spiral? I don't want to discard any of the other cards. I think I discard Time Spiral here. Untap these 2 lands. This is where it'd be nice if the Windswept Heath got blue. So I could cast Time Walk, and then I could cast Breach for 9. I guess I should shuffle first, regardless, because I want to shuffle LED back. Let's get a Forest. Yeah, I think I'm just going to cast... Oh, I can't cast Brain Freeze, sorry, because it would be casting Breach. I think I just cast... Do I just cast the Time Walk? I have 27 cards. No, I'm going to Brain Freeze myself, because this way I can also maybe cast Narset next turn. All right, milled 6 land. Oh, and Black Lotus. Okay, there we go. Let's go Breach. Play Black Lotus, exiling 3 cards. Sack this for blue. Yeah, and just win. All right, that was a nice turn 3 win. It was looking a little dicey for a second there, but the Brain Freeze worked out. I don't even know what we're playing against, so I guess I'll just submit. And yeah, I mean, Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach is a powerful combination. That was a turn 3 win. All right, so we got a turn 3 win so far. I'm going to be disappointed if we don't get any turn 1s. Wow, mulliganing a Soul Ring Time Walk hand. But Morrow's hand clearly doesn't do much. Hopefully our next hand also has Soul Ring and Time Walk. I would take it. Turn 1, if I had an island, turn 1 Soul Ring, turn 2. I guess the turn 2 is not even that good. This hand would need a couple different lands. Okay. I guess I just have to mulligan this hand as well. Hand doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to put Tameo and Breach back. I think on 5 I keep this. I can't actually cast anything, but I just need to draw a cheap artifact or a land in order to do so. Yeah, so now if I draw 0 next turn, it'd be pretty nice because I could play an Emery. But even as things currently stand, just going turn 2 land, Talisman, next turn Emery, and maybe Wheel of Fortune the turn after that. All right, bobbling it up. Let's see. And plus Lion's Eye. What is going on over there? I mean, it's looking like combo, but also with Lion's Eye Field of the Dead. All right, let's play Talisman. Pass the turn. I guess I can't even Emery plus Wheel next turn, so I guess we'll see what we draw. I'm also a little less inclined to Wheel. My opponent's already kind of dumped their hand here. Sylvan Library, okay. 2 cards left. Let's just take the turn here. Oh. Well, given that, let's cast Emery. So now the question is, do I want a Lion's Eye crack Lion's Eye in response to this Wheel of Fortune? Yeah, I think I'll just get blue because I have Emery next turn to get it back. So it seems like this could lead me to me playing like an Urza this turn or something. And I haven't shuffled yet, so my Breach is still at the bottom. Oh, they have Ulamog now. Funny. Oh, wow. I'm actually really close to comboing off with Displacer Kitten. I think I just play Pentad Prism and then Teferi and bounce the Sylvan Library and then pass. And then next turn I have Displacer Kitten. I mean, I can set up Time Walk with Spellseeker, then Displacer Kitten. I also have Emery to get back Lion's Eye. So yeah, next I should be able to win next turn. It'll be a turn 4 win. Not too bad. I just need to fade them killing me. And part of the reason I bounced Sylvan was letting them see 2 additional cards. Seems like it would be more likely for them to kill me based on that than bouncing Talisman and costing them 1 mana. So I think I'd rather let them have 1 extra mana, but deny them 2 looks at cards. Yeah, so next turn, I'll probably just go like Displacer Kitten, replay Lion's Eye Diamond to draw my deck with Teferi, and then win from there. I guess that's not very complicated. I saw the line. This turn, I could have played Kitten, but I didn't have a 0 mana artifact to play afterwards. And they've got to either win the game this turn or like Mind Twist my hand, and I don't even know. They have a lot of things they kind of have to do if they want to win this game. Jessica's Will. Okay, that's a start. That's 6 red. Well, let's see what they do with that 6 red, I guess. Their deck is, like I said, without the Field of the Dead, I would kind of get what's going on, but Field of the Dead, okay, never mind. I don't really know what's going on. That's a Worm Coil engine. All right. Let's win the game, I guess. It's even completely safe because Teferi makes it a guarantee. Okay. Replay Lion's Eye, Displacer Kitten, Teferi, yoink. Turn Lion's Eye, draw a card. Lion's Eye, Displacer Kitten, Teferi. I'll see how long it takes them to get bored of this here. Lion's Eye, Displacer Kitten, Teferi. I mean, I guess because they have Ulamog in their deck, they're like, well, I can't get Brain Freeze to death, but I don't think that's gonna save them here. Basically, I'm gonna find my 3rd path Iconoclast, and then I'm gonna cast enough spells to make enough creatures. Then I'm gonna cast Time Walk as my plan. I could also Time Walk. No, I guess I can't. I can't return Time Walk. I can Time Walk a bunch of times though because of the draw 7s. I guess we can play our island. Sure, we'll play. No, actually, we don't need to play Soaring. We'll just do this. There's Dream Halls. Dream Halls could be good. I guess it could let us Atroxa here. Yeah, Storm Count is 8. Storm Count 8 does not seem relevant given they have Ulamog. How miserable is it that they have to wait on the Ulamog here? Because they're like, well, I've got Ulamog, so I can't get Brain Freeze, so I guess I can't concede. Meanwhile, all right, there's Urza. Oh, Urza's another way to get a ton of stuff. All right, let's cast Urza. Okay. Tap this. Soul Ring. Flicker Urza. Make a token. Tap these. Coalition Relic. Flicker Urza. Make a token. Tap LED for mana. Bounce LED. Play LED. Oh man, I'm gonna get to Frantic Search here. I mean, I can draw my whole deck anyway, but Frantic Search is pretty funny here. I have 9 cards left. All right. I mean, I even have a bunch of Time Twisters, so it's not even like they can like do anything about that. All right. Frantic Search. Discard those 2. Untap these 3. Third Path Iconoclast. Lotus. Displacer Kitten. Urza. I mean, how big are these things? Like 12/12s. Tap this for mana. Time Walk. Displacer Kitten Teferi. Okay, Time Walk's resolved. Bounce the Worm Coil. Take my turn. I have 11 mana floating that I didn't use. And then I get to attack for, let's see, 7 of those. So that's 98 plus all my other stuff. All right, and I still have 6 cards in my deck. Though, again, I could have reshuffled pretty easily. All right, so that was a turn 4 kill because, we took an extra turn. So that's not bad. They had Oko, Faithless Looting, Swamps. Yeah, not sure what was going on with that. But take like 108 damage or something. Ba-boom. All right. Well, that was round 1. So we got a turn 3 kill and a turn 4 kill. Okay. I'm curious what the average turn this deck kills on. So let's see. 3, 4 so far. I'm gonna keep a notepad here because I am very curious. And can we get the average? How close to 3 can we get it? Because I don't think we're gonna have very many kills under 3, and we're certainly gonna have some kills slower than 3. But this deck could technically kill on turn 1. All right, I'm on the draw. Oh, this hand's pretty good. Let's see. Turn 1, Island Mana Vault. Turn 2, if I draw Mountain, I'll probably just play the Iconoclast. Otherwise, I'll probably just cast Time Walk and then maybe into a Narset. All right, Arbor Elf. Oh, Pentad Prism, definitely not bad. Pentad Prism actually sets up the Narset Time Spiral play pretty nicely because we're up to 7 mana. Oh, geez, okay. We're on a clock then. More? All right. This is the start, huh? Okay. Well, in that case, let's see what we can do. I think I do fire off the Time Walk here. Or do I? You know what? I'm actually going to fire off the Pentad Prism. The odds that I Time Walk and then are able to convert that into something that is pretty low. I don't think I'm going to win on my next turn. I'm not that close to it. So I guess I'll just let them have a turn with all their mana and see what they do. Hopefully it's not a Pest Infestation. 6 mana. It's almost Worm Coil. What are these people who just out here casting Worm Coils against me? All right. Let's take our turn. Land would be nice. There's a land. So I have 8 mana. So I could just cast Time Walk and Time Spiral. Can we do better? I could cast Narset and Time Walk. That's probably better. Yeah, so let's do that. So let's go Narset minus... Oh, missed. And Bind Academy. All right, let's cast Time Walk. Kind of a bummer using all the prism counters. Draw... And then now I would really not mind drawing a land here. That's why Academy would have been really good. But land, so the question is, do I Narset first? And I don't think so because I want to have more of a shot of finding Time Walk. So let's cast Time Spiral. Untap our lands. They didn't really get much out of the Spiral because of the Narset. Now I could Displacer Kitten, but I have nothing to follow it up with. So let's start with Narsetting here. Okay, let's get Black Lotus. And let's go Displacer Kitten, play Lotus, Kitten the Mana Vault, cast Talisman. Oh, they were done? Where are you going? I wasn't done yet. Oh, that was a turn 3 kill, by the way. I'm going to note that down because, again, this is on a time walk turn. They got to take 3 turns. Playing against green. Do I want snap to slow them down a little bit? I think we're okay. I'm actually wondering if I even want this iconoclast. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take out the iconoclast for the snap. Oh, too late. Too late. I guess I'll just have to turn 1 them. No, but do I want this hand? 5 land, time spiral, time walk. So what makes this hand good? Drawing any of my busted artifact mana makes it pretty good. Otherwise, it's like kind of bad. But time walk does hit me an extra land drop. I think I'm looking at this hand. Yeah, I guess I'll keep. And then I could put a card on the bottom. It doesn't really matter. This is, I just get to go Lion's Eye Echo. So basically, I start the game as if I had a 7-card hand and they get to draw their cards again. But on the other hand, I don't mold a 5. So I think that that's fine. Echo. Okay. What do I want to do here? I guess I can't. Well, what can I do? If I play a land, I could exile LED. So here's what I could do. I could go land, Lotus, crack Lotus for red, play Lion's Eye, or play Breach, play Lion's Eye, replay Tamiyo, exiling land, and Lion's Eye. Oh, that sounds great. Okay, so let's go Botanical Sanctum, Black Lotus, sack this for red, play Breach, play Lion's Eye, crack this for blue, play Tamiyo, tapping for a green, and then exile these 3, leaving Black Lotus. Sure. And then +1 Tamiyo. I guess Brain Freeze wins me the game anyway. So I guess I'm going to name Wheel of Fortune. All right. Didn't hit Wheel of Fortune. I can play Lotus, but I can't do anything else. Yeah, I guess I'll just do that. Exiling Teferi and... Do I exile Dream Halls? Yeah, I think so. All right. And then pass the turn. All right, well, we tried to win on turn 1. Didn't quite get there. If I hit Wheel of Fortune or Brain Freeze, I would have won. And I would have gotten to play any one spell off of Tamiyo. But hopefully they don't kill my Lotus here. That'd be nice. Hopefully just play some Mana Dorks. Okay, Courser of Crewfix. Sure. So now, if I draw Mana Vault, interesting. If I plus this, if I name Brain Freeze, I don't win on the spot. I guess I'm not that close to a Troxang here, so let's just plus it. Let's name Wheel of Fortune again. Wheel of Fortune. I milled Brain Freeze, Time Walk, Urza. All right, so next turn, I can Tamiyo here. Ooh, their top card's Fastmon. So Tamiyo, I could get back Underworld Breach with Tamiyo and then win off Brain Freeze that way. So I need them to not blow up my Black Lotus or my Tamiyo, I suppose. Okay. Tamiyo's getting attacked for 3, I guess. And then they're casting Delighted Halfling. And that's it. All right, I guess they have blue mana up, so they could technically counter me here, but I'm not that worried about it. Oh, that's not terrible. Crack this. I'll get a Plains, I guess. Return Breach. Sack this for red. Colorless. Breach. Brain Freeze myself. Paying a blue and a colorless. Exiling Heath. Urza. Narset, I guess. And then Brain Freeze for 6. And then boom. All right, so that was a turn 3 kill. Tried for the turn 1, failed. Let's see. So we're at 3, 4, 3, 3 right now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Or averaging like 3 1/3 or something like that. A little more, 3 2/3 or whatever. Oh man. Yeah, like 3 1/3. Yeah, this is pretty good. All right. So if we can get just one turn 2 kill and the other, so if we can get a turn 2 and a turn 3, we'll average to straight up turn 3s. We'll see. Okay, I'll keep this. This hand is a turn 2 kill if I draw Lion's Eye or... No, I guess Lion's Eye doesn't actually work, but Black Lotus would. And even without that, it has some pretty good outs. I mean, Displacer Kitten plus Mana Vault is pretty nice. Any cheap spells good here. Beaumont Courier. Oh, playing against red. All right, so that makes Displacer Kitten a little less reliable. Like I'm less inclined to want to run out a Displacer Kitten here if I can't do anything with it. But we'll see what we draw. Third Path Iconoclast. Oh, that I will play. Because that, look, if they use a burn spell on that, that makes the Displacer Kitten a little safer. And it gives me another turn to draw into lands for Frantic Search here. I'm 1 mana short of... Oh, and there goes that. All right. Let's peel some lands off Goblin Guide. What'd we hit? Talisman of Progress. Okay. I think I will play the Talisman. I just don't want to play Displacer Kitten without being able to play a spell right away. And the Frantic Search is going to be really nice. If I draw a land, I can Frantic Search. And if I don't, well, hopefully it's a spell I can cast. All right. Land? Black Lotus. I like that one. All right. Hopefully they tap out for something. Scrapwork Mutt. Okay. Into land. All right, well, I'm still going to go for it here. So what I'm going to do is go Displacer Kitten, Black Lotus, Displacer the Mana Vault. If they have the removal spell, they'll use it now, is my assumption. They did not. All right, so this plus this plus this is Tameo. And I guess I Displacer the Talisman here. All right, -3 Tameo on Lotus. All right, Lotus, target the Tameo. I mean, if they don't have a removal spell, then I'm just going to keep doing this. All right, sack this for blue. Get back Lotus. Lotus. And so now I have Infinite Storm and Infinite Mana. So I could cast Sail into the West here, but I don't really want to do that yet because I want to make sure. Oh, here's what I can do. I can play this, target the Tameo, and I can get back the Iconoclast here. Play this, play that. Frantic Search, and then target the Tameo again. And then now I'm getting a dork every time. All right, they had enough. So what was I going to draw? I was going to draw Time Walk. All right, then I was just going to loop that. All right, that was a turn 4 win. Uh-oh. A lot of high stakes here. Are we going to get there on the last one? I think I can cut Iconoclast again and maybe just put in a Snap just to slow them down a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna need a turn 1 kill. Ooh. All right. This isn't a turn 1 kill, but this actually has decent outs for a turn 2 kill with Dream Halls here. So, all right, Goblin Guide me. And I think this is actually really close. Let's just go Island, go discarding I guess a mountain is fine. And here's actually, I don't really want Goblin Guide to hit land, I guess. Or rather, I guess it's better for it to hit land because it removes land from the top of my deck, but whatever. All right, let's see what they got. They're going to attack with the guide. Displacer Kitten. If they tap out, this is a turn 2 win. All right, let's see what they do. Dragon's Rage Channeler. All right. I mean, I still am going to go for it, I guess. So we're going to go Dream Halls. Displacer Kitten, discarding. Wait, hold on. Tameo. Discarding Frantic, or Emery, I guess. It's at 5 loyalty, so I don't need to. Yeah, no, I guess I'll get back Black Lotus here. And Displacer Kitten, discarding Frantic Search. Lotus, target the Tameo. Okay, do you have a removal spell? I guess we'll find out. Add blue. Get back Lotus. Lotus. Displacer Kitten the Tameo. Alright. Storm count 6. Because I'm just going to Spellseeker Brain Freeze now. Alright. Flicker Tameo. Sack this for blue. Get back Lotus. Storm count 7. 9. Sack this for blue. Get back Lotus 8. 9. All right. Well, now that's enough to Spellseeker and Brain Freeze for lethal. I guess I might as well. Boom. They're done. Turn 2. All right, so what did we get? It says 13 or 8, 17, 19. 19 divided by 5 is 3.8 is the average turn kill. Pretty good. Pretty good. That was a deck. Like, I don't think that you can open better than getting Soul Ring, Lotus, and Time Walk. And then this deck, I think, lived up to that. I will say that. I mean, we managed to get an average kill turn of 3.8, and there was a lot in this deck. Well, it doesn't usually get as broken as this, but I hope you enjoyed kind of a journey into how broken Vintage Cube can be. And wow, this deck was certainly a poster child for that. Appreciate you hanging out and watching me get some gold fishing in. This deck was a lot of fun. We won't see the like anytime soon, but you know what? There's a lot of other fun decks to draft instead. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you next time. That'll do it for the top 5 Storm decks of 2023. I hope you enjoyed this video, and as always, let me know in the comments what other recaps you'd love to see. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. It helps out the channel, and you won't miss a single draft.